do have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally, the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swinging with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just thought that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely 3rd, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to the early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kai's is so blind.
Double kill. They're just gonna move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. They want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. Diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is two really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Stayed by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They've all picked Spoxy! One by one. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, Kane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for two. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Tipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn, trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb drop. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from Long. Vitality up against it. and that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Satan get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous too. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will, him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming downstairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in, and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
For the early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just gonna move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. They're diving in. It's pretty low. Look at that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
So by Spoxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will somehow survive behind the boxes. More bang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, what is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra-aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Where that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so that's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous too. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get two big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in, and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kai's is so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. The diving in. It's pretty low. Look at that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
So by Spoxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Spoxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, Kane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. That's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
Hello everyone and welcome back to CFWL as we kick off day 6 of the group stage. I'm gonna be your host for today, and by my side Mr. Penguin, of course. I'm CQ by my side, Penguin, and today is gonna be a really critical day. But before we get into what's gonna happen today, of course, I wanna ask you first, Penguin, how are you doing and what do you feel about what happened through the past few days?
Well, definitely I feel good, feel interested, excited for today games because we have two banger games today, of maybe the first and the last match. And of course, what happened is just making us super excited. Super excited for the next games, which is going to be happening today and occurring today.
Of course, we are having a little bit of excitement when it comes to the games that we have today. I love that you mentioned the first and the last one like that. Second, you didn't even pay attention to, but like we would say that 3 games are really good, but of course you need to be having a really good opener and a really good closer. But before we get into that, let's just like have a small talk about what happened yesterday and of course what happened on the past few days. But of course that will be after our trivia of today, which brings a lot of attention to Famous. Of course, he's one of the best gunners that we have in the league. He got like even after getting only the 4th place in the last season, he got 460 headshot kills. And quite frankly, what's most interesting is, like, even with winning only 1 game in this season, he's still the #1 on the headshot kills. He's just aiming for heads. He doesn't whiff and he doesn't look other way around.
Yeah, and especially that mentioning that the second place had only, you're talking about Design, he just came with 341 total headshots. So that's a huge number. You're talking about 119 more headshots from Famous. Comparing him to the second place, we're not comparing him to the 4th or to 5th or maybe the 10th place. We're just comparing him to the second place, and yet Famous is just uncontested on the top. These guys always have a sharp shooting aim. Always goes for the headshots. He always just he wants to guarantee the kill, and he goes for the. He plays also with the edges, 1 shot, 1 hit, and his HK is totally different than anybody else. If you are watching the league, you see that Famous's HK is just completely. You can't compare it. It's changing when he uses it and when he plays with it.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And also, something else caught my attention, that those numbers, it feels like 1/3 of the headshot kills. Like he got like the same amount of kills on the second one, like, and add up 1/3 of it. But of course, that's Famous. But for today's matchup, we have a lot of really good stuff. We have some other things that we would love to mention also. Yeah, I thought that we might take a little bit of time, but 3BL Hunt, Alucard, and Vitality Horus shine as the serious MVPs. 3BL Galaxy, of course, yeah, that was from yesterday, and I was actually about to touch on this, especially Hunt. Like, that guy been catching my eye, and I believe all of us, even the guys in the comments, he is the IGL. He's a sharpshooter. He's the guy with like the ability to play with multiple weapons. I'm not trying to glaze him, but he deserves each and every word that we say about him. He's definitely one of the, I would say, rising talents that you will be looking at. He's still 20 years old, and he got a lot of experience.
Well, yeah, definitely. When it comes to MVPs, you would definitely see Hunter, Horus, Alucard. Alucard is usually the guy that has most MVPs, and sometimes he's just underrated when it comes to sort of comparisons because maybe he's not winning the league, so you don't put him at MVP. But if Nemesis is to win the league, definitely Alucard will be a strong caliber to be the MVP of the whole season. And also 3BL, Nemesis, and Vitality, they are the teams that getting the sweep wins. I mean that we are watching them to get 2-0 versus their enemy teams, and we are watching them seeing good clean sweeps come out from there. Especially that Vitality yesterday, they had a clean sweep versus Anubis. 3BL, they had a clean sweep versus unKnights. Also Nemesis, they got their clean sweep.
Yeah, of course, they are making some numbers here, and speaking of numbers, we have a lot of big numbers on the board here, you'll see like the 228k for the total of prize pool. Of course, you still need to work for it. You have to go through phase 1, which is basically a round robin single. On the phase 1, you have 8 teams, 1 group. They're all gonna be playing versus each other. Phase 2, which contains 2 groups. The top 4 teams who got into the elite, they got their spot in the playoffs, and the bottom 2 teams, or like the higher 2 teams on the second group, they have the 5th and 6th spot on the playoffs. And of course, we mentioned the playoffs a lot, so it's gonna be 6 teams, double elimination, BO5 fashion for the win. And of course, if you got your seeding, the first or the second, you have like a really good advantage based on you're gonna be having the chance to watch the other teams play versus each other. And of course, we spoke about the prize pool, how you're gonna play it. Of course, you need to see the maps that we will be having on the tournament, and it's not gonna be anything different than what we had in season 1. Not a lot of changes. Actually, there is no changes in the map pool. And that's of course for our tournament overview. And moving forward, like, yeah, we were trying to mention what happened in the previous days, and some of the stories that I would love to highlight a bit. That 3BL were making Vitality work for the win a little bit early on the game, but after that, like at some point, it felt like Vitality owned the place. After that, we have watched some really good Anubis games. We have seen Nemesis work for their spot here, but they're not been able to find some really good steps to back up what they had in the previous season. So we'll see how it goes. It feels like there's a lot of mid-card teams right now. They have the same energy, like different play styles, but they're pretty close to each other. The only team that it feels like is having a small gap, that will be Team Vitality. Not because of like their gameplay, but because of that they are winning. That's my take on it.
Well, yeah, definitely there is a gap between Vitality and all the other teams. I mentioned that Vitality is winning right now. Most part is because there is no competition in the league. I cannot see any of the teams just taking Vitality out on a best of 5 game. Maybe you can take Vitality out in a best of 3, but definitely in a best of 5 that requires a lot of improvements. And also, we've seen Horus yesterday talking about the teams and everything, and he said that, yeah, they are expecting themselves to be on first spot, which is quite casual for them. And he said that I think that there is no surprises going to happen. It's going to be Nemesis and Titan Esports TEC who is going to be joining him into the EWC, and if there is a surprise, it's only going to be 3BL instead of TEC, which I completely agree with him. But it's like roughly 10%, 15% for 3BL to get that, because they need to get the second place. That means that they need to get over Nemesis and also over TEC, which is quite frankly, it's so hard to happen. But yeah, on paper you can see it based on the performance that we've seen from 3BL and also from the other guys, Nemesis, TEC. They are still not online.
Of course, that's for 3BL. They still got a lot of work to do to make sure that they reach an international event. But keep in mind that 3PL, they have a lot of rookies in their team. They have the lower average age when it comes to the players and when it comes to the staff, everything. So they're working with some new faces to get closer and closer to the international event. But that's for 3BL, and now we go to our first game of tonight, which is we have Nemesis versus Team Anubis, which like honestly, Anubis, they are having the same thing that 3BL got. They're having some new faces, also having some mixture between players with experience, of course, and players that they're just trying to get through things and trying to know how things are going to be panning out for them. So they have a really tough challenge here, and they should be forcing themselves to put in the work 110% of what they can do versus team like Nemesis. They were the runner-up, and I believe if Nemesis didn't actually win this game, they're gonna be in a very, very rough spot.
Yeah, I guess that Nemesis, it's as Big said, when they play versus Anubis, it's either very comfortable for them or very uncomfortable for them because I explained this. It's all because of the rifles. You're usually playing versus double sniper setup. If you're playing with double sniper versus a double sniper setup, and you maybe the rifles are not most of the shots, you will have a comfortable game because you will just get rid of one of the snipers instantly as a 5-man and just push versus them on the side, and then Anubis will lose a lot of pressure on the map. But if you are playing with a double sniper setup or maybe versus a double sniper setup and still the rifles are hitting their shots, that's the main problem, because even though if you are pushing a side that has one rifle or two, you still will be damaged before even the snipers comes and adds more pressure to you. That's why you cannot expect the games coming out from Anubis and Nemesis. It's all how the rifles from Anubis gonna pan out, and we've seen the change from Anubis, and they changed one of the rifles. Honestly, I would be maybe tough a bit on this, but I don't see any change in Anubis's rifle power. Maybe they change it in the decision making a little bit better, maybe, but in the rifle power, I don't see any chances. Any changes, I mean, of after Salty just left for Noor. Maybe Noor is not the guy that you rely on, and of course he's an IGL. You do not ask him to come here and just pop up every player and just also IGL, otherwise he will be the best player in the world. So you're just asking for his lead inside the game. So my opinion, he's doing very good in leading the game. However, a Gainer, we asked a Gainer to step up, he did. We would need to ask for Doom step up because we cannot ask a lot more from Noor. Noor is just leading the game, and that's the IGL that you want to see, and that's the team that you want to feel, and they are doing very good. And just neglect their game maybe versus Vitality, that's casual game. Maybe neglect their game versus 3BL because it had some other things, and I said it's mental game, it's not strategic game, and Hunt just won the mental game. Other than that, I've seen a very good games from Anubis versus Swamp Gaming when they played. Also, Swamp Gaming just throwed a lot, but that means that Anubis are able to capitalize if you give them a chance to throw. And also we've seen them playing very good versus TC, which they got their win on. So that's why I say that Anubis, they have a good fair chance of winning today if the rifles feel themselves today.
I agree with you when it comes to the shooting point. They have a very unique play style, and it's not like usual teams, I would say, for a team like Anubis. But at the same time, you mentioned Noor that you don't really need to rely on him, but frankly, in the past few days, he's been showing up. He's doing a lot of work when it comes to shooting, when it comes to participating in kills, so that's something to add up on him being the IGL. So he is a really good value for the team, and of course that's something you should give it to him as a bonus. Like, I'm not seeing him stepping down or not actually shooting the shots. I'm just gonna mention that he's not like Pietro. Like, mentioning Pietro is a magnificent IGL. He's one of the best IGLs that we have in the league. But when it comes to shooting power, he lacks a little bit sometimes. In the playoffs he shows up, but for me, Noor, he got a little bit more when it comes to shooting, when it comes to fragging, but still he doesn't have the same experience, of course, that Pietro have. That's my own POV on this like that player. But of course, Noor he's still a young player. He needs some time to find a way and be comfort with Anubis. And speaking of Anubis, like, they are playing versus their old teammates, or like, let's just say it like that, yesterday's friends are today's enemy. You have Comics and you have Depsy. They had almost full of their all their professional journey. It was with Anubis for a long time, and just this year they just started to feel like, yeah, we're in a comfort zone, we need to change the place, we need to find some new challenges, and they went for Nemesis. And after that they popped off. They got the second place, the runner-up of the West League. Of course, that's not what they're looking for, but that's something to take a look at. And of course, speaking of something to take a look at, it should be the prediction. So we are like half and half. Like, Half of the talent's going with Nemesis, half of the talent are going with Anubis. You're going with Nemesis, I'm going with Anubis. So, like, tell me what's your take, or like, what do you have for Nemesis to think that they could close this game?
Well, first, I would love to just mention the thing that we mentioned that Noor. When we talked about Noor, I didn't talk about Noor as a player. I talked about Noor when I compared him to Salty, because we didn't compare. Maybe let's say that we didn't compare Petro to anybody. But if you compare Noor to Salty, I believe that Salty is way better aimer than Noor. But you don't need an aimer. You needed
100%.
you needed an IGL, so that's why I said that I didn't feel any change when Noor just stepped in terms of aiming, in terms of decision making. It was definitely good. So that's why I'm saying that. That's why maybe my prediction is going for Nemesis right now, because as I mentioned, that Anubis is kind of having the inconsistent way. But also 3BL, for example, is having the same. unKnights is having the same, because these are the three teams that are fighting for the sweet spots in the league right now. So they are having some inconsistency a bit. Yes, we've seen 3BL doing very good lately. But we cannot say that they are giving 100% every time. Sometimes we see them very good, sometimes we see them as just completely average team. Anubis as well, sometimes we see them very good, sometimes they just struggle to close the games. So Anubis, when it comes to such big games, if they struggle one time, or maybe if they don't capitalize on the wins, or if they play versus an IGL like Beck, maybe they will have some suffer. But that doesn't mean because they are worse. It's because the gap of the experience between the players is just huge between Nemesis and when it comes to Anubis.
Yeah, of course, they need to work for the experience. It's not gonna be handed over to them. And speaking of handing over, we should be having a really interesting map V2 here, since both teams likes to play with the double sniper setup. So we should be having those maps. And exactly, you got Black Widow, you got Eagle Eye, and the mix. And also, I like that new compound is banned from Anubis. Like, I remember the last time they played versus each other, Anubis actually picked a new compound and they lost versus Team Nemesis. So that's something to keep in consideration, that they are learning from yesterday's mistakes. That's improvement that's coming from them. And they're like, yeah, Port is a safe spot. It's like one of those maps that's a 50-50 chance for them. They have played a little bit, but it's not their best map. But at least they got the Black Widow, they got the Eagle Eye, you have the double setup sniper. You're gonna be enabling Muffin and of course Dirty for most of the times, and that will help them a lot. Oh, actually, they have a new jersey in Team Anubis. I just noticed that. Yusuf is the only one.
Yeah, actually, yeah, they are having a good jersey. And honestly, I like the maps, as you mentioned. Exactly, it's because of the double sniper setups that's coming from both teams. That means that it should be matched by Nemesis, it should be matched also by Anubis. If you're showing that your double sniper setup, then Anubis will show you the double sniper setup. I like how Anubis plays Eagle Eye, in my opinion. I was surprised when 3BL got the win versus Anubis on Eagle Eye. Yes, I know that 3BL is a very strong team right now, but I like the way that Anubis plays and how Noor is managing his team through Eagle Eye and how they are playing it. Yes, as I said, sometimes they have some deficits. It's okay. All teams have some mistakes, but the way they play Eagle Eye is one of their best maps. The way that he calls, the way they act to the calls, it's very good. Also, Black Widow is not a bad map for them. We've seen them playing aggressive multiple times. Maybe they're trying to use more Dirty and Muffin, because Dirty and Muffin will have full freedom on Black Widow when it comes to attacking side, and also when it comes to the global side. You would just put one on a side and other on a side, and you will just feel comfortable maybe swinging on mid, trying to get the fights on cat, because you have your core snipers which applies pressure on both sides.
That's for Anubis side, and I love that we're mentioning that. But we need to take a look on Nemesis side, since they have one of the best of, like, or some of us will think that he's the best sniper in the West League. Of course, speaking about Alucard, he's been here since forever. He's been with Team Myth, he's been with a lot of teams. He got the huge experience through his career. Of course, played with unKnights, played with Inner Circle, and now he's back to Nemesis. So long road, long story for him, and that guy been always one of the best players that we got in our league. Not like
Definitely.
mentioning Beck as being one of the like you like to call him. He's a student of Pietro. He's played with Pietro for a long time to accelerate or get the most experience, or like the most knowledge out of him. So that will help him to be a really good IGL. That's something we are sleeping on. And of course, Beck, was one of the best IGLs in the last season. They got the runner-up position versus Vitality, and they made Vitality work through the lower bracket to get even to the final. There is a grand final. Okay, anyways, to get into the grand final, and it was like a dramatic way for them to close it that way. They had the big comics bring in the action, a sniper to goes in to play as a front entry, like the first entry. It was just a absolute cinema to see them reach that spot. And yeah, of course, we saw them last season. We hope to see the same stuff this one.
Well, yeah, you mentioned that he's a very good IGL. I like the way he's IGLing as well. I like both IGLs today. They have some kind of unique gameplay. Even though if the gameplay of Anubis is sometimes people call it slow, it's just a play style. They chose to play a bit slow, and that's and they're doing it good. Maybe they need some a bit change, and they will be winning more games. And this is what we're expecting Anubis to see today, to see from them today.
Of course, changes might occur into the maps, but now we can see that Anubis and Nemesis are ready. And to go to the game, like to watch them, we gotta go to Vault and of course Elfin. So guys, take it away.
Thanks, fellas, for a nice start to the day. And Anubis and Nemesis, I feel like this is a tantalizing prospect, really. This is a matchup where I think it can really dictate how the season goes for both of these two teams. So it's been, I would say, more good than bad from Anubis, and maybe more bad than good for Nemesis this season so far. I don't know if everyone would necessarily agree with that, but I've been kind of a little bit underwhelmed with Nemesis, and I've been a little bit more happy, I think, with what I've seen from Anubis. That's why I went with my Anubis prediction. But I feel like this is a very winnable matchup, and I think the prediction split being 50-50 really is an indication of where this match is. It does feel like a 50-50 game to me, so I think we're going to get a big one here. We'll see how things start off for the day.
Yeah, well, I'm actually on the opposite camp. I predicted Nemesis for one very simple reason. Why are Anubis losing some of their games? It's because they're a team that are a little bit indecisive, and their firepower can sometimes let them down. But apparently, they're going to be starting off on their front foot. Muffin finds the first blood of this map, and on this Black Widow, really a lot of impact truly comes out from both Comics and Dipsy. So that defense is gonna have a lot to bargain for, though, because, well, on Black Widow especially, more so a little bit than some of the other maps we've seen Anubis punish Bond, that slower pacing, that, I guess, poking and prodding style that they like to play gains a lot of value, especially knowing that they're a team that is also capable of being aggressive, capable of being explosive. But, well, they got the best of one world. Let's see if they can get the best of the other here on the B side.
Yeah, a little push coming forward here from Dipsy. That has to be a one-and-done position at best, and it's not even. It's a none-and-done, so he'll go down and give it an extra player. And his free sight looks like it will be a bit of a freebie for Anubis, so a very good start to their campaign in this series against Nemesis. Beck goes down, trying to recover it. It's been a pretty routine round. I mean, there's really not a whole lot of pizzazz from Nemesis. I kind of feel like that's almost been how I felt about them so far this season. You know, the very first week we saw them play CFL 2-0, and they only just beat 3. I kind of came out of that week with a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. And then they come into this week and, you know, they beat Swamp, but it was like, it wasn't exactly the easiest of games for Nemesis necessarily. I thought that they should sort of clean them up a bit easier than they did. I just think, you know, Anubis is going to be a real test for them, and it seems like so far today, obviously only one round in, but I think this Anubis lineup, if they play a good game today, could actually clean Nemesis up. I think we're going to be a little bit surprised if that does happen, but on one hand, yes, it will be surprising. On the other hand, I think there's been some weaknesses shown by Nemesis, and so it would kind of come as like a bit of a, oh, you know, I sort of expected that in a way. I'm kind of hoping that won't be the case, but yeah, I mean, Nemesis, if they play more rounds like that one, then yeah, it's going to be a bit of a struggle for them. So we'll see how this obviously plays out in the long term, but good start for Anubis, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely, the best start possible from their side, but that's exactly what we need to see from Nemesis. Them also being able to pull on the trigger and add a card. Known quantity, top caliber player at that, and he's going to be one of the keys of actually keeping that Nemesis side in the game for sure. Because as he said, yeah, like especially considering their 2-0 loss to 3BL, it was in a very similar fashion as well, right? Like a couple of rounds that 3BL came out of the gate swinging and surprised them. But honestly speaking, I still think that I'm gonna actually favor Nemesis a little bit more. At least for the start, though, Anubis is a little sharper, more dangerous. They know exactly what they want to do, and good assignment work from them. Dipsy should be gone, and he will be courtesy of the HE. They know that it's the second player by the door, but they are unaware of the flank. Maybe are gonna get caught off guard. Dirty tries to play for the keepsake. Might spot Beck, but I wonder about the second guy. Actually clears Raffin out first, and Beck also has been spotted. The IGL now has got the piece 2 and 2 together. The C4 has not gone down yet, and they're calling on Alucard to try to hold that bridge take. More presence coming in from Gainer, and a big test for the Egyptian and the Turk here.
Yeah, Dirty just has to sit here and chill. He's gonna do anything but, and ends up going down. I don't think there's really any reason to be going for that swing. Now it's all down to Noor, and he was, I think, you know, copping a little bit of flack on the desk. They were saying, Salty, a little bit more firepower, and that may be true, but here's a chance for Noor to turn some heads once again, looking for the 3v1. Started it pretty well. He's really buying some good time. Alucard gonna go down, but Noor can't hit Comics inside of that smoke, and so Nemesis will take the round. And you know, I think you do have to look a little bit at that swing outside of the box from Anubis. They don't necessarily need to be making that, but in the end they do. They give up a couple of players, leave Noor a little bit too much to do. It was a good effort in the clutch, but not enough this time around, given a little too much to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, as he said, they just didn't need to move. They could have just bunkered down on the side itself, but they gave the ground for Nemesis. And now the question does become, does Anubis really know how to adjust something like that? Because that feels like it's an intrinsic thing, right? It's like some players are just a bit more active by nature, cannot sit still, and you kind of need to drill it into the team, right? And they've basically mostly been together as a whole. And to the Noor point, I think that their calling have improved a fair bit under him. But yeah, the firepower deficit definitely does show from time to time. It was a good attempt there on the clutch. But again, that's one of the things about Noor that we've consistently seen. And he's a bit too slow for the rhythm of the game, especially in the clutch. And that is something that, yes, of course, you're braining it out, you're thinking it about, and he's got the right read, right? He goes through the correct flow chart. But the problem about that is that you need to go through it in an appropriate time as well, and that is where he's got some constraints.
This time, he's happy to find himself the double kill. I think he's been fine, honestly, as an IGL. I don't think he deserves any criticism personally, but Alucard double for himself. Not quite going to be enough to hold on to the A site. 3v1 now for Dipsy, so the shoe's back on the other foot. And Anubis back in control of the game for now. 35 seconds ticking away. And I find it hard to believe that we are really going to be able to see a whole lot here from Dipsy.
Smoke is attached shallow though, so he can probably sneak through. And he got it. Yeah, that's never going to be the case. Pretty easy one there for their side. Anubis now starting to have grasp the lead of their own. And the question does become, well, where's the fixing with that, right? Like, Raffin is 0-3, Dipsy is 0-3, Alucard shut down early, and here was your primary source of firepower.
Yeah, Raffin going to try to salvage things here towards Barracks. Going to get himself the 1-for-1. Comics at least there to backfill the position, but it looks like Anubis are aware that Comics is sticking around. Dirty gets a bit too over-eager. Should have probably waited for Noor. Come in and play it together. Noor can still find this exchange back, but it's a bit more of a tough ask for him now. Eventually does calibrate onto the head. Fast flanking from Beck, though, should be the death sentence in this round for Anubis. Muffin was not expected. And so we do actually find ourselves in a 1v1. A very winnable round here for Muffin.
Oh, but he elects not to pick up a rifle, though, and that could be his bane. A flank from the other side. Dipsy also on the TRG himself, but he's got a Colt in his hand. It's a matter of timing here. Muffin is hanging around for a bit too much. Yes, he's got a lot of time in his hands. And it's not a bad off angle, but the timing could definitely betray him here. He's going through on long. And there's a line of safety for Muffin if he wants to put down that C4. But then this also means that Dipsy could probably get one of those 417s and try to take the fight himself. Now, time is ticking away. And Dipsy starting to encroach on that territory. Muffin could have had the chance to rotate, could have had the chance to plant, but he chose to be patient, and he got rewarded for it.
We're already starting to see a little bit of a lead build out. Granted, some of these rounds are coming from clutches, so Nemesis aren't necessarily too perturbed by that fact. They know they're getting it close. They just need to execute and convert on the rounds, but even still, a scoreline that is 3-1 can blow out pretty quickly. So that will, I think, start having Nemesis a little bit concerned if the next round or two goes the way of Anubis in even a similar fashion.
That is impeccable and probably a critical kill for that round, because the entire setup was really dependent on either them finding an aggression in catwalk or getting that pick in mid. Now that they get that, it's a 4-on-5, and that really leaves Anubis in a 2-2 split either side. The A side is usually the one that could be a little bit harder because the B players can try to bunker down together, but I still think that's the right call, right? Like, bring more of your numbers. I even want 4 out of those 5 to take that trade. They see an HE coming through bridge, but do they anticipate Beck being that close up?
I think you've certainly got to be clearing it, don't you? Comics there as well. It's not a bad box room setup. You've also got Nua kind of just exploring towards short. So might perhaps call the troops back over. They've got a minute to still decide what they want to be doing. Dirty again, chiming in with one. This double sniper setup is so effective on the attack. I suspect if this round goes the way of Anubis, we might see attack timeout from Nemesis. It would be in line with the games they played yesterday. And it very much does seem as though it will be a round that is going to go the way of Anubis. They are just making it look too easy. Beck might get himself one there in the box room, but realistically, how likely is it that he wins this round? Pretty much impossible. 4-1 there is the score. And as expected, time for a conversation here from Nemesis.
And a lot to be had there from Kevin. You can tell a little bit of frustration on his face in that round. And truth be told, Anubis are playing a masterful game. Last season, I was always saying that Nemesis will always be the kryptonite of a team like 3BL. Just because, you know, the firepower wasn't there to fully overwhelm Nemesis. And Nemesis themselves are a tactical team. But right now, they're matched in a team that is very stylistically similar to them. And the main problem for Nemesis is, as we've all talked about, both us and the desk, their fragging is a little bit underwhelming, right? It's really been Alucard and Beck providing the majority of the fragging. Some moments from comics, you can say, but even then, like, you really need a lot more out of both Raffin and Dipsy. The two of them have been a little bit quiet this season for the start, and with everyone actually singing the praises for 3BL and how decent they actually have been looking, Anubis catching up could be a very scary proposition, not just for TEC, who will be here later, but for Nemesis themselves, because now they are the ones that are really put in the line of fire first and foremost.
Yeah, I don't think they've got anyone to blame but themselves. I really... I don't know, I've really been a little bit disappointed with Nemesis. Like, I have such high expectations for this lineup, and I guess that's what it is. But they've just really not looked like... I think they've looked like a shadow of themselves this season. And hopefully they can find a bit of that magic once again. But it's not forthcoming in today's match so far.
To be fair, last season, that was one of the things that we actually did talk a little bit about Nemesis very early on in the initial week or two, right? I remember they had 2 games in week 1 last season, one against Imperium, one against 3BL. Right now, they tried to switch on the fuse, And Gainer have woke up from his slumber. 2 kills to his name. Dipsy trades on the 1, and he's already AK-47 in hand, trying to bring on some vintage flavor, and it's Muffin left in a 1v1, and the pistol will be enough for both.
Oh, they've got to be so disappointed with this. Nemesis, like, this is now another clutch that's gone the way of Anubis. And scoreline blows out to 5-1. You've used your tack timeout. Nothing seems to be working. You're getting close in a lot of these rounds, but just not being quite as clutch as what we're seeing from Anubis. This time, opening pick actually will go their way. They're going to hope to use that to a good degree of effectiveness. Anubis at the moment just seem like they're kind of battering down the door on B. Trying it over and over and over again. Perhaps Nemesis have read into that and obviously themselves an advantage off the back of it. It doesn't necessarily mean this round's going to go their way, though. Anubis have done a pretty good job of sort of swindling these.
It's a good idea for Nemesis. Again, he tried it last time with Alucard, here again on nearly the same position. Actually panned out a little bit better this time. So that's good for the team. Dipsy is starting to have a little bit of his own individual impact, and this duel here isn't going to be everything. Gainer, a little bit quiet before the timeout. The last time around, wrapped and spotted. Lightning fast from Dirty, nearly finding a second there. A little bit fortunate for Comics, only to be hit with a leg shot, but the HE is there to deliver. They gained that control of long early, and we made good use of it now. They got options all across the map if they want to, but at least from the way that the team seems to be leaning around Dirty and Doom, I feel like they're going to take that C4 and try to go to B. So now, Beck is trying to get a read himself, and he reads to play off-site, which isn't the worst, but sticking here by the door means that he opens himself to be traded. He just needs to get one and dip away as fast as possible, but he's also worried about minutes. That setup from Anubis means that, especially when that player dies, they can immediately pull on the trigger. They need to do so now, and they need to make it clean. A flash to make it a little bit more difficult from Beck, but Doom needs to find that duel. Beck holds the line. Dipsy coming out, and it's Muffin again to be looking for more impact. An M14 picked up, but only 10 seconds remain on the timer. They can try to push through from the window, and they trade over 1. 8 seconds remain on the timer, and Dirty Deeds seal the round for Anubis.
Yeah, once again it comes down to a 1v1, and once again Anubis win it. I mean, granted, it was probably more like the 2v2 and the trades obviously just having to get converted, but realistically speaking, like, you have to be slamming some tables at this point as Nemesis. They just do not seem to be getting the rub of the green at the moment. 5-on-4 though to start this round again, but I just question how relevant that really is. Anubis have already shown the ability to come back from these deficits, and even in that most recent round. So I don't know that I'm prepared to say Nemesis are going to win any of these rounds until I see it actually pop up on the scoreboard.
It's really a little bit unfortunate for Nemesis in total, but this round, a little bit of a 6-2. Maybe a 6-2 the worst thing in the world, but Anubis seems to be going back at that round. Well, scratch any possibility, because it's still actually a little bit feasible here. Doom, the good timing. Yes, the C4 is left in no man's land, but he himself is not aware that they've also kind of conceded the C4. Of course, they didn't notice it at first, but they also know that the C4 is not on him. They decide to corral towards the B site, and there's a real chance here for Doom to perhaps isolate another 1v1, and he's got a minute to do so. A decent angle for Alucard could be the one to catch him off guard. It's going to be a matter of timing as he creeps through towards the mid door. That's the 1v1 to find. If he finds it clean, there's a real chance for the round. Alucard out the window, goes deep into the B site. There's a leeway here for him, but he's got to be careful of Becca. Timing that couldn't have been any more favorable for Doom, but he goes back into the B site. He had an empty A site on his hands, and now he's walking into Alucard's USP, a demon on the pistol, and he is going to continue to be a king.
Yeah, there was definitely a world there, wasn't there, where he could have walked into A, got the plan down, played out the 1v3, and again, at that point, kind of who knows what could have happened, but in there not to be, makes the wrong decision this time around. back to square one. Nemesis can maybe scrounge together a third on this defense, and Anubis would love a 7-2 lead. It would be a dominant display, a dominant half. Again, it's that contest outside of B, outside of the box room, where we really are seeing the initial engagement happening, but nothing really coming of it this time around.
Slower on the pacing. Anubis thinking again about mid. Dipsy seems to have the read. But even with the scoop, Anubis actually wasn't up to those antics, and now the box room is going to be their first line of sight. Dipsy's in a position to support, but he's not going to be in initial contact. It's going to be all on comics here. Still got a flash. Will probably be helpful. The execute is ready, and Gainer gives it the go sign.
Not going to be on the receiving end of a shot from Dipsy, but still getting the entries here on the B side, and that is good news. Muffin, nice shot in. Will secure a player lead for this round and for this post plan. So back Alucard and Raffin once again with the job of trying to salvage another sticky situation, and I just got to question why Dirty peeks it. He doesn't need to. Muffin's now going to have to go and pick up that line. He's obviously going to have to be worried about what's happening in mid, but needs to also be aware of a potential push through from Raffin. He's got a lot to cover here as a solo individual. Has, of course, spotted Raffin out now and gets the fight in his favor. And that might just be the death sentence for Nemesis. 10 seconds on the clock. There's nothing Alucard can do but walk into that setup from Anubis, and they are doing it easily at the moment. Scoreline 7-2 in the first half.
And a dominant one as well. It's not like Nemesis are only losing in terms of the duel, they're also losing tactically, which is something that even against the tip of the top teams, when you think about TEC, when you think about Vitality, you never used to say something like that. You always used to say, like, the other team was better on the day, not that they were tactically beat. And, you know, we're given a lot of flack for Noor on an individual level. A great performance from him individually here on the game, and a masterclass of calling that really has got to be celebrated.
Yeah, I mean, the calling's been good, but I think also just on an individual level, you know, we've seen Anubis are a little bit better. Think about how many clutches they won. It would probably have been, what, 3 or 4 in that half? And yeah, if those 3 or 4 rounds actually go the way of Nemesis in the 1v1, then it's a completely different scoreline. You know, it's maybe like 5-4 favoring Nemesis, and it's a different kind of an argument, but not really the case. Anubis have been certainly a lot better on Black Widow thus far. We'll see whether or not that's obviously maintained into the second half here, but I imagine it's going to be quite hard to really make an argument that Nemesis can come back here in this second half, unless they start really well. First couple of rounds, maybe. But at this stage, I will not be holding my breath. I think they're going to have to start thinking about what they're going to do on Eagle Eye.
I mean, their Eagle Eye was the cleaner one of the two when they were playing against Swamp, so even for that, maybe a little bit optimistic that there's some light at the end of this tunnel, but right now, it feels like it's completely dark. They lose that round, Anubis immediately within touching distance, and they start off on the GR side with some tempered aggression. They gain bridge control. They still got 3 in total towards the B site, and Gainer and Doom could actually think about proceeding even deeper. That they do. Nemesis, after taking that control early on towards mid and towards barracks, now bringing themselves back to the angle. They might expect one, but will they expect them both? That is going to be the real question here, especially with 30 playing close to the box. Initial contact taken, but they're still trying to be methodical, but haven't really fully cleared it. There's a chance for Gainer and Doom to win the round outright. They're focused on the one, and Gainer is still in play, but they take the box room first, and now the duel comes in from Nemesis, and they clean off that take. Some excellent maneuvers from their side, and even their flank denied by Alucard.
Yeah, what's Muffin going to get up to, though, in the 1v3? I think we do have to still keep that in mind. It's a bit of a sharpie with that TRG in hand. So the round is by no means over until he is dead. And he's really towards B, looking for a pick. He can't find it on that plant. Round will go the way of Nemesis, exactly how they need to be starting the second half. Obviously a long way to go, but you know, the road wasn't built in a day, and they just have to take it one step at a time.
feel like the read was right. Clearly on the money. Doom is gonna be on that. Different look, but couldn't really fall off for the trade. Didn't have enough support either from Muffin towards mid, thanks to that smoke that was pushed down early. And back to a 4-on-4 they go. Decent damage done to both Muffin and Beck. But Muffin really not letting off that mid position go without a fight. And I like that from Anubis, right? They're taking some proactivity, taking some control. Something that we have barely seen from the side of Nemesis. And they are not afraid of testing on some luxuries with the buffer that they have.
I think this is fine from Anubis. A little bit more of a forward hold, though, from Muffin. He is kind of isolated there in mid. Pickable for sure. You've got Gainer kind of hanging around on short, but he's also got to be a little bit more aware of what's happening on long as well. So he's got a lot to cover. So K, for 1 or 2, usually going to be good for 2 in these kinds of scenarios, and he does indeed manage to find that double kill. He is such a reliable player at the moment for Anubis, and that's, again, a big reason why I have so much faith in this Anubis lineup. But Gainer just seems to be worth his weight in gold. Comics has brought it back to the 1v2, and there is 48 seconds to try and retrieve the C4 and make something of it. Dirty going to pick the pace up and happy to take that duel, wins it. And Anubis are up to 8-3 now, so it was maybe a minor blip in the radar, but nothing really too concerning for Anubis losing that first round of the half as they're right back on the wagon.
They lead them by 4, of course, but ooh, that was a crisp shooting from Alucard there. One player dead on the box, second one spotted. Difficult crossings for Muffin, and that is Alucard right there in his typical style, able to handle the aggression, stealing Nemesis for another round, which, well, now it doesn't even feel like a steal for their side. It feels like it's an earned right. 5-on-3. If it goes wrong here, they have lost all hope in that one, and they're able to even shut down Gainer before he gets any momentum. So, should be round over. Doom and Noor still alive, and not a bad position from the former, but trying to take a privilege of his own. Oh, well, in a 4-on-2, definitely still a conversation to be had. And Noor is playing with fire here. Comics taking his time. Doom is trying to deny any support. They get the information, but Noor is already way too boxed in, and this should be.
Yeah, I mean, to give Nemesis some credit, they've definitely looked a little bit more competitive here in the second half. But it's just such a huge deficit that they have to try to pull back that it's pretty difficult to imagine they're going to be able to do it. Don't get too far ahead of myself, though, and say that this is a done deal just yet for Anubis. See how this next round pans out. Nemesis this time perhaps setting themselves up for a long take. Work their way out. Contact play than anything else, and Muffin will be on the receiving end of it.
Ooh, good trade though from Gainer. Still a TRG on the scene, but Dirty's not really looking that long, and Gainer has got to be careful not to be outnumbered. Last time around, they aggressed from here. This time around, the timing not that bad for Noor. And while Dipsy is low on HP, Noor really have got to find a way to get back. I don't think that he needs to take the duel. I don't think that he needs to bunker down on bridge. They already have traded back to a 4-on-4, and now all they need to do is just to make Nemesis work, right? Burn some of that utility, make the round difficult. Still a minute 20 on the timer. So, again, maybe not the call that I would have made, but the IGL seems to be backing himself in that position.
Gainer wants to pivot to assist Doom if necessary. What is Nemesis going to opt for this time around? Doom's just trying to spot towards middle. See if there's any cross into short. He will come into play in a second here. Just jiggling on that line, should have surely spotted out Raffin there. Fires a couple of shots off, doesn't quite manage to get Raffin, but info's there now for Gainer, who is in danger of running into Beck, or maybe it's Beck running into Gainer, because Gainer, again, like I've said so many times, always good for the double. Finds himself 2 there. Comics wanting to try to salvage, but he knows Dipsy is low, so he can't afford to throw his own life away. This round really does have to come down to comics to make the difference. Noor still spotting him out in middle, and it's kind of forced Nemesis to go A. Dirty will have that information, you'd hope, but he's just completely disregarded the potential push on long. It's a bad position for Dirty to find himself in. He's picked off from the side, and the plant will be secured for Nemesis as a result. I don't understand why he doesn't play safe from long if he's going to be watching short, but in the end, Anubis might find a way to throw this round away. It's down to Noor to try to salvage.
I mean, they had a good system. They just didn't really need to take that risk, as he said. But they're the team that are willing to make those bold calls. No utility for Noor. Now knows where Comics is, and there's only an HE in his hand, but timer is running low. And we were talking about this before. Noor needs to put his foot on the pedal right now. He tries to go for a tap, but couldn't find a kill. And Nemesis still showing some life in this game. Enough of which Anubis needs to re-strategize.
Yeah, I think that's a huge story, honestly, from Anubis. I don't understand how, in that scenario like that, you can play that position. A little bit miffed by the looks of things with that round. Muffin's out of his chair again, just to follow up on that conversation from yesterday. Every single tack timeout. But, you know, I think if you're going to solo hold the A site, you can't just be standing out in no man's land. Right? If you're going to watch short, you need to be safe from long. If you're going to watch long, you need to be as safe from short as you possibly can be, and there are positions that you can watch one and be safe from the other. You can't obviously watch both at once. But regardless, Anubis is still in a good spot to close this map out.
Yeah, absolutely. And like my problem with that is I felt like the setup was great, right? Like Dirty didn't overpush it through middle. They still had North that would actually be able to lean a little bit and help if they try to re-push through mid. Then why take that risk? Especially that they were in that position before. And Gainer went down after getting 2, so it doesn't seem like it's going to be just straight on from short, because they've lost a lot of players from there. And there's always a long lurk when it's an A take. So that just feels like it's a rudimentary error from a team that, you know, like it seems like they almost had everything down. They just don't really anticipate it that much, and it's maybe because of like their scrimming opposition, because I don't think they really scrim against Nemesis that much and teams at that tactical level. And again, even with all of that, I'm still very high on Nemesis's macro play, and I feel like that is the case that can lead them to some success. All back in the game now, and this is where in Season 1 we were really critical of Anubis, their ability to close games. And usually their clutches that they've improved on in Season 2, but now they need to get it when it's most important.
Yeah, Anubis have just given themselves a little bit more of a job to do. Might not be the end of the world. But again, it's something to consider. So, see how this one ends up panning out. 5-8. It could have been essentially a done deal for Anubis. Again, though, they're going to have to work for it. And so back to square one. Looks like a pretty standard take from them. Really nothing too outrageous. Very slow, very methodical. See if they can find some picks around the map. And Nemesis so far not having that success.
Nemesis now do an opener for Comics. Again, a big stack towards bridge from Anubis, but that smoke there on the stairs towards the catwalk is the thing that is really stopping Doom from being more support. Gainer is spotted. Not an easy move to take from his side. He's got a lot of angles to worry about, and Dipsy just drops in and gets the job done. A lot to be asked of Muffin. He needs to find something. That's the first. He needs to be patient. 2 players have crossed paths. And with that second shot missing, things could have gone wrong, but he's sticking to his guns. He's got the support of the IGL. Noor actually picking another sniper. A lot of players low on HP, and Noor gets the job done for 2. But the Clutch Master himself is here. Will the Minister get another one underway? Authoritative order from Alucard, trying to see for the headshot angle, but Noor beats him to the punch, and Anubis find match point.
Another nice clutch out from Noor. He's taking it personally, and he is putting on a display today, a 3v1, but I think you have to be a little bit critical of Nemesis there as well. They opt to speed up into the B site. That's where the stack still is for Anubis. They had time to slow that one down. Did not take that opportunity. So 9-5 now. You know, there's been I would say a couple of errors out of Anubis, but generally they have not been punished for it. And it seems as though they are going to walk away with this map victory pretty comfortably in the end anyway.
Yeah, well, being comfortable for Anubis. And Nemesis is starting to feel the weight of this map calling. Of course, last time around, they had more troubles here than they've had on Eagle Eye. So, again, that pick itself is another big question mark that I want to hear what Penguin and Seku have to say about. But for now, it really seems like one team is ahead in the pecking order, and the clutches going the way of Anubis have really solidified their position in the lead. But once again, Long continues to be a concern. Gainer against the world. Dipsy is making his presence known. Gainer just couldn't really handle the pressure, and he's got little support from the players on the underpass. It does seem like Nemesis might be able to still put some fight into that one. Rotations are late, and the fight on Cat is everything. Comics on the left, Alucard on the cross. And if they clear him out cleanly, maybe a chance here for Anubis, but they're taking their sweet time. 20 seconds left on the C4, and they will need to go now.
It's a good setup on short. Alucard's backing away. I think this fight actually starts to favor Anubis a little bit, though. They have to go through the smoke, but Muffin's going to be good enough to get himself 2 anyway. And another one as well, as Raffin sticks around for a little bit too much. So now just onto Beck. The bomb's not even really planted for him. The defuse just stuck by Noor. And 10-5 will be the scoreline. Noor again coming away with another clutch. I mean, granted, this time it's 2v1 in his favor, but the balls to just stick that defuse, understood the situation, understood the assignment, got it done. 10-5, Anubis talking about a comfortable win on map 1. And I have to say, I mean, that's actually kind of in line with my expectations, right? Like I predicted for Anubis, I think they've looked like the better team so far this year, or at least this season. And I mean, what can you say? They definitely look like the better team on that map. Sure, they made a couple of mistakes and they did allow a couple of rounds to go back to Nemesis, but I think by and large that was really quite an easy game for Anubis.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, one-sided affair from them, and they had all the reins on that one. So let's see how that transpired from the desk.
It's like watching that game. It was just like I was like, huh. So some rounds are a bit weird, I would say. Like they're not adding up to how it would usually look like. Okay, for conclusion, I forgot to unmute myself on Discord, and Penguin was like, of course, for sure. Yeah, that's a good point you're saying.
That's the lip syncing.
Well, yeah, of course, the way that Anubis came up with this game was just surprising for most of the viewers, and of course the talents. Even Penguin was asking me like, it looks that's not Nemesis that we knew.
Yeah, well, definitely that's not Nemesis. I mean, if we have a replay system and they can pick rounds, I can show you how Nemesis are playing. It's completely, they are completely off today. We're not saying they are just having a poor performance, but this map they were completely off. Talking about team-wise, let's look, for example, after the tactical pose that Anubis took, and we've seen Nemesis pushing it to B side, getting the kills needed, and then Dips is doing everything he can, and then suddenly Raffin just goes into the box room and drops from the box room single-handedly alone without any backup. His teammate was just far behind, and he dies instantly to Muffin, so his teammate just feels that he needs to get this trade, and then he pushes as well and gets out of the window solo, all one by one, which is a big question marks on the performance going out from Nemesis. Also, if you look at the last round, Beck didn't even know that the plant was not for him. He was looking at the default spot. It was planted for Cat because they had the setup on Cat. They were stacking on Cat. So in my opinion, it was a bit mistake of Alucard because Alucard was having the cat control and then he decided to back up. You cannot back up. It's just you fight or you die. That's it. You planted the C4 to the cat, then you just need to fight for it. You can't just need to go. You can't just go away. Even if you are flashed, you just need to fight for the C4. Otherwise, Beck will be in such a tough situation. Still, it's a miscommunication in my opinion because they should have told Beck the C4 is not for you. You should have done Tramp. Because if Beck went Tramp, he could have easily killed the guy who is defusing. However, this didn't happen. Just a full miscommunication map coming out from the guys from Nemesis. On the other hand, Anubis just perfectly got the advantage of what we have said. He just got every round into the best luck. He waited for the mistakes from Nemesis and instantly punished them, and this is exactly what happened. Muffin is superstar of this team, definitely, and I said it a lot and I'll say it again. If Muffin is performing, there is nobody else can stop Anubis. Other than that, maybe we can say only Vitality that can stop them if Muffin is having his best days, and he is. And this is the round I'm talking about. You had the C4 for Cat, and you gave Muffin a triple kill because you stepped back, and then you had to step in again while you are jumping, so he caught you off guard. Well played by Anubis, well played by Muffin. The guys did very good. Noor as well. He got multiple clutches. That's what we are talking about. That's what we are expecting Noor to be doing. In my opinion, Gainer had some ups and downs, but on the most important rounds, he got the kills that's needed to turn the round into Anubis' favor.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I want to back it up with Muffin being the key player for Anubis to have the leg up over Team Nemesis for multiple times. He's just multi-fragging like it's a walk in the park. He's making it looks easy. That's how good he is. And of course, I want to add up that Doom actually made Nemesis cry. I would say that out loud. It felt like even when he was in a 1v5 situation at one of the rounds, he was just like, yeah, I'm gonna try to clutch it. He got two. He got both of them, and he was... he was pretty close to get the third one. He was like 10 HP.
Yeah.
But like
it was,
three players hitting at him at the same time. So he got no choice. Like he's handcuffed, and they just like got him red-handed trying to steal another one, and they were panicking. You see that, and you see the aim duels, the 2v5s, or the 3v5 that we have seen from Team Anubis. That brings the talk to a point that if Anubis are just that bold, they can just do whatever they need. And in Egypt we say it's either you be the one with no hair, or like the guy who can just fire at everyone, and they got both, I believe. Do they have anyone? Oh yeah, they have their coach Yusuf as well, so they have both.
And Gainer.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, well, it's how Anubis are playing. The guys are playing very good. Honestly, we cannot just discount how good they played because of that Nemesis played very bad. So people might think that, okay, you're saying that Anubis won because Nemesis played bad. Yes, Nemesis played very, very bad, but also Anubis played very good, because if both of them were playing just maybe in a worse way, we would have seen probably a closer score. We would have seen 10-8, or maybe went overtime. Anubis is doing mistake, Nemesis capitalizing on that. Nemesis is doing mistake, Anubis didn't capitalize on that, so the game just goes one by one. But Anubis did the less mistakes in this game, and they capitalized on all the mistakes that Nemesis did, because in my opinion it's miscommunication issues coming out from the guys, mostly teamwork issue as well. That's big question marks. What were the guys doing on the past few weeks, on the past few days, while they are just trying to practice for the West League?
Yeah, of course, we have a lot of questions for Nemesis, but I believe the answer will be in Game 2. If they lost this one, I'm sorry guys, but you're going back down to the mid-cart, and Anubis are taking your place. And of course, to see what's gonna happen, we'll head to Elfish and Volt.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, look, a few questions I think certainly have to be leveled towards Nemesis, particularly if they end up going on to lose this series 0-2. It would be a bit of a rougher turn of events for them this week. Like I said, was not super impressed yesterday by the win against Swamp. So far have been very unimpressed by this game against Anubis. They definitely need to be turning it around here. We are moving into Anubis' map pick, so it's certainly going to be a bit concerning, I think, for Nemesis.
Yeah, and you know, I'm just going to say it. I was also a little bit unimpressed by Anubis' performance this week. Not just their game against Swamp, which really came down to perhaps some individual miracles from Gainer, who really hasn't even turned on. So there's yet another dimension to Anubis that could have made that win even more convincing, by the way. Yes, there were flashes of brilliance from Gainer. He wasn't the player to take over the map. Maybe that will be the case here in Eagle Eye, but as I was saying, even their game against Vitality didn't look as close. They looked at it a bit sloppy, and it seems like they got it all under control here for Nemesis.
We'll have to wait and see, obviously, how things are going to shape up as we head into the second map. But, I mean, one of the big things, obviously, is get some clutches, get some clutch wins. Need to find a way to deal with Gainer. He's obviously multi-fragging like an absolute beast at the moment, so can't let him get away with multiple kills like that. I don't know. I mean, it feels like, at the moment, it just feels like there's a little bit too much available on the behalf of Anubis that Nemesis, at this stage, don't necessarily have that same kind of X factor, that same kind of pizzazz. They don't have the same kind of firepower, and in a lot of cases, Anubis, purely their firepower is enough to get them through these rounds. They don't necessarily have to overthink things, so I think they're in a good spot to potentially close this one out 0-2, but let's find out how it will play out as we do head into Eagle Eye. Like I said, the map pick of Anubis here, so they should be feeling quite confident about things.
Right now, start decent from Nemesis, and perhaps, as I was talking about, you know, like Nemesis is one of the teams that absolutely has a good Eagle Eye, and Anubis' Eagle Eye haven't been that impressive for me, and again, like, it looks loose, man. Like, that's the Anubis that we've seen in the game against Vitality and some of their damage against Swamp. Sure, Muffin individually is doing great, but he really cannot just move mountains by himself. Everyone but him basically had no impact to the people that side. Noor is already on one, and that is going to be all. Actually, still manages to find a second. A little bit later against Raven. And Nemesis started off well, but that's exactly what happened on the Eagle Eye, or sorry, in the Black Widow. And that turned out to be fool's gold. Let's see if Anubis can actually pivot around and deal with it a little bit better. An early HE that doesn't really do that much due to the patience of Nemesis. And this time around, again, another entry for them.
Yeah, not the start here in the second map that Anubis was looking for, that's for sure, but not the end of the world just yet. Gainer set up a forward position, trying to see if he can dislodge Nemesis, but finds an unfavorable duel, and so, again, the job's going to be down to the rotators here on the A site. Dirty through that smoke, picked up by Beck. This has been pretty routine so far from Nemesis. Anubis are looking like a completely different team in comparison to what we saw on Black Widow. Were very, very poor fights being taken by them. And so it is going to be a 2-0 lead for Nemesis in just a second. Of course, it's a little too early to get too excited about things, but maybe Nemesis can bolster themselves from that result and start to push towards a map 3.
So right now, Doom is the only thing that really remains in that round. And across from mid, feels like death trap. Still at least get something done, but for the second time, Nemesis convincing, aggressive early on, and they seems to pick the moment, which is the thing that was always the case for them. Went missing a little bit for the Black Widow. Anubis don't really have any answers early, and they'll need to switch that around. It's another time that Alucard picks Muffin apart and exposes that A side as a weakness. The rotations are a lot earlier this time, but it doesn't really do anything different. If anything, it's even more dominant inside Nemesis.
Yeah, certainly seems that way.
Doom, and he's alone.
I mean, you need to find a way to sort of impact this as Anubis a little bit earlier on in the round, or if not impact it a little bit earlier in the round, just not die. You know what I mean? Like, you can't be having these guys getting picked time and time and time again at the very beginning of these rounds. Nemesis are just blazing their way through at the moment. Anubis need to find a way to slow things down or find an opening pick of their own. Is it a little too early to call attack timeout? I think it probably is. But maybe in the next sort of round or two is where we'll see it from Anubis. If they aren't able to find a way to pick the round up themselves, they'll have a conversation with the coach.
Conversation. What happened here if they don't get that one right? Like, again, aggressive, but that was ambitious from Doom, to say the least. And right now, well, things are looking even harder for Anubis because they can't claim control. And right, if it was 3BL in here, you would see them just scaling and not being scared of a thing. But Muffin is in a position that could easily be punished by Alucard if he actually committed to that trade with the rest of the team. But apparently Nemesis have an alternate avenue in mind. They were thinking about splitting towards mid. They have still inserted Rapid there to be their insurance policy. An important duel to be won, but again, Alucard still finding good value, but Gainer seems to have finally found his rhythm. He will need to shut down the opposite entry, but Raffin is doing good on that M14. Still needs a little bit more, but it's not going to be enough for Anubis. Dirty was posted, and Anubis seems to be shell-shocked off the rip.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be attack timeout from Anubis. I agree, they look a little bit shell-shocked. They need the time here to figure things out. They just completely go missing here in map 2. The game plan not working out at all. So what's going wrong really for them? I mean, they are just losing the opening pick in every single one of these runs. They need to find a way to neuter that somehow, whether it's just play a little bit more reserved back in the sights, or whether it's try to, as a group, punish in through mid, a bit of an aggression kind of round, maybe trade some of these opening picks down, as opposed to letting them happen unanswered. There's a few options that they could go with here, so intriguing to see what they do come up with this minute-and-a-half tack timeout, but it is early in the map to have to call it. It means you don't have anything in the back pocket for later on.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things that actually Penguin said yesterday when we had the interviews is really striking a chord right now. I remember when everyone was singing the praises of 3BL, especially after the interview with Beck. He was saying that Anubis is unstoppable if their riflers are actually the ones that are going, right? Because then you can give a lot more or whoever is going to be the secondary sniper. It's not the case here, right? Like, Gainer is having a slow game, and they're just able to, I guess, eat him up because of that. Not a lot of space for Muffin. And to be honest, being pitted against Alucard is always going to be a difficulty, even for the best in the world.
Well, Noo's got a lot to say. You can still see, just as this timeout is ending, he's still kind of yapping away. See what ultimately will be the eventual decision from this team. Go back into another round, and Anubis need to find a way to turn it around right here, right now.
Well, let's see if they are reinvigorated, if they have new ideas, or if things are going to go wrong again. Rapid, a very early mid insertion, and Nord couldn't actually handle the pressure. A lot of work on Muffin. Lovely stuff from Nemesis. They actually minimized the effect of the sniper, but still on the pistol. Muffin proves to be a force to be reckoned with, and Dirty doesn't sneaking through. The timing, though, pans that well for him, but does it actually even matter? Still a 3-on-3 in the end, but both Muffin and Gainer, that's pretty low on HP. Nemesis decides to leave the scene. Space to be reclaimed by that side. They spotted Alucard jumping, and Dirty, instead of bolstering the B defense, aggressive position down middle. After he goes for the courtyard, things would have been different. And Gainer is able to get one, but Beck doubles up, goes for one more. Now Dirty left in a 1v2. Is in a good position to try to cut one off. But there's a dangerous timing there from Dipsy, who's moving himself all the way to the B site. And Beck can just get C4 and try to run away. Dirty knows where he is, but he needs to stick the landing. It seems like Beck is ready for him. Pistols comes out, and the USB is more than enough.
I don't know. I cannot, in my mind, fathom how you can look so dominant on one map and then it just completely flips on the second. This is Nemesis on the comeback, and on the comeback in a real way. Anubis have just gone completely missing. I think Gainer's found maybe 3 kills on the map so far. Dirty and Muffin have been a complete non-factor with the snipers. Here's that aggressive mid-round that I was talking about. Anubis going to throw something else into the mix, but Nemesis do not give a damn. And they just wipe the floor with them again. I mean, this is even cleaner than what we saw in map 1. Nemesis are so bad.
Yeah, Nemesis is absolutely dominant. And again, that was one of the things I was talking about, right? Like the cleaner map from Nemesis when they were playing against Swamp, the weaker map from the side of Anubis when they were playing their last game as well. Like both are actually starting to come to combination, but the snipers do find some life, and suddenly things continue to change, and even Doom finds success. And that is exactly how Anubis gets themselves back in the game. 3 rounds might be feasible if they continue to play on that kind of form, but a big test of Doom. The AK, a little bit too wild to handle, but Beck is outnumbered in the end, and Anubis finally gets on the board.
Yeah, finally, being the operative word, really, isn't it? I don't know if you can really rely on even 3 rounds. Like, I don't think 3 rounds is going to be particularly enough here for them, but it's really all they're going to have to play with, so you've got to get what you can out of it. I'm going to need to have a very good attacking side, regardless of what the score ends up being here for the first half. But at least get themselves the 3 would be nice. Dipsy picks up Dirty to make it a bit more of a difficult job. Again, it just seems like there really is absolutely nothing from Anubis here on the map. And you start to question, why was this the pick from them? Nemesis probably questioning why did they pick into Black Widow, and I think the same can definitely be said for Anubis here. This map has not been going well for them at all. Where's the recovery mission from Anubis? Muffin and Gain are pushing their way down A-long. He managed to pull one back onto Raffin, so that's a little bit more like it. Muffin starting to come into his own. Again, you continue to question, is it too little too late for the half and for the map? Well, I guess we just have to kind of wait and find out.
6-3 wouldn't be the worst, but even that seems to be a little bit suspect. Doom, a lot of pressure on the world, and Dipsy again is able to hang around and let people really run into his crosshair. It is really like they are target practice for him. Everyone dances to his tune, and now Anubis has only Muffin left in this round. 1v3, and I doubt that Dipsy is really going to give Muffin that duel. He needs to go back to the B site. More than ample time for Nemesis to pick and choose wherever they want to go. Already in the cart. Could try to go to BR spawn, but ahead of Muffin here in the read. It is at least 7 for Nemesis in the half.
Yeah, the shoe is most certainly on the other foot. Let's see if Nemesis can push it even further. Make this an 8-1 for the first half. I think if it's an 8-1, there's no coming back from that. Even a 7-2, it feels like it's pretty impossible to bounce back from. But Anubis have just not been displaying anything on this map of relevance so far. Maybe one good round out of a Gainer and maybe one good round out of Muffin. And apart from that, it's really been a complete non-factor. They have just completely gone missing. Push down here from Doom. Really hasn't been working for him so far on this GR side, but going to give it one last attempt. See what he can do. Doesn't spot anybody out though, so Nemesis happy to just progress through the map slowly.
I love this, right? Like they're hitting the nail on the head. They see no reason not to punish Doom if he's having a hard time playing the hotel. And they're going to pick him off again. Just really in an awkward position. And now a lot of pressure is being put on that B side. Rotation is pulled, but Dipsy prepared and ready. And even the Riflers can get the job done. Noor go down, and Dipsy has single-handedly won the round for his team. It's Muffin and Gainer. And the latter really needs to step up somehow because he's all alone in the round. Magnificent timing. Nets into one. Needed to find that next, but Dipsy is lightning fast. And Nemesis end the half 8-1.
Yeah, that is obliteration, and that is a perfect response from Nemesis to kind of getting a little bit owned on their map pick as well. You can see Anubis are looking a little bit stunned off the back of that. I reckon they had imagined that they were going to walk away with this series win after that first map. But now the situation getting a little bit too real. Nemesis showing some fight in them this season. That is good to see. I mean, there's still another map to play, obviously, for Anubis, so no need to get too concerned about things just yet, but So a little bit more grim, that is for sure.
My worry is that I think that the only port that we've seen out of Anubis was the one against the EC. But this is not the same Anubis that played against the EC. This is a pretty different team. And then that puts them in an awkward position, right? Like, what happens with their map pool? They tried relying on Compound for a while. Didn't pan out too well for them, honestly speaking. Lucky to even get that win against Swamp and obliterated by Vitality 10-2 over there. And at least that is really the thought in my head. I feel like this is a foregone conclusion anyways. Like, all Nemesis needs to do is to find 2 rounds with Alucard on the global risk side of the sniping. It just feels like a sitter, right? That guy can single-handedly get 2 rounds, let alone other players like Dipsy, like Comics, and speaking of the devil, here he is.
It's just kind of like there's no real cohesion here for Anubis. Look at all of these solo plays that they're attempting to make. One by one, they're taking duels with Nemesis, and I mean, you're just not winning duels. You can't be playing like that when you are not the better team on any given map. It's making it a little bit too easy here for Nemesis to close the map out. Doom does get Beck, who tries to get a little bit aggressive with the player advantage they've got. Probably a bit of an unnecessary push out of him. Hopefully, as far as Nemesis is concerned, it's not going to throw the map away.
Well, that's something. But even then, that kill is everything. Dirty holds on to the line. Still, maybe some hope for Anubis to keep this map competitive. And from here, it really is about trying to regain some of that momentum coming into port. But Nemesis could actually suffocate that away. Good timing from Comics to swing over on the bridge. Could probably catch them if he hangs around to that position. And that is going to be everything here for them. Because if there is a good timing from Comics, this entire round falls on his head. He's already close enough to support on the side itself. But the cross is going to be secure. Comics now thinking about taking that pressure. But because he's also had to look at mid, he's been a little bit delayed by it. Judgment call made. The legs are spotted. Excellent work by Dirty to play the angle to perfection. And the backstab is there from the other side. As long as he gets the timing, Doom pulls off the round, but he's not going to really be up to snuff, is he? And now, Comics is keeping the itch on. They have to worry about Hotel, which gives a lot of space for Alucard to close in with his trusty pistol. And Comics have bought all the time in the world, but that's valuable time as well for the other side. The GR are now both closing in from the other side. The spam is excellent, and Nura found one. The other should be easy. The IGL bails out Anubis to double their tally.
I mean, the fact that that is even winnable for Anubis is actually kind of criminal for Nemesis. They have a 5v3, and Beck's just going to go push down A-Long, give up one player, and then the next fight happens, and so on and so forth. And that's the easy way to lose a 5-on-3. You know, you just sort of lose your fundamentals. You get a bit too over eager to close that round out, and Nemesis have been punished for it. They've been reminded by Anubis that, you know, this is not a done deal just yet. And Anubis are still going to try to fight for this map. They have really not given themselves a whole lot of hope at all. But until Nemesis are at 10, Anubis have to remain in the conversation.
Ain't that something, right? Like, a season ago, if a game is 8-1 for Nemesis, we'd all just be like, laying our backs, making sure that, hey, you know, we get nice and comfy for this ride. That should be over any second now, but in truth, it has been anything but for that one. Now Anubis piling on towards the A side, fairly uncontested, but that's significant damage from the 2 HP stalls. Still, a little bit of hold there by Muffin, but eventually he'll be outnumbered, outgunned enough for Nemesis to gain a man advantage. 5-on-4 in the post. Not the worst position in the world, but it will really depend on how clinical they are in the retake.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Needs to be a clean one from Nemesis, and that's a good start to it, courtesy of Beck. Hopefully no more mistakes made here by Nemesis, but Dirty just allowed to pop up for a double. Nobody watching that line. Alucard will swing back out on to see if he can find himself that trade. Comics in the meanwhile getting some space. It's a 1v1 for Dirty, who will win it, and now Anubis are starting to come alive. I mean, where was this Anubis in the first half? They were just getting obliterated. They were hitting nothing. And now in the second, all of a sudden, a little bit more of a conversation to be had. I mean, it's still kind of early days. But if Anubis can put together these kinds of rounds, maybe get it up to 6 or 7, all of a sudden, I think that pressure goes right back on to Nemesis. So it's about putting in the hard yards here as Anubis and seeing what they can do, but it's very much possible.
I mean, Dirty single-handedly winning that round for the team. Took a couple of shots early, but as he said, it was Nemesis that was not ready for the TRG at all. This time, ready for an A-side hit, but thanks to the inside of Anubis, they're not really overcommitting to that one as much, and that's the gainer that we know and love. Back in the picture, and that is a dimension that could be very scary for their side. Nor got the support of Dirty. They can progress a little bit down the hotel if they want to. Definitely keeping that one a little bit competitive, but Bridge is a decent position for Comics. Place where you could probably find a little bit more, but speaking of players that are looking for more trouble in the land here. Raffin caught off again. Gainer is putting on a clinic. That's 3 players beheaded, and little to no love for Dipsy, who's trying to take over the side. Nearly the right shots. Had to adjust for the recalibrated spray, but now back to another 417. And it seems like from one 4K to the other, the game is going to be back. Anubis got all 4s, and they forced attack timeout.
Yeah, I mean, this is really, really poor from Nemesis. You know, you have kind of opened the door back up for Anubis. You can tell it is getting worrisome for them. That's why they've called this tack timeout. They are starting to feel the pump in a similar way to what they did on Black Widow. You would think it would be impossible, surely, to come back from an 8-1 deficit, but Anubis, the individuals are coming online, the team cohesion's coming online. They're getting, you know, the luck of the game as well a little bit. And slowly but steadily, they are starting to cause some concern for Team Nemesis, who, you know, have a bit of a chat, but I don't know, what's the answer? Shoot better?
I mean, is Beck even there for the timeout? That's the thing that I'm thinking about the most, right?
He's
taking the timeout.
He often stands up in the tack timeouts
yeah,
too.
That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, who else was doing that? Muffin, right? It was the other person that we were talking about, also never being on the chair for the timeout. It's good to actually, you know, keep that rotary movement going. But the main thing is, he will not just need to move his feet. He'll need to wrap his head around that round. To be honest, that was some ridiculous stuff from Gainer. And I don't know if that lightning is going to strike twice. But at least for me on that round, it was a letdown from Nemesis, right? Like 2 setups the exact same way. Gainer plays from the exact same position, and he gets 2. Like, don't get me wrong, that is mechanical level at its highest, right? That is some pristine shooting from Gainer, but should it really be that close? Like, that's my question. And realistically, I would always say no, it shouldn't, and they shouldn't try to repress without having some authority in that, right? Like, I wanted to see an HG, a smoke, a flash push that's fully committed to the angle. But that half in, half out performance is the thing that always lets Nemesis down in positions like these. Even now Anubis got the momentum back, to the point that even if they end up losing the map after all, I'll still favor them a little bit more, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be losing that one anytime soon. Dipsy took a chance, and Beck has taken one as well, but it seems like Anubis have found a winning card everywhere. Decent shooting from Comics in the 417, but in the end, still man advantage for the Blacklist.
Yeah, it's kind of like Nemesis are a bit bamboozled at the moment at everything that Nemesis is doing, that Anubis is doing. The timings are certainly not favoring them. And obviously the shot's starting to come online as well for Anubis. Comics gets the wrap in onto Gainer, which will pull it back. And now Alucard chiming in as well. Anubis being unsettled on this hit towards A. They've been a little bit too tentative, a little bit too slow about it, and they are starting to be punished. Raffin in as well. This could be it. This could be the map point that Nemesis have been hunting for. And I think if nothing else, it's probably just more of an error on the on behalf of Anubis than anything else, slowing down when they should have picked the pace up and allowing Nemesis a bit of time. They're not covering all of their angles. Now it's all on Muffin. A 1v3 required, but not prepared for a second player from behind, and Nemesis get their 9th. So that third map very much looking like it is in the wheelhouse now.
Barricading the strikes again. We've always been talking about the pace and how much it means to them. It steps up from the side of Nemesis, but excellently handled from all three. Doom goes down in the end, but well, that should be the round over. It's 2 TRGs, and if it is handled well, no chance for that side. Alucard here on A has been his home turf, which really would put me in a position that says, yeah, like, don't get me wrong, Dipsy's not any bad player on the sniper either, but I would rather take my chances on Dipsy than on Alucard.
I would say so.
Dipsy's taking his own chances, actually. Look at that in middle.
Well, he's not going to get away with it. Noor's watching him from behind. Alucard, the last player standing in this round, and unlikely to be able to get it done alone. So it seems as though maybe Nemesis are just going to be left wanting a little bit. You know, these are the kinds of situations where you really look at it and you think, if you would have got a little bit more done here as Anubis, this could have been a really competitive map. It could have been a really competitive conversation, but I'm just not believing that they can keep a clean sheet here, a completely clean sheet for the next 4 rounds, and then win it in OT. If they can get to OT, I probably will believe in them, but it's a tough ask. It's a tough argument to make, to say that they could do that, especially with Dipsy having now doubled it down. Muffin is going to have to come up with the goods to try to recover this round. And again, you see Anubis just kind of stalling up. As those openers come through, they leave that job to Muffin. Get the better of Raffin, and Dipsy's going to fall as well. Oh, surely not. This could be a crucial, fatal mistake coming through from Nemesis if they let this one slip.
Well, I mean, right now, Nemesis is trying to hold on. Beck gets a pivotal kill that slows down the pace of Anubis once more. And that's where really things go wrong, and a little bit of trepidation, but Nemesis actually takes on the bait, right? Just because of how slow they are, they think it's a take towards B. But now is the timing for Doom to make a move. He does make the move, most importantly, which should secure them the site. They should take it clean. And now the responsibility falls back on Doom. Once more, he needs to hold down the line because Gainer is moving in with the C4. They could play on the side itself if they want to. Not always my favorite choice. I feel like it really could be playing in Hotel and somewhere else, but at least for now, C4 planted. 2-on-2 for the clutch, and Gainer going to be holding the side itself.
Very winnable 2-on-2 here for Anubis to keep this game alive. Gainer harassed by a Sevito toss in his direction. Opts to take the swing. It won't work out for him. Doom's there to help him out though. 1-for-1. Beck low on HP, tagged up here, is a little scared to make the cross, and that's exactly why Anubis are not dead yet. They take a 6th. Get within 3 rounds of Nemesis.
Excellent start from Anubis. They handled the aggressive round. They're able to put some of their own feet on the pedal as well. And the question becomes, how do they close it out, right? They've got so many rounds that surely Nemesis have something in store for them. Surely it's going to be a different change. And, well, Dipsy has been successful on the Blacklist side a lot on that fights towards Bridge and Hotel. Now on the GR, Anubis are so defensive. And really, I would have put Gainer where Noor is in that kind of setup, but I understand why you would always want Gainer to be perhaps playing towards mid, finding his own timings, but well, that's the timing down. They need to get that kill. A little bit messy from Noor, but thankfully holds on for dear life. And now the A side could be under threat. That's why we're seeing rotations made by Nemesis. Not going to be the case. And again, Anubis just being slow. It's giving them some chances, but perhaps a bit too slow that Dipsy is able to make his own move and strike at the opposite site. He made the full-on rotation from B to A, got the kill. And now, Anubis are finally thinking about making a move. Minute on the timer, 3-on-4. And we'll need seeing some heroics from Muffin and Gainer and Doom.
See if they can run it back once again, find themselves another clutch. 3-on-4 is not going to be easy, but with a start like that from Doom, that is definitely going to help. Job not done just yet, though. Nemesis, bring it down to a 3v1. Muffin is alone, and this might be a little bit too much to ask from him. Alucard tries to be the hero, gives up his life. Now another 1v1, potentially gifted over by Dipsy. You cannot be making these kinds of mistakes against a player like Muffin. He is just going to put you away. But in the end, they lock it down. They do swing him together, and job finished off by Nemesis. Maybe not as clean as it could have been, but they get the win on map 2, and that is, of course, going to force a third map here. And I think Anubis will be very disappointed with themselves with that first half, because the second half was definitely looking doable there, but that first half, absolutely shocking. Got nothing done and did not give themselves enough opportunities in the second to, you know, if they had a little bit more room, I think they really were going to come back in that map, but one round is just simply not enough.
Yeah, I mean, the GR side is usually the one that you would always expect a little bit more out of them in as well. So that's a little bit underwhelming, and really a lot of focus perhaps from Nemesis on having the read for what Anubis likes to do, right? They know where Muffin likes to play. They have read into those tendencies, and they fought on bridge tooth and nail, and perhaps some questions to be asked the individual level of the riflers at times of Anubis. This time around, didn't pan out as well as the Black Widow, but there's still a port to be had later down the line. But I just want to ask the desk this. Where exactly did it go wrong on the global risk slide for Anubis? Let's hear it out from Penguin and Sector.
Thank you, Volt and Elfish, and that's a really good question. And for me, I have my take on that. It felt like Anubis are missing out when it comes to the sniper department, or at least the position on the first half, of course. It felt like they were always losing the aim duels, and they're going with a disadvantage. And it felt like Nemesis are reading them like a book.
Well, it feels so weird, of course, Anubis losing on the global side, especially that a roster like Anubis, you would expect them rising on the global side, because that's the side where the snipers should shine more. That's the side where we should see Muffin doing more kills. But maybe Muffin had a very low impact on the first half, and that affected Anubis. And they said that always Anubis is kinda they're moving. Like if Muffin is having a good game, they will be also having a good game. If Muffin is having a rough game, Anubis is always suffering, and we've seen this on the first half on this map, which is should be on paper an easy half for Anubis. I'm not saying that the easy half you should win it 100%, no, but it's 7-1, 7-2, 8-1, 9-0. That's completely unacceptable, even if you play Eagle Eye, especially on the global side, because the global risk is known with the fast rotations that happens in Eagle Eye. However, they played way better on the. They took the pause. Yes, it was a very late tactical pause, and we expected it's going to be a late tactical pause, and we already explained why teams are taking a late tactical pause, because they don't want to burn their only tactical pause on the first half, because they might face struggles, especially. Usually you struggle on the blacklist more. Dirty had a very good game on the when they switched. Also Gainer had an ace, I believe, in this round. They tried hard to keep Anubis alive, but that's what we always mention. We mentioned Gainer plus one rifle, sniper. We mentioned Muffin plus over one rifle, but we can't mention that the full 5 from Anubis players are playing perfectly well. And strategic-wise, Nemesis G went in just full individual skills. They didn't want to strat more than the basic rounds. However, it paid off very good for them, and this explains why Beck said we are either very comfortable, which is the first half, or we are very uncomfortable, which is the second half, and that's exactly the best of 3 right now.
Yeah, and I want to double down on what you just said. That it's basically, it felt like Nemesis, they're reading the movement of Muffin, especially Muffin. Like, remember the first game, he was running down on Nemesis, making them work for their living, literally living, like to try and escape his scope, his aim. It was just unpickable for Team Nemesis. But on the second game, it was just like, yeah, we know exactly where are your spots, your holdings, your placement. They're just trying to exclude him from the conversation, since he is one of the key players that Anubis still got and still running for them. So it's better safe than sorry. Like, you want to get that guy off the chart, and that most likely happened for quite a lot of times. That's for that part on Muffin, but on the other side, you didn't have the players to back it up. Like, even though the Muffin, oh, actually, look at that. Muffin is literally the lowest KD player in the team, even though he is the sniper. And in the previous game, he was the MVP with 2.64, I believe. The KD, they just managed to find a way to shut him down, and that made that game a lot harder for Anubis.
Well, you would definitely easy to expect where Muffin will be on Eagle Eye more than on Black Widow, because Black Widow, it's quite maybe 2x bigger than Eagle Eye, and you can go to BC, you can go to Bridge, Cat, under Cat, peek from mid, peek from along, from barracks, ramp. When you just look at Eagle Eye, when he's playing as a Blacklist side, he has nothing to peek except B side or A side. Maybe from A long, it's super risky, and B long also it's super risky, because the sniper mainly on the global side on B long will be playing aggressive versus you. And also, if you switch him into the global side, he still have no room to work with. He can't go mid. He can't play B, because he has his friend is playing B. He has Dirty mainly playing on B side. So all he can do is just hold it open, maybe try to play aggressive throw along, which we've seen Nemesis shutdowning this by playing very aggressive on the A long. And back early on, he just tried to stop whatever of let's say crazy plays that's gonna happen on the global side on A long. On the other hand, when they went to the global side, yeah, I saw. I've seen Dipsy.
Yeah.
It's because the first half. It's because the first half he got like 10-1, I guess, in the first half, or maybe something like this. It was lower this kill, but more than the kills. But just continuing to what I said, that back when he's playing, when he's calling, he just instantly, when they went to the Blacklist side, he just instantly stopped all this aggressive plays from Anubis. On the other hand, when he started the global side, first round, he instantly pushed along, because to show some presence and dominance on the along, which cost Anubis the game.
Yeah, of course, it didn't pan out well for Nemesis, like trying to solve the puzzle that Anubis actually made, and a good way to I would say to hurt, or at least to tag your old team. It felt like it's a bit personal between him and Anubis. He found a way to get the best out of them, and of course that's only the second game. And before we hit to the third game, we'll hit to a short break, so stay tuned and buckle up. We have a fight to take. Welcome back everyone to CFWL stream. If you're just joining us now on the broadcast, we are going to the third game between Anubis and Team Nemesis, which it's gonna be poor. The first map was Black Widow, was picked by Team Nemesis of course, and it went all the way to Anubis. The second map was Eagle Eye. The first half went 8-1, and then Anubis made the work to try and get back into the game, and yeah, they quite frankly get a little bit closer. You got the round number 6, but it went to Team Nemesis, and now we are heading to port. Different play style, different algorithm when it comes to playing, and for you, Penguin, like knowing that GR are going to be playing like Nemesis are going to be playing in the GR, how does it feel like stepping into the game?
Well, yeah, Nemesis, they're gonna be starting on the global side. That's quite a good sign for them. Otherwise, if they just mess up on the first 2-3 rounds, like what we have seen from them on the Black Widow game, it's gonna be a very quite difficult game for them, because Anubis, the way they play board, especially on the Black side, is very, very, very slow, and they play on the maybe the picks more to just full execution. So you'll see the snipers trying to go to the BC, trying to go to the B connector control, trying to go for the barn control, and trying to get these rounds. I mean, if they get these kills, they will have some good map pressure. If they didn't, they still have their executions. I like how they play Blacklist side, talking about Anubis, but all the game is just relying on how good Nemesis is gonna be on the first couple of rounds on the global side.
It always goes to the first couple of rounds. So let's break it down. Let's head to Volt, let's head to Elfish, and see how this game will pan out.
Yeah, let's see indeed. I have to ask the question, obviously, because we're sitting on opposite sides of the coin here. I predicted for Anubis, you predicted for Nemesis. After having seen those first 2 maps, how are you feeling about things going into the third?
Not too sure, to be honest. This could be anyone's guess, especially with the way that Anubis bounced back on the second half. But my biggest worry is actually the start that we were talking about, right? Nemesis starting on the GR side, that needs to go right. If it goes wrong, then the game is totally on. Luckily enough, this is a bit of a GR-sided map, so there's definitely a lot of good hope for Nemesis to gain that momentum, and we've seen that Anubis are really dependent on getting over that inertia, getting over that first couple of rounds, get the players shooting, and then things get going well. So I feel like that in particular is making me a little bit more confident. But even then, that's like a 55-45 at that moment. This game is so close.
Yeah, I think that obviously the key differentiating factor is the fact that Nemesis will get to start on the GR side. That is inherently going to be a bit of an advantage for them, but either way, both of these teams are capable of stringing rounds together on the BL side, and as you say, Nemesis and Anubis, I actually think both of these teams are a little bit momentum heavy in this particular matchup. We just see these big streaks of rounds, so let's see how it ends up kicking off. And at the moment you have Anubis work their way in through the middle. They catch Beck with a nice flash there. So that's some good team cohesion already shown on the BL side, but immediate response out from Noor. Finding that grenade in his hand. And so he's down as well. It's a lot of damage done to both Gainer and Doom as well. So Nemesis are not doing too badly to kick things off here.
Yeah, good start for them for sure. Trade is not that bad. The fact that they get to hold on to that position was the crucial factor. Over eager there from Dipsy. And Raffin didn't swing for the trade either. So advantage back in the hands of Anubis. The A side is completely open if they actually take that pivot. And it seems like the Anubis are thinking about it. 2 players up the stairs. Dirty just waiting for a push that will never actually come, because as you can tell, Alucard is posted in a decent possession, defensive one, but it actually allows him to just re-swing the bridge and get another kill. That's the advantage gone. And now Alucard entrenches himself deep in the A side by the stairs. Not an easy angle to play, but another pick off there. Anubis just not fast enough, not decisive enough, and it will be their bane. If not for something. Alucard is trying to hold on tooth and nail. Muffin in a 1v2, 20 seconds on the timer, 30 rather. But he'll need to get that kill. But Alucard have already maneuvered that round to perfection. just go back up the stairs, making it difficult for Muffin. Nemesis itself, not ready for out card. The cold goes, or the USP goes. And it's a round for Nemesis. Great work off the boot. But Anubis, again, that was their round to lose more than Nemesis is to win.
He's just playing ring around the rosy with him, isn't he? Nice movement from Alucard. 3K to start things off. GR side underway. And Anubis need to find their answer pretty quickly. They are opting to go for the double sniper setup on the attack. But again, it's been a pivotal conversation point for this series. The double sniper on both sides. Last map, I think, left a little bit to be desired for Dirty and Muffin, so they need to recapture some of the success they were having on map 1 if they want to walk away with a win in this relatively pivotal series. I mean, this is a series that could be a deciding factor between a top 4 or a bottom 4 for this first stage of competition, and obviously that comes with implications for the track. I think these two teams are really jostling for that at this point in time.
Right now, most of that fighting is really netting in the favor of Nemesis on this map. And Nemesis still got a bit of a chance, but Nemesis the fight to them again. That's gone early. Trade doesn't come in initially, but Beck is still able to exert a little bit more influence on that round. Full health, despite finding that double kill. And Anubis again just really caught staring at middle. And that's been their bane. And honestly speaking, I feel like even like you're bane yourself, Elfish, right? Because the team seems so good, but they just need to get moving. And it's that thing that give me the difference between them and maybe 3BL, right? Like 3BL is all gas, no break. This is a team that feels like they barely put their foot on the gas, but hey, when they do, stuff like that happens.
Back. Oh, he's found the double on that plant, and it swings this round well and truly in the favor of Nemesis. Overstays his welcome at the hands of Muffin, but it doesn't matter. Easy round for Nemesis. 2-0 the lead. Starting in the same similar fashion as what we saw on map 2. We're going to get the classic tech pause through as well. Because why not?
Yeah, absolutely. Some impeccable work from that side, and I feel like the timeout is really needed. Like for Nemesis, they of course were able to bring that round back thanks to Beck, a 4K in total. 2 on mid, 2 late in the round, and that timeout really is just gonna be, I guess, a chance for Anubis to calm down a little bit. At least my primary hope is going to be that they'll either speed things up a little bit more or just abandon mid. I feel like they established the conditioning. They just need to exert a little bit of pressure on mid this round. That Nemesis just feels like they are compelled to put multiple members there every time, and then they can start playing around the map, right? You've set the tempo. Nemesis have benefited initially, but they need to get going. As you can tell, Noor very vocal to the rest of the teammates, and intrigued to see how well this actually will go. You know, like Dirty playing off to himself, and both Doom and Muffin being close to Noor is an intriguing proposition, right? Because of course Muffin is important as your setup as the IGL. He's gonna be the sniper, the person that you really decide to put as an anchor, and then the rest of the pieces are a little bit moving. So I feel like that communication between Noor and Muffin is really everything for the team.
Well, it sort of requires Muffin as well to be hitting his shots, and I think it took him a little while to come online in that second map. Hopefully not going to be the case here as well for Anubis on map 3. Dirty pretty handy with the sniper, but you do definitely need Muffin to be having that impact. This gives a lot of time for Anubis to have a chat here. Gainer is just yapping away. Well, I would love to be a fly on the wall and hear what that conversation is actually about.
I mean, that would be an interesting one to get a listen in too, but I feel like the thing that actually matters a little bit more to me is Nemesis on that round, because to be honest, if it wasn't for Beck, wouldn't that round be doomed, right? Like, he got the initial 2, Muffin got something back. And if Anubis had a little bit of wherewithal or a little bit more anticipation, Beck would have been shut down before getting those other 2. But hey, that's really what they need. They have been lacking that on Black Widow. They even were lacking that a little bit on the Eagle Eye in the final stretch. And now the question is actually handed over to Anubis. Do you have what it takes to put yourself in the same positions that allowed you to win on that Black Widow? Are you able to bring the game that close? Because right now it always feels like a wash for one side. Yes, they bring it back closer by the time it gets to the post, but I feel like unless it's a feasible position, it really is going to be a struggle. Port is a lot harder on the retakes, a lot harder on the post if the other team is ready, but Anubis doesn't really seem to be ready.
We're back in now. And we'll see if that little pause is going to bring with it any winds of change. Comics having a little bit of a back and forth with Noah there, but no real connections coming from it. It's just going to be tucked in underneath the drop. Alucard watching that as well. Comics getting info, but also copying a bit of a beating for that information. So has to go scrambling back away. Anubis just pushing the issue though. I think there's really not many options for them with a setup like this one, apart from to end up on A. So unless they call a cancel, we'll be seeing Alucard come into play again.
I feel like the only other option would have been to just try to hit connector and hit B and Barn, but clearly Nemesis are aware of that being a possibility. 3 players bolstering the B site. Alucard all alone on A. The question is, how good can he have it? Because Comics is gone, and now Dirty posing his sights on him, and that's Alucard gone. Better performing from Anubis. Muffin on the rifle gets the job done. And it seems like Anubis has finally cracked the code. 5-on-1. And nowhere to go for Beck other and to end up towards the A site and most likely lose his life. It is highly improbable, nearly impossible to close it out from here.
I would say it is impossible. 20 seconds on the clock, 5 players to find, and a defuse. There's just simply not enough time, and obviously, as you can tell, he's not even going for it, so using it as an opportunity for Nemesis to have a bit of a chat. It's not terrible for Nemesis if you're just going 2 for 1, tit for tat. You end this half at 6-3. That's an acceptable pass score.
I mean, definitely, but if Anubis gets more, doesn't that then make it a little bit worrisome? That's the part that I'm worried about. Nemesis 1-1 convincing round, 1 round based off deck. The 1 round that they had a kind of a telegraph take, couldn't lock down the A side, and right now they're within their own rhythm, something that Anubis does not seem to be ready for, but really well by Muffin regardless, and now they're focusing all of their attention on that side, and opens up another hole, glaring weaknesses in the setup of Anubis, but they are able to recoup nevertheless.
I think Dipsy could have even actually found more there had he been a little bit more patient, a little bit more bold with his trigger finger. He could have waited, he could have spotted out both the players and picked up 2. Instead, he just takes the 1, and that becomes a 1 and done. So 3-on-3. I don't know if that necessarily favors Nemesis here. You can see how much that splits the defense. They have a lot of ground to cover with only 3 players. So if Anubis make the right call here and hit the right site, get a clean entry, then this could be another round for them.
Again, could end up towards the A site. Got a little bit of time. They're trying to see if Muffin can find a space, but Alucard is dangerous on lines of sights like these. Usually you would say best not to test them. It doesn't seem to be the case. A C4 working his way towards the B house. No one at the connector. They're playing a 1-1-1. And for Anubis, it really is all about getting graphing clean and getting graphing quickly because the rotate is being pulled right now. That closer in on the line of sight. They need to get a clean and concise entry here. Any other result, Nemesis wins the round. Then he's actually taking trigger himself, and that is the opener. Quick trade by Raspin, could find the multi-kill. The spray down is enough for a second. Too little too late to the party from Muffin. Opens up another space for Alucard. But Muffin is trying to take the duel himself. I love that pathing. Gives them the space. C4 still on his back. 20 seconds on the timing. Muffin goes for the plunge. Open line of sight. Alucard switches to the pistol, and Muffin clears off one line. And he has to be aware of where Alucard is, but Alucard have moved way past where he expected him. Sees the tip of the head, the helmet gets in the way, and now he needs to be worried. Alucard up close, spray down is enough. And the M14 is the hero to tie down the score.
Yeah, that's an important clutch for Anubis. It's going to go a long way. These BL rounds are worth their weight in gold. I mean, you can see how hard fought all of these rounds are. They are going down to the wire. They are taking a lot of time. And it's only 2-2 after such a sort of slow start to a port, but you'll take those two as Anubis and hope to compound that a little further. It's kind of what I was saying though, like 3v3, you know, Nemesis, they're not able to hold those sides quite so easily, and so Anubis do get in, even despite some attempted heroics. So back now, 5-on-5, Nemesis with a little bit more coverage on the GR side, and Anubis, cogs are turning in their machine to try to figure out how do they dislodge another defense from Nemesis.
That's the question to be had, right? How can you actually etch away that advantage? That's why they've been playing mid so much. They really were wishing that Nemesis would switch up the optics a little bit more, be a bit more proactive for this round. Not the case to be had, at least for the B side and middle, but Comics, again, loves those B lines. And a 3-player setup here that is closer towards the B side. Dipsy with the TRG towards middle. And then a 2-man setup from Beck and Raffin. The two guys that will have a lot on their platter. Dirty spotted initially, and Dipsy does find the opener.
Might get himself another one here as well. It looks like Anubis or Noah was maybe thinking about it. In the end, elect better of it. Heading towards B with the rest of the team in tow. But Nemesis well aware of that. They've got the push coming through from Comics on A long. And so they should be reinforcing this site. Which they have done. There's 3 players there to defend. This is such a solid setup for Nemesis. It has to surely be their round. But Noah activating in the mid-round, causing a bit of a ruckus. Could still be concerning. Nemesis finding themselves on the flank. Oh, and that was almost always going to have to go their way.
Important one there for their side. Again, a couple of critical kills. That still keeps the work for Anubis. No matter how good they can actually fill those pockets. Not really that good on this end, and well, that's what we are going to be waiting for here. To see if things are going to improve for Anubis. Again, a little bit slower on the uptick. And now is the time to see if they can change the Comics. Aggressive again. But Anubis leaning towards the A side.
I don't know that Anubis are going to really do anything too quickly on this BL side, it seems. Bolting back to some slower approaches. Seeing if they can find the picks around the map, and you know, they have been successful here and there. Time about this one again. There is a little stoush from Dipsy. Comics is in a great spot to find a double kill here. Doesn't even take a point of damage. He could stick around for more. Maybe even find a 3k if Dirty tries to challenge him. C4 has been dropped, so Dirty's going to have to commit surely to that fight. At least at some point. Comics is well aware of it. Look at the damage done, both Dirty and Muffin low. This round a done deal, you'd think, for Nemesis.
Anubis again, just really unable to cope with the play from Nemesis. Usually the team that everybody would say is the slow and measured team, but right now, it's a little bit less of that. Not that they are as explosive as a 3BL, but it's really because Anubis are frozen in place.
Muffin Going for a jog again.
Well, I mean, right now Yusuf is the one that is talking the most. We'll see how things actually do end up as, but at least for the perspective of the time being, definitely a little bit underwhelming from their presence in mid. It's something that they've harped on for all the rounds that are played, but really haven't found much success of it. And that makes me a little bit surprised. You know, we haven't really seen a full-on committed take to the barn and the house on B. And they just take it. And that's the thing that worries me, right? It's the mid-round. Because Nemesis are masters of the mid-round. Their calling is great. Whether it is like Big Comics and Beck making the calls as a coach and an IGL, or even their individual players just having the freedom of not being microed as much because they're all experienced. Both really lean so well for the side of Nemesis and Anubis. Unfortunately, maybe drilled for like the initial phase, but the mid-rounding is where it actually lets them down the most.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Anubis, they start this series so well, but now they kind of find themselves in a very, very difficult position trying to close it out. Might have sort of missed your window in a sense. You had Nemesis on the ropes after map 1. You let them back in a really big way on map 2, and then you have to start map 3 on port on the BL side. It's not a fun place to be in at all. So you kind of just have to take advantage of the chances that are given to you, and if you don't, then you know the experience on this Nemesis lineup it's going to be inevitable at some point. I think they've been, again, I will say, I think they've been spotty so far this season, but you can only leave the door open for so long against a team like Nemesis.
Yeah, definitely can be the case. We'll see how things actually do go, though, as we head back into the game itself. Anubis definitely have a chance to switch up the play, but still, a lot of focus towards middle. And we'll see if things do actually change from that point onward for Nemesis. A little bit more aggressive towards the house. They got a player in connector, and they're expecting Anubis to switch up the pace, but that they haven't done. They're actually being a bit more methodical, but I like that. They have a bit more direction. Heavier leaning towards A, waiting to see if they can spot Comics being aggressive, but Comics is in a very reserved position.
Yeah, there's only so much you can really do, I think, on the behalf of Anubis here, and nor is we'll go back and retrieve that C4 from spawn. Got the push again from Comics down A long, and it's again worked out. Anubis just don't seem to have an answer for it. Gainer going to drop his way forward, spamming through the box, but Comics is already well out of there. Nor getting tagged down, but Gainer still finding a way to have some impact. Alucard will drop. Muffin's up and over the top. Hasn't yet been spotted. Comics in the side going to be pushed. Missed shots from Muffin are actually in the end not going to punish him. Rafa needs to come through here to reinforce. He's got to get this kill quickly. He does manage to do so, but it is falling apart for Nemesis. That push up over bridge from Muffin causing such a ruckus. Now the C4 on the cross, totally unnecessary on its own. He's going to go down, and Nemesis, as a result, they look like they might be able to find a way to salvage this round. Dipsy versus Noor, 1v1, super low on HP for both of these two players, but it probably shouldn't even be this close. Anubis making the fatal mistake of just throwing the C4 away. With 20 seconds left, Noor needs to go and grab that, get the plant, and win the clutch here against Dipsy. Now, it looks as though he will probably be given the plant on the site as long as he doesn't take too long. He is hunting for Dipsy instead of going for the plant. I think he's lost the round. The C4 is going to be retrieved, or attempt to be retrieved, but Dipsy finds the perfect timing, and Noor placed himself out of the round. 5-2 the score. Nemesis continue on their merry way. more of an aggressive approach from Nemesis here into round number 8. So they set themselves up with a forward hold in middle. 2 players dedicated to that. Anubis have really looked towards those mid pushes to sort of mid to A quite a number of times. And I've liked this setup from Nemesis. I think they will catch at least 1 or 2, and Nor just sort of miscellaneous push his way on his own through a smoke straight into the crosshair of Beck. You've still got Comics there as well to help back out. I think Nemesis could very much continue to hold on to mid. Beck will fall though as he tries to exit out.
Ooh, that's a pivotal kill there from Dipsy. Definitely puts a monkey wrench in the plans of Anubis, and now things can be a little bit more complicated. Find that kill, gets a little bit fortunate with that one, but couldn't convert a multi-kill really. So leaves it all in Dirty and Doom. 2 on 3, a chance to at least get Dipsy playing the shotgun kind of TRG style. Not that it's the worst at the close ranges. Like we've seen people like Snare, for example, do the magic at the CQC, but not gonna pan out this time. Holding connector, Doom hoping that somebody's gonna push from bridge. Not gonna be the case initially. If anything, they are actually anticipating Doom to be there. They're anticipating a cancel. And that is just going to deny any opportunity. Maybe a timing on Raffin could be the case, but chips it through the night. They all sail past each other, Elfish. What the hell is going on?
I don't know if it's necessarily the worst thing in the world, though, for Nemesis, because Raffin's still going to be able to wrap in through long, and I suspect that will be an unexpected position, and it will be indeed. So Doom does go down. Nemesis get essentially what they wanted out of it anyway. 1v3 here, Dirty's going to find it tough. He'll just be swarmed. And Nemesis are up to 6. A pass score here already secured, but they could go one better and take it to 7 and really start to seal the deal in this series against Anubis if they get the next round of the half.
Great work from Nemesis. They get the 7th, and we put in a very similar spot to what we had from Anubis. At least for now, you know, Anubis did definitely put a little bit of a fight, but even the timeout didn't help them that much. Excellent work from Dipsy. Adpod not really even asked of that much, and they're wrapping him. Definitely tremendously. Comics here, able to hold on, and they're not ready for a connector, but this shot from Dipsy could have put some Doom on this one, but well, now Doom needs to be the Bane himself. Needs to find the hope, and Beck is gonna able to inflict a ton of damage even on him. 1 on 2, a push coming in, and the pistol is gonna be enough. That's 7 rounds on the half, and Anubis are on the ropes.
Yeah, really, another very, very streaky kind of a half has just been the case for these two teams pretty much the entire series. This one obviously dominated by Nemesis. And the shoes now on the other foot, where Anubis have to come into this second half and put together a really good GR side. And no doubt they are a team that's capable of that, but it sort of feels in a similar vein to me as Eagle Eye, where they've given themselves a little too much to do. You know, you can't keep kind of just having these really bad halves and then hoping that you can come back on a more favorable side. That's just not necessarily likely to be happening over the long term. You can't keep backing yourself into a corner. Team Nemesis are a good enough team to, I think, put Anubis away today. It did not start so well. It did not look so crash hot in that first map, but Nemesis, as time has gone on, have started to look better and better in this series, and they are doing enough to convince me now.
Yeah, that's a lot better from their side, but you also have got to say a lot worse, really. No two ways to put it from Anubis. Hesitant, indecisive at times, and unfortunately, maybe the biggest lack in quality is their lack of positional awareness, right? Like how many times in the series as a whole, but especially on both Eagle Eye and here on Port, that they just get flanked and they're none the wiser. Somebody takes the timing on them and they have no expectation of somebody either being that close or even coming from that position at all.
Well, let's see what things end up looking like in the second half. I mean, obviously Anubis going to have to try to back themselves. It's not necessarily going to be a done deal. Need to win the first round of the half, though, no doubt about that. get underway nice and early, put some of that early pressure back onto Nemesis to make it believable. At least they give themselves a little bit more room than what they did on Eagle Eye, so take some hope in that.
I mean, some hope, sure, but like, can we just be honest and say that, like, yeah, the expectation isn't really going to be that high, at least. Over 2 rounds in that half, they'll need to be impeccable here. On the Global Risk side, then Nemesis seems to hit the gate rolling. Very aggressive early on. This moving all the way into the connector, just deleting Noor off the rip, and Anubis seems to be too stunned to do anything about it. No trades happening. Muffin brought down to 2 HP, and Dirty hasn't made the move. He's still trying to hold down mid. And a low HP Muffin is supposed to do it all, and Gainer couldn't even net him an advantage on the opposite end. They spot the C4 towards A, but really the world is Nemesis's oyster from that position. At least Muffin gets them something back. Still a 4-on-3 with Muffin reading from that initial damage.
Yeah, I love that call from Nemesis straight out the gates. Very, very strong. Keep that momentum rolling. Throw the hat in the ring and see if Anubis have got the answer for it. It seemed initially that they didn't, but with this being a 3v4 and with Alucard being low, I wonder if maybe there's still an avenue back on in. Doom's going to try and go on an exploratory mission. He's walking into a couple of players. This should not go well for him, but Raffen goes down. I mean, what's the point of the high-low setup if you're going to let the isolated duel come through anyway? Could have just been tucked on the line alongside Alucard, and you would have never run into this issue. But now, C4 in the hands of Alucard, low on HP. He's obviously very wary of making this push on long alone, so needs to wait and allow time for Beck to wrap in behind that A site. Doom might still get caught here. Beck thinks he's found all the information that he needs to, but he really needs to go forward and catch Doom out in no man's land, which eventually does happen. All the timings, that passage of play going the way of Nemesis. They will be able to now try to cross that bomb up onto site. Dirty copping a bit of a beating on the meanwhile. Not quite into the site quick enough for that grenade to do anything. So in the end, it will be a plant. The Nemesis and a round starting to be put together as well.
Colmec's in a great position as well, right? Like Dirty and Muffin, especially in like the lower HP. Probably not that favored, if at all. And that's the first gone. A headshot from Alucard. Leaves it out for 1, and Beck is going to take care of Dirty. It's 8 rounds on the board for Nemesis. And this is probably curtain calling here. I would call this a coup de grace. Nemesis just pulls it off cleanly. Because this version of Anubis that has showed up both on the Eagle Eye and here on Port are a far cry what we've seen on Widow.
Yeah, I agree. And if it wasn't going to happen in the first round or two of the second half, then it isn't going to happen at all. So this is kind of last chance now for Anubis to get anything done. Unless they just kind of get swept on the map. Trying to play a little bit forward in middle in front of that smoke. But neither team really running into each other just yet.
Well, just because of that, puts collateral on his side, but he's still playing the second. That is so pivotal. 3 from Muffin, and some signs of life from Anubis finally. Could it be too little too late to show that signs of life? We'll never know, but at least for now. That was a breath of fresh air. The Anubis that we've missed is probably back on the server.
Well, I wouldn't get so far ahead of myself. It is just 1 round. It's obviously a good round. The round does not make an entire half. Gainer and Dirty this time, though, starting to respond with a little bit more gusto. They get the better of the majority of the Nemesis team. And Nemesis just get kind of wiped 2 faster rounds in a row. And we are starting to see that, again, that comeback built by Anubis. It's just a carbon copy of what we saw on Eagle Eye. But they've still got so far to go before this actually gets interesting that I'm really not prepared to get too excited about it just yet. I want to see another 2 or 3 rounds like that from Anubis before I really start to believe.
I'm always a believer in Muffin and what he can pull out of the server comics. The other side of that, Smoke should fade shortly. Then comics is really stuck here if Muffin sits around, but he likes to use a smoke of his own. Not the worst choice in the world, but it definitely gives a lot of freedom for Nemesis, right? Like, sure, they get the house itself, but you don't get a lot of space otherwise. And if you can control that middle, that link has been their bane, and Anubis posturing a bit more defensively. Maybe Noor letting that angle go will be something they'll regret. I feel like Doom needs a little bit of help there. Dirty pushed a little, and it's clear now with the way that they're leaning that Nemesis are going to go back into the A site, and it seems like Anubis are aware of that plan. They crossed the bridge. They should at least be 3 strong on the A side, if not 4 players strong, but that smoke could keep more attention towards B. Not that it's going to actually matter for where Anubis are going. Anubis haven't changed their setup. 2-player mid setup here. Muffin takes the brunt of the damage and couldn't swap safely. Now Doom at the same harm's way and the exact same result. They could end up towards A. That will actually lead them to the biggest benefit. Gainer brings something back for Anubis, and they'll just need to get off quickly. 45 seconds on the timer. The A side seems to be their final choice. And the rotations from Anubis not fully pulled out of the A side just yet.
Gainer goes down as well in middle though. And that's going to put extra pressure on these isolated defenders. Easy trade for Gypsy. Gets Noor in the back of the head. And Dirty still alive, but should be an easy pick up for Alucard. That is 9 for Nemesis, and they are on series point now. It's been a pretty long series out of these 2 teams. But ultimately, it seems like it will be coming to a close with a Nemesis victory. And I think Anubis are going to be quite disappointed with how things have played out. I mean, it's been, you know, such a good start in map 1, and then to lose all of that momentum into map 2 and be forced through to map 3 to start on the BL side. Might be a good feeling. That's a nice kill from Doom onto Raffen to alleviate some of the pressure in this particular round, but it's not just this round that you have to think about. Sure, this one might go the way of Anubis, and it looks like it will because Nemesis are throwing caution to the wind, but you're asking for another 5 in a row, and that just seems unrealistic.
Yeah, another time that we've seen Anubis put themselves in an unwinnable position and just try to crawl out of it. Try as they may, pretty much we always expect to go one way over the other, and at least for now, everything looking solid for Anubis. It's another kill down. Beck and Alucard are all that remain in the 2-on-5. We've seen Anubis win a 2-on-5 themselves. One anytime soon. Noor up close to the personal. He already has found some success on earlier. The HE could be a little bit effective. Noor back. The kill being found. Maybe a second, and suddenly Beck have opened some territory. It could get a little bit dangerous if they spot Dirty, but they didn't spot the head initially, and that is going to be enough space for the sniper to find one, but Alucard find 2 of himself. A 1v1 with plenty of time on the table, and he's expecting Gainer on the other side.
Yep.
Alucard, patient, waiting, and so is Gainer.
Yeah, Alucard, you know, obviously had a bit of a look into GR spawn there, didn't see anything, and now he's quite suspicious of where Gainer has kind of ended up. He's going to smoke it off. Has to eventually commit to this plant. Gainer's just sticking around in warehouse for the moment. Flash just going to go through into GR spawn as well. Alucard really timing himself out of this round, hoping for the mistake to come through from Gainer. Here comes the peak. In the end, Gainer will win it. Alucard just waited too long. He was too static, too stagnant. Gainer called the bluff, and Anubis will hold on for now. But a very, very tentative round win that certainly does not fill you with a lot of confidence.
Nemesis still got a little bit more to fight. Last time around, they throw caution to the wind, and realistically, if they just bring what they brought in that 2-on-5, perhaps it should be a very winnable round for them. Noor, up top in the barn. You're executing on the B side. Noor is in harm's way. Noor to go all the way back up, but still caught by Rapid anyway. Doing a little bit late to that part. He tries to go swinging on the open, but it's going to just be a clean sweep from Nemesis on the take. At least Muffin catches the nerve off, but still a 2-on-4 in the end. And a lot more to be asked out of him and Gainer, both of which excellent players, but really haven't played to their best. Neutered, you gotta say, by Nemesis. Still got a little bit more utility, but with Comics gone, maybe another question raises its head here.
Yeah, time ticking away though for Anubis. 25 seconds left in the map for them if they don't pick up this round. Making a 2v3 retake into the B site, it's not going to be easy. In fact, you'd think it's probably going to be impossible. It does, in the end, turn out to be a round for Nemesis. 10-5 will be the scoreline in that third map, and Anubis do drop the series. Nemesis recovering it. Again, a little bit of a shaky start to the week, but job well done here in this series. A pretty dangerous opponent put away, and that is what you want to be seeing from a team like Nemesis. So I've been critical of them, but have to give them some praise for picking that series up in, look, in the end, kind of a convincing fashion. Obviously, they lose themselves a map, but the two maps that they did win were really clean.
Yeah, absolutely dominant. Credit to Anubis, though, for making the Eagle Eye as competitive as it did, but this one never looked in doubt, even with those 5 rounds. It was too little too late. And the slow starting Nemesis that we've seen in map 1 has been long gone, and if that is the case for the rest of the season, then Nemesis are definitely still within contention. Definitely, I would say, the second definite horse in the race for EWC alongside Vitality if they continue playing in that form. But that's only one game, and we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be showing any consistency. But for that game and for the epilogue, let's head back to the desk to hear what they have to say about the series.
Yeah, thank you, Volt, and thank you, Elfish, for this amazing cast, of course. And yeah, we're back again here after Nemesis just find a way to reverse sweep versus Anubis in like a dominant way. Always the first half they take control over everything, and then Anubis trying to bring it back, like trying to crawl back, trying to get another round, like a couple of rounds to stay in the picture. But the thing is, you're losing a lot on the first half, so we have no way of turning back or shifting the momentum. It was just so hard for them to find the openings they needed.
Well, yeah, it's the same case exactly like what happened on Eagle Eye, especially that we've seen Anubis on the first half. They had a very tough mission. Okay, and on Eagle Eye, it was not acceptable, honestly, to go 7-2 versus Nemesis, especially that we started on the global side. Now, they went 7-2 on the blacklist side on board, which is, I don't want to say acceptable, but maybe it is expected, because we were afraid that this would have, especially that they're starting on the blacklist side, will make them just kind of suffering, and that's what exactly what happened. And we've seen also Anubis, they took the tactical pause on first half from 4-2 when it was 4-2, and they tried to change a few things. However, it was not that change that we expected them to do, and they haven't got any round since then. It was a good start for Anubis. They started 2-0 to Nemesis, then they came back with 1 round, and as a blacklist side on port, if the enemy team just or the globalist team just takes 2 rounds and you just answer with 1, that's more than perfect for you. However, Anubis couldn't keep up the pace, and just Nemesis changed the playstyle over and over, and Tipsy just got out of his mind also in this game. We've seen Alucard also flexing the rifle, trying to clutch and doing everything for himself. We asked Nemesis what these guys were doing when they used to practice or scrim. Now they replied that they said, okay, Blackwood wasn't our map, but they definitely showed a decent performance on the 2 wins. It was a convenient win for Nemesis.
Agree, and about having a really convincing way of winning. They had their lineups ready, they had their team intact together, and it paid out. Like, having that team to be playing as one unit is something you would love to see. And of course, winning versus Anubis to get back again into the spot, the place that you belong to, is quite frankly important for Team Nemesis, and that gives us the fact that today's match are really important. That will set who's in the top 4. You're seeing a lot of new faces, a lot of stuff being changed after the first week, and of course a couple of days that we had yesterday and the day before. That shows that Nemesis, they didn't play a lot of games, so you can't just discount them.
Yeah, Nemesis, we haven't watched them exactly. We haven't watched Nemesis playing versus the top tier teams right now. Still, I remember that Nemesis, they played versus 3BL, they played versus Swamp Gaming, they played versus Anubis. We would love to see more of them coming out on the next games. And yeah, we always expect Nemesis kinda as we mentioned, they're starting very slow, but then suddenly they just come back, and that's exactly what happened. Look at the first map; it was 5-10 in favor of Anubis, and then suddenly 10-6, 10-5, a more convenient wins to reply by Nemesis. The way they played the second and third map, honestly, it was completely different. Whatever Kevin said to these guys between the games was just a game changer for them. How they were aiming, how they're pushing together, how they're communicating, because Black Widow was a complete miscommunications and the complete misplays coming out from them. We talked about it back on the days today. So Nemesis, they claimed a very tough win. As Alpha said, it's a team that you need to avoid. It's a team that you need to get rid of in order for you to keep up on the elite group, and that's how you do it. And they did it. And of course, our MVP, because the guy who did everything today was, in my opinion, it was Dipsy. His sniper rifle, everything, he tried his best. Even in the map that they failed, they kinda still tried to get it on the line only because of Dipsy. But I mean, I would love to see Dipsy more in the next games, and I would love to see how he's playing, because he was one of the key factors for Anubis when they got the second place with them on 2025.
Of course, Dipsy been pretty important for Nemesis, but at the same time, he had Alucard, who got everything that you might even need on his side, playing with a rifle, playing with a sniper, and he's one of the old guard that we have in the CFWL. He's one of the like the founding members. He played in Team Nemesis, he played in Inner Circle, as we have mentioned. Anubis, he is one of the guys that set the base, the place for the players. And of course, speaking about him, we should be having him for an interview in a few seconds, but we'll see. Yeah, hello Alucard, how are you doing?
Yo.
Unmute the Discord.
Yeah, you have to unmute the Discord.
It's fine.
I asked Ping when he told me. Anyway, let's go. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're doing just fine. Just ignore Penguin. Like, he's your old teammate, I know that, and you have a lot of synergy. He's your, like, I don't know, old soul friend. He just got flashed, so yeah, you guys, of course, bring the vibe together. Go ahead, Penguin. Go with that question.
So yeah, I wanted to congratulate Alucard, of course, for the win and for the performance today. Although that we've seen Black Widow, the first map wasn't convenient from you guys, and then suddenly the next two maps weren't even close. I wouldn't say that you guys suffered on the next two maps because you destroyed the enemy team, especially on the first half. So what changes you guys did? Maybe what talks you guys had before or between the two sets, after, especially after Black Widow?
Well, first of all, Black Widow, we didn't start good. We didn't have the chemistry, the communication was chaotic a little bit, and we started bad. And when you start bad and you start losing ground, it's really hard to come back. I wouldn't call our Black Widow bad, but we just started bad. The next two maps, we talked after Black Widow, the team was on point, and that's what we should have done before the first map. But luckily we did it in the next two maps and we got it.
Of course, that's really good one. Also, I want to ask you, Alucard, about something. We have seen you having like a kind of, I would say, a rough start during this season. Of course, the last versus 3BL, and talk me through how did you bring it back together to have like the momentum to build things around, and of course to show us how Nemesis, or like why this team is got together.
Well, I'll be honest, we didn't have really a good off season. Like, we came back kinda late and we didn't really have the good preparation for the start. So yeah, we're starting to get back in shape. We're still not in the shape we want, but we're working on it, and yeah, we're coming back slowly, little by little. So we're improving. Today's win, we needed it because we need to guarantee to be in the elite group, like the top 4.
Yeah.
So yeah, our win today really pushed us hard, and next week we have a hard week. I believe it's the hardest week for us. We have 3 matches, Vet, Tech and unKnights, and we need to get 2 wins at least next week to guarantee to be in the top 4.
Yeah, I agree with you. Next week will be pretty important since you still got a lot of really good games that are gonna be waiting for you. especially the one versus Vitality. And speaking of that match, what's your preparation for it?
Well, I'm not sure if Vitality is the first match or not, but we'll be ready for them. I think we had like the same off season, you know. I think they came back late as well, and
They came back
really
late.
start. They didn't really start strong, so I think we're alike in that. I think for me, 3BL was the most team that were ready to start. I think they really had a good preparation, momentum, and they are building up good momentum. And I think they are a really good opponent, and they will be in the top 4. So yeah, we're looking forward to playing against Vet, but most importantly, our next match against 3BL. So this is what we're looking at, and this is what we want. It's kind of revenge, you know. So we'll do our best, and against Vet, we have really good preparation, and we'll see how it goes.
Of course, thank you, Alucard. Of course, we can't wait for the Battle of the Titans. It's gonna be a pretty interesting match, and of course, we can't wait to see you guys cash out your payback versus 3BL. Thank you for your time, Alucard. It was a pleasure having you here. Of course, congrats. And any last words would love to say to Nemesis fans, to of course everyone that's watching on the stream?
Well, I would like to apologize for the bad start, but we're coming back strong, and we'll make you happy, guys, for the next matches.
Of course, thank you, Alucard, for your time, and hope you all the best in your next matches.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. See ya. Yeah, man, he's a really cool guy. And speaking about you, Penguin, you know that we all know that he was your former teammate. So seeing him at this position, of course, you are now unKPenguin. You gotta be in the analyst desk with us. So how do you feel about those guys?
Yeah, look at honestly, he's a very good player. He's actually one of my closest friends. Also, not only because we play together. Till now, we still communicate. We still go out together, and he's just a good guy. And seeing him there it's just that's like where he should be, because this guy is always the hardest worker I have ever seen in my entire life. During everything, he was the guy that's putting time, so he's deserved to be there. As you mentioned, as you see, look, he mentioned 3BL game and he wanted to revenge from now, although that he might not face 3BL.
He's not sleeping on it.
Yeah, he might not face 3BL until the playoffs if they're not making it into top 4, and if they're making it into top 4, he said that's the game I want to play. Not Vitality, not unKnights, not Nemesis, I mean not TSC, not anybody else than 3BL. That's the mentality that he has.
Of course, and that mentality shows you how rock solid that man is, and they are looking to bring it home. And of course, that was for the first series of today. We have seen Team Nemesis play versus Anubis. It ended in a 2-1 fashion in the favor of Nemesis. But now we'll head to the battle of the unks versus the team that always made the West proud. Team unKnights versus Vitality. But wait until we get back after a short break.
You have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one, Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance, he's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, man. Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo. A walking path through a small tight angle here. Takes another one, and a Snake pushing here. Pretty aggressive, holding the pistol. Not 1, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking A pretty massive swingy with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson. His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox thumbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in and a snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Away those lives for free. What they've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just gonna move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Double kill. Multi-kill.
See if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kais will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the bottom.
Feels a little dicey. The diamond in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, but a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Saved by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. How does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, what is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
to Sustings, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snakefall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra-aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. That's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that's not good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it, and that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will stick.
Welcome back to CFWL. I'm your host for today, Seikyu, and by my side, Mr. Penguin. And of course, we just finished the first series. You probably just watched it. And now we are heading to a Battle of the Titans. We have unKnights, or like Battle of the Unks, I would say. We have unKnights that they got a lot of players that passed the 30s. They're going here as a part-timers trying to make a change in the scene, or actually trying to prove that age is just a number, versus team like Vitality. Yeah, they have a lot of mid-aged players, of course, lower than 30. I don't know why I'm mentioning 30 a lot, but like knowing that Penguin is 30 and I'm almost getting to 30, so
I'm almost 31.
just stressing out that point.
I'm 2 months away, or maybe 3 months away of 2 months and a half of 31, man. So,
Happy
yeah.
birthday, bro.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
as you mentioned, it's a battle of the teams that been here for a while. Let's say in a better way, that the guys that we've watched a lot, the guy that's playing a lot since maybe 5, 6 to 10, 12 years, like Famous. I don't know what's Famous always staring at. Maybe probably he needs to repaint his ceiling, because every time he's just like looking at the ceiling. Maybe the other souls are talking to him, but we haven't seen this guy just activated as we used to see. This guy's having a very slow start. That means that unKnights is also having a very slow start. And we mentioned already the connection between Famous and unKnights, that when usually Famous is not having the best on his phone, that unKnights is also falling apart. We expected LSY to probably step in and just try to improve, or maybe try to play the game that we used to see from him, but it didn't turn out very well for him, and the last 2 series was just not that best from him. That happens for every team, that happens for every player as well. You sometimes see some downfalls from the players. However, HDZ also needs to step up a bit, and probably we would see Snox also. When they step up, we will see Snox as he's the entry. He will also step up and just try to perform with unKnights, that they are having very, very rough times. And I believe that if unKnights don't get back to wins in the next maybe 2 games, because Vitality is going to be a hard game, I think we might see them on the contender group. I don't think, I'm sure that we might see them on the contender group.
That might be the case for Team unKnights, since they're having a little bit of a trouble in their early days for the season 2. But like, keep in mind, with all of those troubles and with Famous not finding himself again into the field, he is still the #1 player on the headshot list. So like, even though in his worst days he is performing. And of course, well, speaking about unKnights and Vitality, I believe when you have those like players that got a lot of years in their experience pocket, you would be expecting that you need to remove some of the maps that requires to have a really good communication, especially versus Vitality. You got a big sub base out, and sub base is one of their best maps. Maybe you might try to take New Mexico out, since it's been one of the best actually for both teams. I would rather say that. We have seen Famous finding some crazy angles with a shotgun. Of course, Vitality not even considering playing with a shotgun strategy. There is a lot of stuff in the New Mexico thing.
Snake plays it 2 times or 3 times.
Yeah, actually,
last time.
couple of rounds, but like
Rally.
mostly they go with a double sniper setup with 3 riflers to have the maximum amount of range when it comes to picking the long fights. That's my take, and that's what I see. Of course, they still got the shotgun department well seated, but when they are in the GR side, they don't go for it.
Well, it's the difference is that Famous is playing with the bolt, and Snake is playing with the fully automated AA burst shotgun, which is way better on holding angles like the alley, because you don't need to aim. You need just to fire all the shotgun bullets that you have, and then instantly you'll just get some kills. Unlike Famous, he plays with the bolt. The bolt requires 1 shot, 1 kill. It's like a sniper but without scope, and it's kind of, I don't want to say it's inaccurate, but the accuracy is not, of course, like the snipers, and he still aims very good with it. While you're moving, it's maybe 80% accuracy, 70% accuracy, But if you're just not moving, if you're just standing still, it's 100% accuracy. So Famous is a very good player with it, and we've seen him popping off versus Vitality actually with the Shogun. But I believe that Vitality might already have this into consideration if they are planning to play New Mexico, because we've seen Vitality playing New Mexico and they played it very, very good versus the other teams, versus Anubis as well. They just have a very good map pool right now, Vitality, in my opinion. And this is what we talked about with Horus, that we said that sometimes you guys are failing on the first map. Is it because you guys want to be playing this map? And he said, yes, we are taking the West League as a full series practice games. We're not saying that we are just going trolling or just a scream game. We are taking it as a full series practice games. Yes, we aim to win every single game, but also to play all the full map, 7 maps that we want to see on the international stage. So it's a very good approach by them, and it's working out very well by them.
Yeah, and of course that's something to be considered, that they are one of the best teams in the league. And speaking of the best teams in the league, we are all going with Vitality. They had a slow start, don't get me wrong, like yeah they did, but also unKnights had the same thing. But at this current week, or like at this state, you will go with Vitality 24/7 based on what we just saw from them yesterday and the day before. So this is our prediction, but of course if you have other thoughts, you still got the comments to write it down. We will be watching the comments and we'll be interacting with you guys. So like pick up your keyboards and start typing, give us your take on that part, since we know that unKnights are one of the teams that got a lot of supporters to be standing behind them, and would love to see what's their take versus Vitality. You're playing versus the top dog, so we are not biased to Vitality, but like the stats, the numbers goes to Vitality side, even though like, hear me out, the last time they played against each other, I would say in the yeah, it was close, but I'm speaking about the elite group. We saw actually unKnights win versus Vitality. Other than this, it was always a Vitality's playground, but nothing been taken out of unKnights. I believe that this game will be 70-30 to Vitality.
Yeah, definitely, probably even maybe 8-20 because of the past performance that came from unKnights was not the best. However, if you're talking about the last 2 times these guys played, it was on phase 2 where unKnights just beat Vitality 2-1, and then they meet again on the playoffs, and Vitality had a very, very, very rough win. It was 3-2. It was clutched by Todzin in the end, the last map, and the last map also was New Mexico, as we are having right now. It was the decider. They played Ankara, they played Port, they played most of the common maps, and the sub-base ban, the iconic sub-base ban by unKnights was perfectly executed by them. So fair, let's say it's a fair V2, because unKnights, they love Ankara. Probably Vitality's Ankara is not the best on their map picks, but Port is one of their best. New Mexico, they are grinding it hard, but I feel anxious if we go to New Mexico and Vitality have it as a decider.
I agree, since unKnights have a really good record in New Mexico. I really want to speak it in the Latino way, but I can't do it. Anyways, New Mexico, since they also, I remember they had the LCK. They won versus LCK 10-0 in New Mexico. It was just obliterating to them, and of course them now under the name of Titans. Hopefully we don't have the same result if they went into New Mexico. But other than this, we have Ankara, we have Port, we have New Mexico, and Ankara and Port, they really need you to have some really good riflers, and man, like, you have a lot of them in this series. You have Famous, you have, of course, I don't know, Horus,
Snakes,
Slayer, all of them,
Snox.
all of them.
Yeah, it's Snox. You gotta mention that as well, as he's one of the best rifles. Petru sometimes has his days. Snake is doing a heavy lifting for his teammates lately throughout the entire season, which is season 2. Everybody's just on form. Maybe Horus is having some inconsistency, and I mentioned that Horus on the group stage, he's not the guy that's popping off usually, but when it comes to the playoffs, he will be the guy first to pop off from his teammates.
Of course, and now we are waiting for those teams to get ready, and we still got a question: will we make it to Mexico? I hope that I'm saying it right. Mexico, Mexico, New Mexico. and we'll see those guys go for the full game, full strats being split apart, or will it be a 2-0 zombie? You never know, since those guys can be unpredicted. And of
Yeah.
course, you still have Ankara Port in the way, so a lot of talk. And of course, let's go through Ankara, since we have mentioned that it needs to have some really decent, of course, riflers, but at the same time, you still have a way to play with a double sniper, especially on the GR side.
Well, definitely, Ankara, you can double snipe. You can put your sniper as a flex. One of them is as a flex. He can go underpass, he can go mid, he can try to pick from A side. And the other guy is just steady holding the hotel, which is kinda is not the meta right now to have the sniper having the hotel, unlike the season 1 or maybe unlike 2025, because of the tier G, EPR, and all of these guns that's been included in the game right now. I believe that it's more into a rifle player right now in hotel, but still it doesn't affect anything if you put a sniper there trying to pick one and get to leave after that. So yes, double sniper would definitely work if you want it. One sniper it definitely work if you want, it will work if you want it. And also the rifles on Ankara, you need to have very decent rifles, because if you push aside and you have very strong rifles, you don't need anything else. And that's what we've seen from 3BL versus Anubis. They pushed all the sides, all the rounds into A side. They probably just add some spices. They just went one time into B side and they let Lucia go one time into B side himself alone. But all the plans, all the executions were into A side, and they still yet to win 10-6 versus Anubis. So that's the meta right now for Ankara. Abuse A side, because even though if they're stacking, if you have good utility usage, if you have good executions with the new guns, you will still, with the USP especially, you will still win the fights, and you still win the trades, and they get the side for free.
Don't talk me through the USP. USP, man, is just a pain to watch. It's just like that. The guy, like, yeah, you're losing all your bullets, so just bring the USP and use a couple of bullets to drag a couple of players down. It's just been ridiculous through the course of this entire season, watching players just ignoring the fact that you can use your weapon and just go running gunning with the USP, especially if you're playing with a sniper. That could be like your secondary weapon, or like you're maybe holding another rifle in your hand with that USP.
Yeah, it's mini rifle.
It's just like that. It's annoying.
Yeah, it is annoying, and it's like a mini rifle if you have it on your pocket, and it's like the gun that you get it when you're in an emergency situation, and it would still do it for you, and also it reloads very fast. It's a good gun. It's a meta. If you are abusing it, you are using the meta. That's nothing harmful for anybody. It's all free to play for everybody. So just pick it and do your best with it, and that's how you play with the meta, and that's how you go with the flu.
Yeah, and of course, the meta always calls everything, and especially when in the pro play, where you're not just having some fun with the boys to maybe just guys don't play with the USP. It's just annoying. So it is what it is. You'll bring the USB, you'll bring your riflers, and you will bring everybody to the game. But before we head to the game, we'll head to a small break and get back to Elfish and Volt.
Seems like. Wait, what is, are we just basically on a
Timerless break, I
back
think.
soon DM?
Yeah.
Are
Yeah.
we like on a be back DM?
Yeah.
Oh my days. I'm gonna go get me something to drink.
Yeah.
Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
Alrighty, guys, welcome back. Thank you very much for your patience. Seems like we had some issues in the server. unKnights and Vitality was the conversation before heading into that extended break. I feel like we might as well have pretty much an entire analyst desk segment of our own here, Volt. But just to cut through the quick and dirty of it, what's your take? unKnights versus Vitality today. Is there any chance for this unKnights lineup?
I mean, we were talking about it a little bit where we were on the break, right? The only way back for unKnights is if Famous decides to rediscover himself, right? It's been a ghost town for the entirety of unKnights. Maybe and they here or there for HDZ or LSY, but especially Famous have disappeared off the radar, and he's been the man that has been baiting them a lot of the time, really. So that could be their way back. Otherwise, I believe we're all in unison. If that doesn't happen, it should be a clean sweep for Vitality. Should still be a victory for Vitality either way. It's just about whether or not unKnights are going to put up a fight, because so far they are looking like they are slated for the contender group. Yes, of course, I don't think that they're going to be beat by a Swamp or an Imperium, but just being there at the 5th, 6th position is a very tough ask of them, especially even considering their performances relative to the performances of Anubis, because I feel like that is the closest comparison. Yes, there are still weaknesses with Anubis, but you can tell there's a lot more upside to work with. I don't know what is there to work with right now with unKnights. Even their mid-round calling that they were famously able to play around hasn't really been aiding them that much.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think Vitality have, they've been a little bit up and down, obviously, but they've certainly been a lot better than unKnights, who, I mean, you would like to say up and down. I don't even think there's really been a whole lot of upside, actually, unfortunately, for unKnights. Most of this season has been a real tough one for them. You make a couple of great points about individuals maybe not coming online necessarily, but even beyond that fact, there just doesn't seem to be a whole lot of excitement around this roster, unfortunately. So I guess we'll have to wait and see how they go when they do come into this game against Vitality. I think Vitality did kind of look a little bit better yesterday as well. It seems like they may be starting to get themselves in order. So I think all things considered, we have to look at this and say it's going to be a very, very tough ask for unKnights today, unless they put something even more impressive on the board than what they ordinarily do. And even that would have to then be a really big step up from them. So I think either way, base level from both of these two teams, Vitality walks away with a 2-0.
Oh, absolutely. And as you said, especially in that matter, we've seen a competitive Anubis for a map against Vitality, a competitive Anubis for a map against Nemesis as well. unKnights, in their game against 3BL, I'm going to be honest, even on the Eagle Eye, where they were a little bit closer than the Black Widow, they didn't feel that competitive, and that loss to Imperium absolutely stung, especially on that new compound, losing 10-3. I'm sorry, that is just unacceptable for a team at their caliber and their level, and that is the thing that they'll need to work on for sure. At least for now, with the standings the way that they are in the 6th place. A win here tied them with Anubis, perhaps also a tie with TEC depending on their game result against 3BL, and from there maybe there's a contention for a top 4. But I think it's very clear right now that Vitality, 3BL, and I would definitely say even Nemesis really are all in a pretty close boat, right? Like, I think that is Vitality the clear top dog. 3BL and Nemesis are definitely neck and neck though. And that is the race where maybe you want to get behind 3BL and Nemesis and seal yourself in that elite group. We've seen that Vitality are a little bit susceptible to dropping games in phase 2. And if you're able to do that, if you're able to sneak your way through 3BL and Nemesis, suddenly you're in the top 2 and you're going to be skipping a round of the playoffs, and it would mean a whole lot to whoever would actually skip a round next to Vitality, because we've seen how much that actually meant to Nemesis to have to worry a little bit less about your veto, because especially come playoffs, this is the time that everybody's going to show their full card, right? Nobody's really going to be holding anything back. So just keeping your game plan for as long as you can and avoiding that lower bracket run is the most important part early on.
Well, guys, as you can see, we're still not in the game. We've got some more issues by the looks of things, and hopefully we'll get that cleared up ASAP. There was definitely a couple of problems getting us on the way, and just waiting for the confirmation of one more player here. As often tends to be the case, it is on the behalf of Vitality that we are waiting. I don't mind saying it. But
I mean,
yeah.
they should really be hearing that more often. Like, guys, yes, you're the greatest in the league. Don't get me wrong. You're probably our only hope of the region. But can we please start on time for once?
Yeah, it would be nice. Would be nice. I don't have much more to say, really, at this point. So I think we just maybe chill until this game starts.
I mean, if there is anything else to say, maybe we can talk about the next matchup for a little bit, since we're doing our own analyst segment. We can show Penguin how it's done. I guess that's the ticket that we're going to be talking about, right? Like, we haven't seen TEC this week, so we haven't really talked about it at all, Elfish. But what are your thoughts on them for this season, right? I think that they're 1-2 right now. They've lost to Vitality, lost to Anubis, and won against Swamp.
So with
3BL also as their opponent, like that is the important part for me.
I think 3BL for me is the more interesting prospect. TEC have kind of done what they've been expected to do this season. It's been a little bit up and down. It has been a bit shambolic here and there, as has often been the case for them over the past 12 months. They often are still considered, like you say, one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the league just by virtue of their experience and the individuals on that lineup. But I think that stronghold that they've had lately has started to slip a little bit, and I think other teams are kind of catching up. So that'll be an interesting match when we do inevitably get there, and hopefully we are now underway and we can actually get into this game without too much difficulty going forward. We need some good karma. We'll see how this one ends up panning out. Vitality, unKnights, starting things off on Ankara, the map pick of unKnights. If this does go to a third, if this does go to New Mexico, I really think that Vitality have that one unlocked. That has been a map that they've been picking into quite a lot, but we'll see whether or not we even need it, because typically Vitality, you'd expect, would probably be a team that could close this one out 2-0.
Yeah, and even here on the Ankara, like Penguin said, that it used to be a good home turf for unKnights, but Vitality have been really confident in the way they approach that map, and not unKnights whatsoever. An early opener opens up across to the underpass towards B, but they elect against that. The door is still open to another angle. Famous, well, is gonna have an infamous start. He's been having a couple of those recently. Now it only is 3-on-4. There's a DC from one of the players on the side of Vitality. That's a little bit unfortunate, but even then, they're still up a player thanks to those 2 kills that they found. And really, all they need to do is just to get Slayer to perhaps finish what he started. 2 kills to his name with the M14. HDZ rather aggressive on the B site, but Vitality are keeping their options open. They got 50 seconds and 2 slides to choose from. The Pro that is wounded, and apparently they're just trying to push on that wound, seeing if they can find something out of it, but HDZ does well too. 1 kill to his name, rotations are on. They'll need to finish it off here.
Plant down just yet, so unKnights are still able to try and fight for this one. 2-on-2. Pietro pretty tagged up, should be an easy pick-off. Snap been spotted out as well, and that plant has also been secured. So first round's going to go on the board there for Vitality, and we'll have a little minute here, I think, to figure things out again.
Oh, that's going to be a pretty interesting one, of course, Of course, the position is a rather intriguing one on that side. For unKnights, unfortunately, though, not the kind of game, not the kind of round that they were expecting. And I guess that's it, right? Like, we're going to just try to wait for the players to come back, and hopefully for unKnights to actually show up themselves, too.
Yeah. Looks like we'll get back underway relatively quickly here, so that is good news. Yeah, some tech issues certainly on the side of Vitality today that plaguing them pretty incessantly. Hasn't obviously impacted them too greatly in that last round, but it's certainly something that it will become a bit of a factor if it persists.
Well, Elfish, apparently we are finally ready to get back to the game. Hopefully all of the 10 players are here and ready, and we won't be facing many more problems, hopefully. That is the hope. That is the optimism in me. I'm still hoping to actually close off the map smoothly. At least that's what I'm hoping for. For unKnights, I think it's a good thing that they get to take some breathing room after being battered that way.
Yeah, I mean, how many times can you kind of just say hopefully in one sentence? It's really been all we've actually been able to say about this matchup thus far. The fact that Pietro is not even facing his computer does make me wonder whether or not we're going to be getting underway anytime soon.
No way, no way. Does he actually not get fined for that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I suspect that's why he's turned around.
Look, at least he's still doing it old school, which is what you'd expect out of, I guess, an unk like Pietro, if we're gonna keep rolling with the unkind stuff, but yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate at least.
Alright, well, the bad news is apparently we're not ready to go yet, so we might take another hot minute and be back when the game starts.
Well, not to count our chickens before they hatch, but we are in the map after all. Back to Ankara. And I guess, hey, like, it's a sad day for Turkey, of course. Like, knocked out of the World Cup, disappointing performance with a lot of young stars. You can say that about PEC, being that maybe Chinese by organization, but really Turkish by the majority of the players. But at least here for unKnights, you know, the coalition, and unfortunately, HDZ is immediately out again. Snare is back to doing what he does best. And, well, I hope from here Vitality realize the error in their ways. And there it is. Penguin was talking about those executes. Almost a problem there from Slog, but I don't think there's not that much trouble in Paradise, right? Well handled from Vitality. Just LSY remaining. That take was pretty much what Penguin was talking about, right? Like, too much utility, especially if the quality is good, the round is nearly impossible to recuperate.
Yeah, straight out the gates, Vitality looking like their usual selves, or their old selves. I don't know if I necessarily want to say usual selves, because it has been pretty spotty here and there from them this season, but this has been a pretty good display so far under some awkward circumstances. I think it can be hard, obviously, to come into a map like this when it's been, you know, a bit lethargic as far as the start is concerned, to really lock in, but done a pretty good job in those first couple of rounds. unKnights needing to show us something of the same, and not able to cut the mustard in that task just yet. Has been, like we've said, a bit of an up and down kind of season from unKnights, so jury's out as to whether or not they're really going to be able to cut the mustard at all. Not even necessarily against the likes of Vitality, but I mean, a lot of teams have been able to get the better of unKnights today, so it should almost be a foregone conclusion that you'd think Vitality, the top team in the league, will be able to do it as well.
Well, let's see if things will change. Vitality again. Successful early, LSY taking the brunt of that beating. And, well, as long as Vitality keep playing like that, it seems like I'm going to continue to suffer for the most part. Well, one of the players that we didn't talk about their performance being shaky from their side, at least, has been Snox. He's been having okay games, nothing too out of this world, but at least I feel like both him and like HDZ have been that little bit of hope in the team. Right now, hope might still be there. Famous on the line, and it's an important kill to find, but unfortunately for him, not only is it just a trade, but Horus have taken care of Snox, and that round should be over. A perfect backstab here from Slayer. Should close that round. They know that they're coming from Connector, and Slayer is right on the money. Discipline for the one. The spray down a little bit sloppy, but thankfully, Snake is there to finish off the job they started. It's 3 clean rounds for the Beats.
Yeah, very clean rounds as well. I mean, this has been not really much of a contest so far. The first 3 rounds have only resulted in 3 kills total, really, for unKnights as well. Or at least these last couple have been only 3 kills, so I think it's off the back of the reset that we do get those scoreboards updated. But yeah, realistically speaking, Vitality are kind of doing this on easy mode at the moment. We're just sort of waiting for unKnights to kind of wake up. Easier said than done again when you're playing against a team like Vitality, who seem to be pretty switched on, but you know, we have high expectations for these unKnights players. Snox will be deleted, easy as you like, by Horus. Aim on point today from him. And, you know, I guess the conversation that we saw on the desk about how they are sort of taking this as somewhat of a, you know, a match practice, match fitness kind of season, getting practice on all the maps and whatnot, is totally valid for Vitality. But if they're going to do it this easy, how much practice are you really going to get?
I was just going to say this as well. Like, it's one of my main worries, really, when it comes to the West League for the top teams, right? Like, it was LCK themselves that sometimes, even like right now for this year, I feel like it really impacts 3 teams. Vitality, Nemesis, and 3DL. Those 3 teams, if they had higher quality of practice, better teams around them, maybe the case would have been different. And you can say the same thing, for example, about a team like Stallions in the Philippines, but right now, in this retake, pretty easy goings, no hard work really, all in a day's work for the side of Vitality. Sure, got to a final 1v1 in the end, but it was trades all across the board, and unKnights taking a timeout, which, to be honest, Elfish, it's not like I can say, oh, like, what is there to fix? It's like everything needs fixing. I don't think that they can fix everything at once.
Yeah, that's, I mean, that's the difficulty really, isn't it? Like, what do you even say coming into this one? It's like, well they are kind of just better than us at the moment. So it needs to be worked on. Have you ever seen that joke? It's like they played great. They just need to work on their aim, firepower, strats, communication,
macro,
whatever it is. Yeah, like that's kind of where it's at the moment, unfortunately for unKnights. Snox is looking a bit depressed. It's great. I mean, the cameras are frozen on some pretty interesting images right here. But yeah, I think you can kind of tell that unKnights are doing it pretty tough right here.
I mean, you gotta have it out for them as well, right? Like, for them as a team, they probably had a set of expectations for themselves too, right? Like, where they are as a team, Famous taking that leap to... I'm gonna be very real about this, because I feel like we don't really talk about this as cynically as perhaps it really should be. Like, Swamp always had a free ticket to Stars because they are from NA, and they're the only good team in NA at the moment, at least from what I know.
No,
maybe Penguin would know a little bit more.
It's typically been the case, man. I mean, look, you can go back for the last few years, and the core of like Famous, Kai's, and then whoever their buddies eventually are ends up being the team.
Usually
that
Josh
goes
or
through.
Imagine,
Yeah, Josh. Yeah. I mean, Josh and Brando, I think we saw in there for a little bit as well at one point. Like, there's been all these sorts of players that have kind of popped their heads back up. But yeah, generally those 3, I think, yeah, you're right, have been given a much easier pathway through to Stars than some of the European teams, that's for sure.
Yeah, so Famous decided to throw that away to go play in the better team.
Right.
And for the more competition. And sure, he knows that he's not going to have a lot of practice, and so does unKnights, but it's like a risk that both of them were willing to take. And right now, this risk is falling apart, right? Like, sure, everybody was saying, like, who's going to be the third seed for EWC? Right now, it does feel like it could be neither, really. Look, I feel like Vitality and Nemesis, with the kind of performances they are showing, they are the clear 1-2. And honestly speaking, I feel like 3BL are just the third here. I don't even know what else is supposed to be had from unKnights, because yes, they're gonna have a little bit of a time off between this week and the next one. They are gonna go play against TPC and Anubis. A couple of tough games, Nemesis as well. Even here against Vitality, not looking too bad, especially in that current sequence. 3-on-3 is not the worst. But it's always been that post that always goes back for them. It's like Vitality knows what's back of their hand.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty good point that you're making previously there as well about Famous moving into this lineup. I would have looked at this as an upgrade for him and an attempt to qualify through things like EWC as well, but in the successful season that unKnights have wanted to be so far, it doesn't seem to be changing at all. The retake coming through. It is 1v1 here for Famous. 10 seconds on the clock. We're talking about him a lot. We'll see if he can make something happen. Snare with the tap. It doesn't quite work out in his timing favor. Famous gets the defuse. I think Snare could have just waited half a second there and it would have made a huge difference, but if Famous turns it on, if Famous wakes up, that's what we've been waiting for all season long. Maybe there's still something in this season for unKnights.
Yeah, we're just talking exactly about that, right? That is why you take the risk on someone like Famous. His style, his proficiency is second to none in the league. And right now, unKnights seems to have flipped the switch with that win. Something have awoken inside of the team. But unfortunately for them, maybe they were just caught in a bit of a bloodlust there. Everybody running through the A site. And their sole defender on B in the IGL, the supposed brain of the operation, couldn't even play safe enough. Vitality immediately took him out of the equation with a surgical precision there on that take. And now, they have a wealth of utility to slow down that pulse for as much as they like. The C4 is already down. And with 40 seconds only left on the timer, unKnights will really need to bring something out of the back to take that one, because it feels impossible with all that utility.
They're going to be scrambling away from this first down. 7 seconds, they just want to get out in front of it, give themselves a little bit of time. The frag's actually kind of going their way, but this is where it gets a bit tougher. Slayer able to stand and deliver. Grenade's going to land on top of Snops' head, and HDZ caught out as well. So it wasn't so much the time that was working against unKnights there, more so the setup from Vitality being a solid one. And while they got those couple of entries, they couldn't manage to hold on to it in the end, and 5-1. So Vitality, they take a little bit of a stumble, but they right themselves pretty quickly in the next round.
That's an excellent recovery really from them that has got to be stated perhaps for me the most. That unKnights had a good idea, but just didn't even let them take an inch of space, an inkling of safety. And from this current moment in time, Vitality are waiting for aggression. It's like they know that unKnights will try something again. Horus, is he left for the Wolves, or are Vitality actually the Wolves? False sense of security for unKnights, and it's all gonna go for naught. Horus explodes in that round. A hat-trick for him, a site that is completely open. And despite that kill from the top of the balcony for LSY, very little remains for him, and Horus makes it a quad kill. He gives 6 rounds to Vitality.
Yeah, so the demise of unKnights is going to continue, it would seem, today. Brief moment of respite, thanks to a nice 1v1 clutch from Famous, but aside from that, they have got absolutely nothing to do about so far. And it's going to be a tough day at the office for them, it would seem. Back into round number 8 now. All that work still needing to be done. Bit more of a chill approach out there from Vitality. Happy to just set themselves up outside of B. Famous on the other side of this fight. He might get himself one, even if he does, though, should be getting traded down. Doesn't even come to that as Slayer bests him regardless. And so slowly but surely, Vitality working their way into yet another round, and they are looking for a 7-1 lead.
Now, for unKnights, their true hope is going to be that movement from HDZ. Could he just get that space and force more rotations? Either for the B side, Pietro's trying to hold for the bridge. And, well, thankfully for him, he took his timing. Could even find a frag here before the round concludes. And it's going to be good for Pietro to get that kill, but it's still creative for Vitality either way. Snake and Auras on the inside, but Hutton getting kills back alongside LSY. unKnights might have finally cracked the code. The TRG on that line should be fatal, and the C4 is down in a position that feels impossible to reclaim from Snake. 2 snipers on that line, HDZ peaks, and Snake should be walking into that line of fire. Easy work from him on the TRG, 2 from unKnights to at least still give them a sliver of hope, if only a sliver.
Something at least. Better than nothing. If they can get 3, then yeah, that's not a terrible half. It'll be a poor half, but it won't be terrible. That's something, you're right. Vitality, though, will be keen to ensure that is not going to happen. HDZ's pushed his way forward. There's an opening, a bit of a gap here for Snare, who's looking to exploit. He's got backup as well. HDZ will not be able to find the double. In fact, he won't even be able to find one. So, good start for Vitality. Snare posted on the line, loses his head to LSY, which brings us back in to the 4-on-4. That's why he is eager to give up his life, though. Sneaks around that corner, right into the headshot from Snake. It's the full hold over on A, and Vitality set up the headshot.
Colton now needs to buy as much time as he can, but really spammed, pushed from all angles. Can't really buy that much time. Vitality were just being a bit too methodical there and clearing down the site. Then putting down a C4 a tad late. I don't know if this is even going to make much of a difference or not, right? Still, unKnights are taking a very long-winded path through that B site, so they're only going to have 20 seconds or so by the time they get there. Snake taking a sweet time. Pietro closing in on that line. Spotted on the jump spot. And Snake could commit to that door. He's only seen one. They don't know where the other 2 are. But with Pietro down, they've confirmed their suspicions. And Slayer is going to be the point man. Another kill to be found. And Famous this time will only get a sole kill. Vitality to seal off that half with a stamp of authority. 7 rounds to the 2. And it seems like unKnights are still in a spiral.
Yeah, that half has not gone well for them. That is for sure. See some rather grim-looking faces. They're going through the motions really here is unKnights. I feel like it's just been one of those kinds of seasons for them. But nothing to do apart from just see what they can get done in this second half.
Well, that is the case indeed, but I mean, even with what we've seen from unKnights on the GR side, maybe against some other teams, I would have had some optimism for the BL. Yeah. But if it's Vitality, like we've seen on that round on the A site, I feel was just the case in point for me. Like, unKnights decided to double down on the A push, but Vitality were more than ready, and I think that Vitality will continue to be more than prepared.
Yep.
And apparently, they are the ones that want to run the place with their own rules. Fearless in their take towards the A site. Yes, unKnights have taken middle, but I feel like with the amount of information that Vitality has gained, they can just earn 1/3 of the map, and the other third that is actually towards the B site, Topson is known to be one of the best players in that position up top, so it's not going to be that easy to extract him out of the stairs, and I probably wouldn't take Pietro's odds in that duel either single-handedly, so I think it's smart on unKnights not to push for the matter that much, but it would be important for Topson not to also force the issue himself there with some support coming through for the IGL.
Yeah, but I mean, this is also your map pick as unKnights, and if you're only going to be able to, let's say, put together like maybe 3-5 rounds in this map, Vitality are well and truly on top in the matchup heading into Port, a map that they do love to go to even as a decider, but I think in this case as a second map, They'll be certainly quite pleased about it as well. Pressure here into Hotel. The matter of Hudson, that grenade does drop him, and Snake's also going to fall, which leaves Slayer up to his own devices. But 3 players in this part of the map is probably not what you're expecting necessarily. So if Amos goes down, Slayer could put in some real work here. He's been tagged up, but he's going to stick around, look for the fight. Pietro's going to go through the smoke. It'll be the end of LSY and Pietro. Slayer gets away with way too much, but so too does Snox. A few lift shots on behalf of the Vitality Rotators, and that is the first round in the second half. But they actually go the way of unKnights, so there might still be some fight left in them if we're lucky.
They show quality there on unKnights. But let's be very real about it. That was Vitality's round, really. They played a start to finish, aggressive on A, took that information, made the best out of it, just couldn't really close it off when it matters. And now, still running the game to their own rhythm, really. The metronome is theirs. There are no two ways about it. Easy kill here for Snare. And the most important part, he got out safely. C4 down, so that is going to slow down unKnights a little bit. Perhaps if they press for the matter a little bit more, they could have found a kill. But for now, it's a reset back towards A, it seems. Only Slayer on the angle. Snare down early, thanks to LSY finding that initial pick. And that could pose some problems. A rotation late from Todson. But Slayer's out of utility. They'll need to bail him out quickly.
Two players set up now on the A side, so Slayer's got a bit of backup. Ready to receive the push coming through. Checking right into the crossfire of HDZ. A big swing, no ding for Slayer, and Todson will be pushed away from the same position as well. This is falling apart a little bit for Vitality. The other side looking a lot more favorable for unKnights. Maybe we've counted our chickens a little bit too soon here.
I mean, yes, a couple of good rounds from unKnights, sure, but
you're not a believer yet.
Again, yeah, I just truly do think that what we have seen from Vitality is too clean, that their ideas are good. And I'm sure that the execution will eventually be a little bit better. Snake not going for the 1-on-4, apparently. Happy enough to pad the KD. It's the 4th round for unKnights regardless. There was no way that he would ever be a part in that round being won. And the buffer dwindles a little bit more. Maybe Vitality could be thinking about a tactical timeout if they end up losing that one. The buffer is shipped at, and Vitality apparently finally deciding to slow down the rhythm a little bit. Not being proactive this time, rather reactive. And let's see if that is going to be the solution.
We've still got Horus in a forward hold position, so it's not as if Vitality can't make a mid-round push here if they think they've got the avenue in. But you're right, nothing too proactive from them just yet. Waiting to see what the approach is going to end up being from unKnights first. And so far, there isn't really much of an approach.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're just basically trying to walk their way through. It's, I guess, the true face of Ankara right now. You get some early control in the middle. You poke and prod a little bit, keep the GR away from the A site, and eventually go back there. They struggled the last time around, but right now a little bit less pressure on Slayer and the Co. Todson needs to do it all on his own. Some significant damage on the 3rd, but he's only going to end up with 2. Smoke's low HP as is. The pistol from Snare comes out, gets the job done thanks to that trade. The C4 is down indeed, but HDC his head. HG on the money, and Snare taking a sweet time. Thankfully, Horus is there to pick that one up. 2 more for Vitality to close out map 1.
Getting closer. Job not yet done, but first round on the board for them in the second half will indicate at least that they can get it done here. So they're going to start to push their way forward into middle here. unKnights as well. See if they can disrupt this defense of Vitality again by splitting the map in half. Walk in The beacon. It's kind of watched for by Horus, but he'll also kind of have to keep an eye on Hotel as well in the meanwhile. So this is one of those positions that he could just get a incorrect timing.
But they force the rotation for it, as you can tell, right? They put Snake in GR spawn, so he has a little bit more help. Now he can put more of his focus towards Hotel initially, but apparently unKnights again. Well, there we go. The cookie crumbles the exact same way. Back to the A side they go, but Vitality are the one that's going to be a tad too late to the party if they hit now.
Punch of Slayer and Totson, usually going to be pretty reliable. Just the 1-for-1 over there on the site this time around. Snake, meanwhile, dispatching of the Rotator. So at least it's a 3-on-3 here for Vitality, but the site is going to go the way of unKnights. Time's going to start ticking in their favor. LSY is low, though. Surprised he hasn't been TRG. On the side, and yeah, just spammed through the smoke. Can't play with that when you're on such low HP. The Bloodbound comes in from Vitality, and it's all on the shoulders of Famous. The defuse is being stuck. He's got to make his move, but it's straight into the shots from Snare, and Vitality will go up 9-4. It has been a labored map to get to this point, I think it's fair to say, with all the tech pauses involved, but they are close to finishing it off now.
The server itself, maybe not as favorite for Vitality, but unKnights have definitely been given a bit of a ringer here on the blacklist side. And back to middle early. Vitality this time a bit more proactive towards bridge, towards the B side, making sure the Hotel isn't gonna be an easy part. But unfortunately for unKnights, even if they take that control and try to go through the beacon, Snare is posted on that line of sight, and I don't think that many in the world will really have an easy time taking care of him. C4 still thinking about that one. They're bringing the posture back towards the A side, and honestly speaking, I do understand. Yes, the A side is the easier one to execute. They've been a little bit more successful in the trading protocols. But if you don't throw a B take every here and there, things would never really pan out any different. Horus spotted a player in the beacon, could prompt a reaction out of Vitality, but they're sitting still right now. No bluffs, no gambits. HDZ spotted. That could have gone very wrong for Vitality. Thankfully, both players alive. And now with a minute left on the timer, a decision to be made by the unKnights. And it seems like it is the decision that will always happen here on Ankara.
Yeah, 50 seconds to put this one together. Still plenty of time for Vitality. Totson. Close and personal, I should say, for unKnights, of course, but see if this gets brought undone. It's, again, another one of those one-and-done positions. Totson goes down early on in the piece. Not a huge fan of that. Slayer now isolated on the site, and really nothing he can do. I think that's just a really poor setup from Vitality. You're kind of relying on each individual to win a bunch of angles, but not backing each other up, not playing off of one another at all. It's not going to work out in your favor still. There's some trouble here for unKnights as the rotation comes through. Max also in there, but Horus cannot go done alone. And unKnights will survive for one more at least.
At least a 5-man army couldn't hold Snogs back for that round, but certainly that setup there on the A-side defense gotta be questioned a little bit more. I mean, it's good for Vitality that they're being tested and punished, at least in the long term, but in the short term here on this map, they're giving away back to unKnights. You started to see some flashes from Famous, a little bit from HDZ, but it really has been the Snogs show. The man, it is big taking the Vanguard. Snare, not ready. And oh, this could go very wrong. That's the V-execute that we were talking about. Breaking the conditioning, but perhaps Snake could have break the rhythm. Not going to be the case. Neither him nor Horus. Slayer and Totson lifting a 2-on-4. Snogs go on HP, but Slayer will have his head clearly taken off. Clean take from unKnights, and now it's the 3-round buffer again.
Don't really love anyone's chances in a 2v4, to be fair. And unKnights are slowly making this look like a competitive map. So we've got to give them some credit for that. still expecting to win 3 in a row to push this through to OT. Against a team like Vitality, it's not going to be easy. The Flood's going to come through into middle here for Vitality. They want to challenge that part of the map. Maybe doesn't work out too well for them. Horus had already started to back off, and Snake was isolated in the 1v1. So again, another round where Vitality just almost get the read right, but not quite eventuate for them. Slayer will to try to salvage it, and that looks like it's going to happen here.
Right now, they are taking risks, but not the right one. Already finding the same success as they were in the first half. And well, timeout it is. Vitality apparently love making sure that no game goes like underneath 16 round, right? It's like everybody have got to have a chance against Vitality on map 1. Maps 2 and 3 different story, but map 1, you know what? We could definitely let you have a little bit of it there.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I suspect it's like something to do with Vitality's mentality coming into this season, that they're not necessarily too fussed if these games actually go long. It's sort of look at it and go, well, you know, that's just a bit more practice. That's a few more rounds for us to kind of take a look at maybe this defense of Ankara, because it has certainly been a little bit shaky. The attack looked great, but the defense seems like there's not a whole lot there. They've thrown in a couple of change-ups, have Vitality, but nothing really paying off for them at this stage. So having a bit of a conversation around what it is that they want to be bringing to the table here to make sure that they can just get this one completely locked in.
I mean, there's definitely one conversation to be had, though. Like, there's a term that now apparently has been coined by Sekio. It's the Vitality Circus. I think it's that too far, but I want to know your take on it. Is it really a circus? Are they just taking this for a farce, or do you just think that, you know, they're a team that are, I guess, yeah, as Penguin is saying, not really picking their best map, not showing their best strats, and that's perhaps why they're being pushed a little bit more than what we all expect out of them?
I kind of get. I mean, I don't know what his interpretation of Vitality Circus would be, but I can 100% get behind the concept that there is a little bit of that. I think they are the kind of team that is. They show the penchant to sometimes just get a little bit loosey-goosey. You know, when they disrespect their opponent, when they kind of feel like the game's over, they've already won it, or they are going to win it. It doesn't really matter, and they sort of let a few rounds slip. And you go, okay, well, is this the best display we could have possibly hoped for from Vitality in this particular instance? I don't think we get that all the time. I don't think we get that a lot of the time, actually, to be fair, when it comes to Vitality in the West League. But do they do enough to still win the majority of their games? Yeah. So can you really blame them? No, not really. So yeah, I can get behind the concept for sure.
Oh, absolutely, but well, let's see if unKnights are going to make the most out of Vitality's complacency. Stalton and Slayer, again, a hold that really hasn't found them that much success, but it seems like Vitality are making a switch up. Snake, full-on committing to that A defense. They're even mid-Baron. And from the position that Slayer is playing, it's very clear that they want to posture as defensively as possible in that part of the map, but Horus taking some chip from the HEs could make that setup a little bit difficult. Maybe you'd have to fall back, and then exactly what is seen on the minimap. Snare needs to take a bit more of an advanced position just in case.
Patience of virtue for both these teams. C4's been left back in the A site, so you can imagine that we will not be seeing a whole lot coming through here from unKnights just yet. Vitality will not want to push into that default setup either. It's Pietro that pushes his way forward into Horus, loses that duel. Just a little bit of a miscellaneous push to try to gather some info on one side of the map. It doesn't really give a whole lot away, to be honest, for either team. But the most important factor is that it is at least a round that now, well, has an advantage for Vitality. Not for very long. Snock's immediate trades out. Famous as well. Gets the better of Snake, and this defense has been a huge problem for Vitality that might actually rear its ugly head again and find ourselves in another overtime for Vitality. That has just been the name of the game for them this season so far, but I think we're on our way to another.
Yeah, Snare got one back, but it's a 1v2. We know that he's good on the clutch, but how good is he? Can he take on HBC and Famous? Doesn't look like so. unKnights one away from a timeout, and on Vitality's favor, nobody ready to blame but themselves. They had the game dead to right multiple times. As he said, they basically decided to take their chances. And yeah, even if unKnights aren't on their best form, you can never really let players like Snox and Famous get the realm of the game again. That happens, and you can see what's going on. Snox, to be honest, is having an immense start to the series, but eventually he will need help, right? Sport is still up next, and it is probably the most fearsome map out of Vitality's arsenal this season.
Yeah, Port New Mexico is always a tough ask. There's no doubt about that. So a must-win map for unKnights. I do want to say, though, this half from unKnights has looked like one of the better halves that we've seen from them for the entire season. So that's at least a tick in the book. Same setup for unKnights. Default setup here on the BL side. Waiting to see if Vitality is going to give them anything. And again, you see that A site left reasonably open. It is Snare that's kind of forward holding with the TRG. Has not spotted anybody crossing towards A just yet. So that leaves Slayer quite happy to be just relaxing over there. Rotation's coming away from unKnights, and they'll maybe think about pushing through middle, going towards B, instead of finishing A this round.
Well, the finish could indeed go towards B. The timing here that Todson could be getting caught off in M14 in hand, but the sniper fast enough. SY with a really vital kill for any hopes here for unKnights. They bring it back to the other side. Snare caught in the open. Usually you back him in a CQC, but it's not really panning out well for them this time. And the defense that we were talking about that was having the whole myriad of problems now being tested. Horus closer to Slayer, needs to find that initial kill. Horus on 1, 2 to his name, but he's not gonna do enough to keep that game in hand. Overtime consuming, and Snake's best effort is only gonna be a little bit of damage on HTZ, and it's gonna go through all 18 without a way to separate the two, and Vitality will really disappointing in that second half.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit more like it for unKnights, right? Like that's the kind of game that we hope to see from them. This season has been really a bit up and down. I don't understand how can you like lose to Imperium 2-0 and one of those maps be a 10-3 loss. You then can also go and lose to 3PL, and then now you're actually challenging Vitality. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense to me. But you know, I think we had high expectations for unKnights. They haven't met those expectations this season very well. Here is an opportunity for them to do it. Take a map off of Vitality and force Vitality to have another longer series. It seems crazy to me that this would be the situation again for Vitality, particularly with the half that they had, a 7-2 lead. But for some reason, they just cannot close these games out cleanly. And you know, they talk about the practice that they need or that they want in this season, but maybe they should practice winning maps cleanly, because you're not going to get away with it when you do go to EWC against better teams. Yeah, you might still win this game. You know, you might be able to pull it back. Even if you lose this map, you might be able to pull it back on maps 2 and 3, but play against some of the best teams in the world and you give them this many opportunities, they are going to put you away for sure.
Yeah, so now the question then becomes for Vitality, how do you even fix it, right? Because it was the GR side that was problematic, but right now apparently unKnights really have found their realm on the game. Snake down, Horus also gone, and Snare is pretty low on HP, and that's another kill to be found. Courtesy of HDZ, his second of this round. Yeah, nothing is really going too well for him. At least from the blacklist, you can count on Snare for something, but you can't count on him for this much, to be honest. Like a 1-on-3, a 4K to be asked of him on that kind of health. Maybe if he was healthier, it would have been a different world, but in a round like this, unKnights seemingly have fully grasped onto the game. It is their map pick, and eventually they showed us why. Really, like, all the spark have gone from Vitality. They just feel like they've dulled down.
Yeah, and it's a recurring theme, isn't it? We see really big flurries of rounds out from Vitality, and then it seems like they just go completely missing. They kind of switch off. It is a little bit of a concerning sign for me. Maybe I'm reading into it too much, but, you know, again, these are the only guys that have really had any success from the West League internationally of note. And to see them, I would sort of argue, even struggling domestically, I don't think bodes very well necessarily for the likelihood of them having a really strong international year. You could try to make the argument that CFWL has stepped up and the region looks stronger, but I'm not sure that I necessarily buy that at the moment. I think this has been a bit of a regression, frankly, from Vitality. They just don't look as sharp or as solid as they have in previous years and previous seasons. To me, maybe I'm wrong in that assumption. HDZ missing himself an initial shot, but able to swap back out to the pistol and back down to a 5-on-4 advantage. Vitality fighting hard to try and bring it back. Totson and Horus with a kill apiece, and Horus, again, over-swinging. You know HDZ is there. Maybe can just slow that down, communicate with a teammate, swing him together, but instead decides to go alone, tries to be the hero, gives up the player advantage, and now unKnights have a slightly easier way back into the site.
Everything in the hands of Todson here. Can find a multi-kill. That's the one initially. The 417 a little bit labored on the next, but he still found the kill, and it seems like Vitality finally have grabbed hold of the round. I say so, but maybe I spoke too soon. Thankfully, Slayer still finds success before LSY runs rampant. 10 rounds apiece. And Vitality seems to have cracked the code, put Todson in a winnable position. But that still was too close to comfort for a team that ran away with that blacklist half in their regulation.
LSY starts well this round. So, again, Vitality having to battle from a deficit. They're doing it okay. They bring it back to 4-on-4, and typically when you do see this 1-for-1 exchange, it is favorable for the attacking side because it splits the defense open a bit. So at this point, I think Vitality will take what they've got.
They got themselves a B site, right? But they don't know that just yet. And knowing Vitality, they'll be methodical in the clear, but they truly wouldn't be fast enough. unKnights are hot on their heels, and they're not really aware of how close they are. That's the first kill coming in from LSY. They don't anticipate those numbers, though. 2-on-3 in the end, and there's a late rotate from Pietro, who goes through the GR spawn, trying to make their own case here in that position. C4 on site. A player coming in through from the hotel, and enough time bought from Todson to at least confirm the plant. 35 seconds. unKnights trying to speed up the pace. Todson slowing them down. Great idea on the spray, just famous. A tad too late for their own liking on Vitality. And now he gets the perfect timing to swing it for one more. Horus in a 1-on-2. Needs to isolate those duels. Needs to find 2 1v1s. Finds the one on Pietro. Famous is crisp as ever, and he will continue to be the bane of Vitality. unKnights in the lead at the end of the first half of OT.
Somehow unKnights are pulling this one back. It's an absolute miracle from a 7-2 half. Vitality are letting it slip. Some serious soul searching needing to be done. I don't know if we can get some footage of what Vitality are looking like right now, but I'm imagining that they're not very happy about proceedings. I mean, it's match practice, that's for sure. A lot of rounds in. We've already sort of spoken about it yesterday. Vitality is the team that have played more rounds than anybody else in this season so far, because they've had so many OTs, they've had so many matches that have gone to 3 maps, and well, whether or not this goes to 3 is still up in the air, but they're in another OT and they're on their way to losing it as well.
another way to lose it is certainly a sentiment to be had, but I'm hoping that whatever antics the Vitality were up to in regulation is going to change a little bit more. There they are, a little bit more active, but Snare is not ready. Good trade from Snake, just need to keep his life. And that happens, backs off, 4-on-4, not the worst for Vitality, especially because of that positioning from Slayer. It's a great timing to be found here on mid. They go through the beacon and they might not be ready for the side of Vitality. That duel is going to be everything.
Yeah, Slayer set up at the right time and get the better of Famous. It was a little bit of a wayward spray, but recovers it in the end. HTZ going to try to contest it alongside Pietro. Timing on that swing, not too bad from unKnights. They at least trade 1-for-1, but you would have loved to have gotten rid of Slayer a little cleaner than that. They're doing all they can to try to pull this round back, but success is just not there. Vitality look like they're on the money to equalize now. And moving over to that GR side, it's proven to be pretty favorable for them in this particular round.
Yeah, and of course, it's a great time to be had here for Vitality. You know, the fact they're able to play it that way, that kill through middle. That was everything. Nearly got a bit too messy, but they're able to control the pacing. LSY, though, could find a pace of his own here. Horus and Popsin could give him 2 1v1s. No trade from the former, and the latter goes down. 30 seconds on the timer. Could try to force the issue towards B, but I like from LSY that he's a bit more measured. Probably gonna expect a second duel. The pistol spotted. Should be a kill. Good work from Snake. Vitality tie it up. We know that they have the propensity to take it to golden rounds, but it really rests on unKnights to bring the best of that BL side once more.
We got a couple of rounds to show it in, at least. Vitality out into middle, courtesy of Snare. Don't see too much. What unKnight was doing in regulation that was working for them was these sort of slow default rounds from the outset. Keep things a little bit more relaxed at the start of the round and then go for sort of a late round hit. That's, again, more or less exactly what they're going to do here. The change-up is maybe a slight positioning differences, but the ethos, the idea of the round is the same. Wait and see what Vitality are going to throw at you. If there's nothing, then go and hit the site with one of your executes.
Some good stuff, though, from Vitality. I really like the setup that they're trying to do right now. Again, that connector position on the A site, that's everything. As long as they keep some presence there, things can go well. But the problem is, though, for Snare, is that he also has to be wary towards middle. Defensive posture from Vitality, waiting for the smoke to renew on the A side, but it's too shallow from Todson. That could be the opening. I mean, they could just be trying to do that as a way to bait, to bring the players of unKnights forward. And they're getting a bit courageous about it. An important test here for Snare. Need to pass it with flying colors. That duel is everything. Needs to get one and get out. They're going to be walking their way into the elbow, avoiding Snare for now. Shot taken. No kills. And you know where the sniper is. Impeccable amount of damage on him. And Todson denied the rotation either. And everything rests on Slayer now.
Yeah, tough spot for him to want to try and get as well, but overlooked initially. It's only going to be the 1-for-1. Forrest will try to backfill onto the site. He's actually to the top of the stairs position. There's only 26 seconds here for unKnights, so mistakes could happen. There's a flank coming through from Snake as well. That's kind of harassing Pietro on the way through. Snare hits himself a shot, but not yet down. Snare's going to go alone. The rotation was coming through from Snake. If he would have waited, maybe there was a chance, but now surely not. It is surely unKnights that will be walking towards a map point. Snake, 1v3, forced to push through the smoke. It just never, ever happened. 12-11. unKnights, I don't know how they've done this, but they've come back from a 7-2, and they have map point available to them.
Yeah, I mean, in quite a weird fashion as well. From a 7-2 start, everyone, including us, was running off unKnights, and rightfully so. They definitely earned their way back into this game. And Vitality on their weaker side. Now, you have to make the magic happen. Love that from Horus. Neat position. They basically can concede a lot of space then on the B side as Horus is an early warning system. So they've bolstered up their numbers on the A side. But does that make any difference? That is going to be the real question. Because so far, Snox has been a master in taking care of that side. No matter where Slayer goes, if he's playing top side, bottom side, below the stairs even, really nothing has worked for Vitality on those holds. And it seems like unKnights know that to be the case. And they're just waiting for the inevitable.
We'll see whether or not Vitality can get this one done.
Oh, they go in. Horus fell back, Elfish. 50 seconds on the timer. If they get the right read here on Vitality, things could go well for them. They got two players in the two small rooms towards middle, but Snake was not prepared for the bridge. But that should really ring all kinds of alarm bells on the B side. Rotation's pulled. And Slayer here has a big duel. HBZ, he's gonna catch some sleeping. No, he doesn't! And that could flip the equation.
Cool, certainly. You've really got to be getting that kill, HDZ. Snox also falling to Horus, who does overpeak the line and gives up his life, but still, the wrap coming in. C4 caught on the transition by Totson. He just has to duck away back in the hotel. He wants to take the fight. Why does he want to take the fight? Slayer's just a little bit too late to find the trade. That could have again been played better by Vitality. There's so many mistakes being made on both sides. Slayer gets it done onto Pietro. It's now a 1v2 for Famous, and he will not be able to get it done this time around. 30 seconds, plenty of time for the defuse. We are going golden round as per usual. Vitality are taking it all the way.
Gold in the colors, gold in their rounds, always, it seems. And I gotta say, sometimes you'd say for better or worse, but this really is for worse. No two ways about it. Vitality now needs to be careful not to really give the animal on that side. An important pickup for Snare. They're running the ringer on unKnights, and they're unable to cope with that press. The A side finally collapses. They flip the switch, and they put unKnights to bed. Good night, sweet prince.
Well, just goes to show you the level that they can hit when they need to hit it. 13-12, Vitality. Is that the fifth? I want to say it's I think it's at least the fourth, if not the fifth overtime that they've played. And of those, they've only, I think, dropped one in the golden round. And when I say overtime as well, I actually mean golden round. I'm pretty sure every overtime they've played has gone golden round as well, or close to it. Nearly. Either way, I mean, that's at least the third 13-12, because I remember there was a couple in week one. What can you say? I just... A little bit messy on both sides.
I don't want to say anything, to be honest.
Yeah, I think both teams can look at that map and probably find some things that they would like to improve upon.
Yeah, well, improvement definitely is a factor, but credit where credit is due to unKnights. They definitely were able to bring it back, but it wasn't enough. So let's hear about both unKnights' comeback and Vitality's closure from our desk.
Yeah, this is definitely the fifth time that Vitality got into the golden round, and man, they took it to the longest road possible to get into this win. And it felt like on the golden round they didn't even fumble. They took a full squad swipe without even a drip of blood.
Yeah, they just send it all on along. They didn't just want to have some, let's say, down plays coming out from unKnights, just going back and forth to hotel, going back to Elong, going to hotel, and try to fake, to try to pick them one by one, to just send it in. Just maybe betting everything on their aim, and everything worked very well for them, well played, and also Snake did a very good job of just not only calling this round, if it's him, but Snare, because I feel like it's Snare who called this round, because Snare had he had the spawn for this round, so, and he was the first guy to get the first block on this round, and then just followed instantly the perfect route after the pickup, and it was a good round. But looking at the game, man, 7-2 in the first half, and then everybody just flips after that. And if you look at Vitality, how they played on the blacker side, they just spammed sides as well, and that's the new meta factor, as you mentioned. You usually hit sides, just spam them while you're going into the game, and just hope for the best for your team instead of just taking control and dropping your teammates one by one. And that's what Vitality did. They spammed the side like 4 times, maybe 3 of them were in a row. It is 5 times in a row, and 2 or 3 times into the side, and then they had the best result, which is 7-2. After that, we've seen unKnights doing kind of the same, not really pushing everything into the sides, but we've seen them keeping the 2 sides multiple times, and we've seen also the death from the guys from Vitality, and I haven't seen, let's call it a stack or any aggressive round, or maybe AC control, in order for them to stop the aggression that's coming up on the side, which was surprising for me, because after the pause, we've seen also unKnights going again to a side and winning 1 more, I guess 2 more rounds, which costed them into going to the overtime. So well played by unKnights for such amazing comeback going to the overtime. However, it was unlucky for them. They couldn't close the map, and Vitality once again proves that the experience or the golden rounds is just a things that you can't turn apart.
Of course, it's something you should consider also. Things that we would consider here is the stats. Of course, you would see Snox here popping off 1.79 KD on his shoulders, and on the other side, it felt like that Vitality was just shifting a bit, like trying to go with the same unKnights pace, not wanting to go over the heads, playing slowly but surely, making sure that they drain unKnights out of their strats, and it looks like that they got what they want from the game. Like, even though we went to full 25 rounds, but they got the win, they got the advantage, and of course you're seeing the mixture that's made Vitality what they are. I'm not sure if that was a fumble or maybe trying to drain unKnights, I would say, but probably if they kept doing that in international events, this is not gonna end up well. That's all I'm gonna say. Hopefully that's not the case internationally. We should see them fully locked in and showing everything that they can do.
Yeah, definitely this is not gonna happen on the international events. Rarely you would see golden rounds or maybe an excessive, it's an excessive rounds where you go to the golden round. It's usually ending on a counter strat, it's usually ending on a mental state, it's usually ending on such a games that you would not go to the golden round. So Vitality, they're learning, they are adapting, they are improving. So as Elfish said, definitely both teams have things to learn from this matchup, because Vitality started out really good, so of course we're not going to be saying anything about their first half, but then, and also unKnights should have learned anything from their first half, because it was not the best from them. Otherwise we could have seen a better version from them, and maybe we could have seen them winning this map. And then when they switched, we've seen a very bad half from Vitality that they should look onto and probably try to learn anything from that. And also unKnights, they had a very good mental state coming back into this game. unKnights, finally we've seen Famous alive in few rounds, and he clutched a few rounds. One of them was 1v3 on the side, on a side, where he killed 3 players and he defused. Other one where he just went to the overtime with his teammates. So it's good to see Famous back alive into the action. And also for Vitality, that's a good test for them, because probably their global side was not the best at all.
Of course, it feels like Famous got revived again, and he's firing at all cylinders, like bringing the old Famous back, not the Famous. Of course, the guy with 20-ish years just trying to go through each international event and making a name for himself. It feels like he's back again, but currently he's playing on 100 ping, so that's something to consider for Famous. And of course, unKnights, they are one of the teams, once they get into their maximum performance, you know that they can close it out. Of course, it's not going to be that easy versus Vitality, but the most important thing is those teams just brought us like, I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like the most organized, chaotic game you would ever see. At some point,
as you mentioned,
I didn't really want to say Clown Fiesta or like Vitality
it's just back and
Circus.
forth throws. Yeah, Vitality Circus is better. I like Vitality Circus more. It
It-
explains
it
everything because they were
rhymes.
winning 7-2.
And like I would say, also unKnights, they came up winning from that circus. They got Famous back on action. They got his muzzle. I mean, it's not rusty anymore, and like the wounded guy is back on track. And I believe that our casters are ready. I really just wanted to buy some moments for them, since they have been like doing all the hard work here and heavy lifting for the show. And of course, I would love to go to Elfish and the Vault to get on the second game.
Yeah, let's see how this one goes. Is it going to be a little bit cleaner from Vitality, or are unKnights going to be able to continue to cause a bit of a ruckus? I'd love to give you a prediction, but at this point, I'm just going to throw any analysis out the window when it comes to Vitality games. I don't think you can say anything about how their games are going to play out. You just have to sit back and watch.
In the sport is Vitality, but I don't think it's going to go the same way as we mentioned on Kara. I think that they're going to be a lot more well-reined. They are an absolutely well-oiled machine here. Look at that. Concise, convicted, and successful early on in the entry. And that's why it doesn't get the lineup. Immediate trade from that side, but good work from Famous to actually catch one. Not only that, that's a C4 gone. That is going to put a monkey wrench in the entire plan, but so does it for unKnights. They don't know what to hold and where to go, but they're going to try to pivot back towards the A site. And now, Famous is in a golden position to close that round.
It's a brilliant spot to be in, isn't it? And it's one that often goes a little bit overlooked. Even if you do clear it, you kind of got to deal with a massive crossfire with that A site. I think it's such an OP position. I think it's really, really underutilized, to be honest. But I love it. See if Famous can make anything happen. He does kind of peek a little bit overzealously. Didn't need to do that. Wants to probably take the contact after HTC there, ideally, but not going to happen. And now it's really on the rest of the unKnights guys to try and swing their way into the setup of Horus and Tots, and that doesn't go well. There was a moment in there for sure where unKnights could win that round, but they get a bit too overzealous with it.
No, they definitely tried from unKnights though. Good effort from Famous, who seemingly again willing to, I guess, run the gauntlet towards the A site. Good adaptation though from the side of Vitality. Immediately putting Slayer in that line of fire. And at least from this position, Vitality again holding on to the connector. This one is Pietro, and Pietro's actually the one that is going to inflict a ton of damage to that wooden planks. Good effort to slow down Vitality. No kills so far, but it really gives a sigh of relief for Snots.
unKnights not going to push through over eagerly here into middle. Just backing their way out as they've still got that smoke up in the warehouse. So they can get back into the B site safely. But Vitality doing a good job of leading some of that util away from the defense. It's going to make their hit a little easier when they do inevitably get there.
Are there, but numbers on the other side. I think Tottenham's got to take the hard entry. Not the usual stuff, but let's see what they're made of. That is why. Now ready.
That'll cause a bit of a ruckus here for Vitality. Completely catches them on the entry. Beautiful counter util out from unKnights. That's a solid hold from them. Can't really ask for much more than that.
Beautiful work on the dog. And now Vitality will have to be a little bit more wary. They just cannot really send it to the B site. If that is going to be their protocol, again, unKnights send him Famous to perhaps meet Vitality head on. The 417 is a lethal weapon in his hands, and neither Slayer nor Snake will be able to do a thing about that man. Ready to even send it for a little bit more. A hat trick for Famous in the round. And leaves Snare all alone, 35 HP, and with 4 more players to deal with.
Well, what can you really do here as Snare apart from quote unquote, your best. See how it starts nicely there for him. Don't want to be giving him these individual duels. I mean, Snare he's the kind of player that can win this if you make the mistakes. He's not probably in the form to manufacture it himself, but if you give him the opportunity, I think he's definitely capable of running away with this round if you keep giving him some free 1v1s like that. So just want to see a little bit more discipline out from unKnights here. And do eventually get it done, so no harm done in the end. Early days on the
Maybe
map.
he's back. Maybe he is back. Who knows?
Maybe.
Jerry's out though. Like good a couple of rounds from Famous here, and we're starting to see a bit more of the vitality that we've seen on unKnights, which is the scary part, right? The vitality that doesn't feel like they got that killing edge to them. Of course, no killer is ever gonna be as dangerous as Famous on his day. For now. More stuff from Vitality, but they haven't really been able to deal with Pietro, and I feel like if they are able to formulate an answer to him, that is going to be the thing that will take them to the next level here against the Knights.
So far, so good for unKnights. On the GR side, LSY in particular, 5-1 has been a bit of a standout. If they can maintain that, especially with this double sniper setup, then unKnights will be a bit of a handful. So looking for Horus, and we'll find him with a headshot. So Vitality, let's slip the player advantage in this round as well.
Important kill here for Snare, but if they decide to commit towards the B site, that would be the right call. The problem is they go through middle, and there's a second player on the cross too already from Snox. The C4 trying to bring his way back, but at least Slayer dead to the Wolves, and the Wolves got 3 letters. H, D, and Z, and it feels like it is DayZ indeed. For the boys over at Vitality, Tozzy left alone in the 1-on-3. Not a lot of time to his name, but an open B site for him to get to. Well, that was probably the only timeline where he would get any chances. Now, there's a little bit of hope. He's trying to see if he can find a kill before putting down a C4. Eventually, he'll need to do that. 20 on the timer. No minus from Todson, but that part, that was way too far. If he goes to BL spawn, that's okay. But if he pushes that far, that is going to be enough for Vitality to say, okay, something is totally going wrong. Let's try to rebuild from scratch.
Something going wrong for Vitality. They want to have a conversation as well. It's pretty early on in the piece. Stray is very animated. Don't normally see him quite this animated. So it might be something that he's picked up on, that Vitality need to work on, that they maybe even came in to this day kind of looking to work on. That's maybe why they've chosen to go towards Port as a pick. It's potentially something that they've identified that they want to have a look at. Perhaps not going quite so cleanly at this stage. It does give unKnights a bit of a time for a chat as well. They're looking quite relaxed about the proceedings, maybe a little disappointed after how that last map ended up playing out, but at the end of the day, I think you're still pretty happy to be just competitive with Vitality, frankly. It's been a better display from unKnights today, which I think is showing some improvement, and that's what's important.
Yeah, well, let's see if things are going to be different. For now, Snox still a danger factor. Vitality. I like the fact that they're starting to get into the heat, right? Because that's the thing that they need the most. But I'm really hoping that it's not going to be a repeat of the Ankara. At least for now, it seems to be anything like it. Like, unKnights are bringing the heat from day one. And it's good for Vitality that they can take their time to recalibrate, because now is not the time to let the game loose. Snox on that kind of form, and Famous starting to get a good grasp of his mechanical level again. I don't think that there's any worse time for them to slow the pace down, but still trying a new setup in the second season. And the one question that I would have is, do they just go back to what was working in Season 1 to close out that game, or do you think that they should stick to this new system that they have?
I mean, what would that be? Go back to shooting people in the head? I mean, yeah, that'd be nice.
Going back to Horus being the dedicated entry and like give it a bit more space against the top.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know if that's necessarily the issue in general. I do feel like that maybe you could make an argument that sort of throws things off, but I just think in general, Vitality have definitely not been individually on the same level that they have been in the past. And okay, maybe that is as a result of positional change-ups and unfamiliarity with that kind of situation, but I don't know if I necessarily put it down to that personally. Either way, Snare out of the picture early. You know, again, that's not to do with the positional kind of thing. That's just he's lost the duel, right? And now you're 4v5, and that makes the round a lot harder. So I think there's a little bit more on the individual side for me that's causing some problems for Vitality this season.
Yeah, some out of this world work though from unKnights. You know, not taking away anything from them. They've played an amazing game so far in those 4 rounds that were played, and even on the 5th, they started off on the right foot. And Vitality feels like their options are cut off. Good work from Famous to keep that A side locked, but now all the pressure is going to be on the defense, and that's why only good for 1. Totsink is the entry there on Snox in support. Horus caught the middle. I think that he's going to just be backstabbed in the end, so Totsink is trying to step up to bring something back to the team, and most importantly, he still got out of there alive. A lot of time lost for Vitality. The C4 is not planted yet, but perhaps they're just not going to have to do so after all. Snake and Totsink can take those duels and win them. And they go off the back of the timeout, perhaps a little bit fortunate because they had to win that one in the clutch. If it was just up to the start and the strategies, unKnights had them beat there.
100% take that though, as Vitality, even if you're just sort of eking these rounds out in the first half, every round that you can get is actually going to matter pretty substantially just because it is obviously the BL side. So, you know, you're not necessarily looking for a 6-3 half or something like that. You're just looking to get maybe 3, maybe 4 and put it together in the second. And so far, I think so good for Vitality on this map. They are doing enough as far as I'm concerned on this BL side. As long as they can sort of stay just about in tandem with unKnights, which they've showed that they kind of have the ability to do.
Well, I mean, to do right now would have to do with Todsink again. Try to be the tip of the spear to C4 in a precarious Pietro, but that gets the space of Famous. He's able to find a multi-kill before going down. Solid trades from Vitality, but they still need to find the kill cleanly. 417 in the hands of Todsink does just that, but the C4 goes down. 1v1 in the end. Todsink could take that duel if he wants to. Patient, waiting for HDZ to come and deliver, but HDZ taking the safer route, perhaps of not committing any duels. Plenty of time for Todsink. And an open plant here. Could give him a real chance in the post. Could try to play in the barn. But so far, playing on the outside, an easy angle for HDZ to hold the line. If Todsink gets antsy, should be an easy kill for the sniper. But if not, the timer is ticking. 20 seconds are only left. And eventually he'll swap to the rifle, but he needs to make it quick.
Yeah, and Totsink's kind of just chilling on the site right now. Hasn't necessarily had to move as he spotted HTZ out. Well, HTZ spotted him. And so the round will go the way of unKnights. Doesn't have to worry about the time there at all. 4 and 2. Defense side starting to build now for unKnights. You're not necessarily going to always want to rely on the 1v1 clutches, but that would have been a very nice one to pick up to get this T side really rolling for Vitality. Well, not to beat, at least in this particular instance.
That would change. So Vitality at least got a lot of decent chip early on Famous. One more HE could get the job done, mind you. Famous handling the TRG is something that I don't think I've seen in forever. Not gonna lie, like that. I think this is the first time that I've seen them holding the snipers in Swarm. So that is definitely a change. I like the position there from Famous. Gets away from the usual nades and gets himself a kill. He's got support of 2 more on that line. Good work from HTV for more. And everything goes wrong for Vitality. Spares the sole player remaining. And he can't even get past the line of fire. 2 from Famous on the TRG. And 5 in total for unKnights.
going to take that for sure. It's starting to make this look like a really competitive first half. All they need is, you know, another one. Obviously, two would be better, but another one or two, and I think they walk away very pleased with how this half has played out. Vitality could still play spoiler, but they've used their attack timeout, so making that adaptation here in the mid-game is going to be a lot more difficult for them without that extra time to chat. And change in approach, though, from them will be in towards middle this time around. See if they can find a way in. Some decent damage onto Snox off the back of the grenade. No kill, no pick. Would be what Vitality really need. Finally they get one as HDZ just sticks around a little bit too long and starts to crack open the defense. One piece at a time now. Famous, aggressive missed shot from Snare, but then a few missed shots as well from Famous. And so in the end, Vitality starting to put this round together. They chip away at the defense of unKnights. 1 by 1 they will fall. And it ends up looking like quite a successful round.
C4 is down, thanks to that SY, but even with that kill, not much ground for him to hold. Now, a pivot from A to B seems to be the most likely calls here. Back up towards the stairs. Slayer on the prowl, makes it easy. 3 for Vitality. That is already the, I guess, the minimum acceptable result for a team on the blacklist side, and I really like that adaptation that they've made, right? Instead of taking the duel themselves, they try to bait out the players of unKnights towards mid and bridge, and then they won that duel when it was unKnights speaking. Not the way that usually you see a lot of teams playing that one, but definitely a fair bit of improvement. And Snare out in the open, that off angle to catch many off guard, including HDZ himself, but well, that shot could have won them the round there. But now they'll need to, I guess, replan, because Snare is left dead to the wolves, and Forrest is only on 20 HP or so.
It's a little bit worse for wear. It's not dead yet, and that's what's important. Potson also now starting to cop a little bit of a beating. Vitality are pushed away. This is a real forward hold from Pietro. It is bold. It is a risk. If he goes down, this information early was well enough to grab himself one. A 1-for-1's not too bad. It allows that pre-rotate to come across to B. That's the intended setup for unKnights. That's still not yet converted for them, and Vitality always liable to cause issue in these kinds of situations where they can just pull it back out of nowhere.
Find something though, a crucial miss, and good trade from Snake. That was crucial to find that kill. And LSY is only on 5 points of health, but they try to press into Snox 2 on 3. That kills everything. Snake through the boxes, doesn't see him on the stairs at the first time, brings him low, and Slayer finishes the job. 40 seconds on the timer. The C4 could go down, and now it's Snake all on his lonesome. Need to find something here. Needs to be the hero that they need, and at least for now, he's waiting for a kill. In the heat of the site, things could be easy. I think that he knows that there are no more HEs left on the side of unKnights, and they're not going to give him that duel that easily either. So a plan to be found, and the question becomes, which way to the site do unKnights go? Snake gonna have to keep his eyes on the GR spawn, and it seems to be the right line of fire, nearly finding some damage onto Famous, but that little bit of patience is going to be the difference maker.
Yeah, can Snake hit his shots as well is the other question. He needs 2 really clean ones here to make anything out of this. Drops down the ladder and spotted out straight away. So nothing to come from that one for Snake. It will be a 6-3 half in the end. So the first half, I feel like it's a pass all for both of these teams. Both can kind of walk away, say we've achieved something in that half. The job's still a little bit of a lengthy one, though, on both sides. And so we'll see how it obviously pans out when we do get into that second half. But by no means is this map over. And certainly in that case as well, by no means is the series over. I think this is still a very winnable map for unKnights.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 6 rounds. I was saying, like, 3 rounds for the blacklist is the bare minimum acceptable score. So that's a decent, even better, I would say an excellent start for unKnights, especially considering the kind of X factors they've had, the things that they've shown us on Ankara. Slogs being a force to be reckoned with on the entry is going to be a true problem, but we know that Vitality can do a lot better when it actually comes down to this sport. But they'll need to show us that they got their usual, not really what unKnights have in store for them, at least for now. Famous is back to the game, Slogs is there as well. And also, to give credit where it's due, both LSY and HDZ have had their moments in the sun. Vitality start on defense, AK again for the Slayer. He's been a little bit more lenient to the AKs nowadays than the 417s, and it's great to have that, right? Like, sure, statistically speaking, the 417 is the better gun, but I feel like that little bit of comfort in holding the AK probably brings a little bit more out of the players than what they think. Yes, it's placebo, but it's definitely effective.
Yeah, I mean, look, placebo can be a huge thing, can't it? You know, I think it's been scientifically proven. You give people a pill or a magic, thing, and tell them it's a fix-all for whatever problem, and they believe it works, and then it works. So if you believe that you're hitting shots more comfortably with an AK, then probably you are. I think it's a valid talking point for sure. Over time, that will become less of a factor, I guess, as the comfort develops, but at least for now, it's all good in my eyes to be leaning back onto the tried and true. And this is very much a tried and true map for Vitality, but down 6-3 in the first half, I still don't know if we can necessarily say that they're going to walk away with this series 2-0. I think they are going to really be tested here on this GR side. And this will be that first round, which is sort of developing over the next minute or so, that will give us a good idea of where that is going to end up sitting.
Well, Todson needs to find a timing. Pietro thought of God. He's going to look at connector now, but great work from him on that. Back towards B they could go. Actually bolstering their numbers in total. LSY is supposed to be the bait on that one, but Todson, well, overstays his welcome and really goes too far to find that peak. 30 seconds on the timer. Any delay is pivotal. Slayer waiting, support from Snare, and a TRG is successful for one. Spots the second, that's the Snare. That has been an icon for Vitality for all the iterations of that roster. That man has been impact when they needed him the most. He stepped up for Vitality.
It kind of makes it look easy, doesn't he? You're right, stepping up in a big way. 6-4 is a much more comfortable looking score than 6-3, or in, I guess, that case it would have been 7-3. So right now, Vitality on the comeback train, slowly starting to make this happen on the GR side, but obviously a long, long way to go. It's early days. And they can still put something together on this BL side, and unKnights are setting themselves up for a push towards B through the warehouse position. Slayer's waiting for it and spamming through that smoke. He finds three. Swing should come through. Court as well, but he decides to just play his own life and immediately gets dealt with by Famous. I think there could have been a bit more coordination there from Vitality, but nonetheless, round is very favorable for Vitality at the moment. Famous would need to pop off here, and he's unable to do so. So, deficit starting to diminish pretty quickly.
Doubt has almost seeped through my bones there, Elfish, when they gave Famous an in, because we know what he can do with it. Thankfully speaking, though, great work from Slayer. We were just talking about placebo. I guess that really proved the case in point. 4-1 ever since the swap. Has been doing some great stuff, and Horus as well. Managed to get almost comfortable this time around, and they're not expecting a player to be at con again. Snare moves early, 2 kills from Pietro and Famous. Could have made that one difficult, but just in the nick of time, Snare came through. Snake looking at con. Could find them both. They line up for him, but he's only going to be good for one. ATZ down to half, and Horus finishes the job.
Timeout time. Starting to get a little bit too real here as far as unKnights are concerned. You can't blame them for that. It's getting tense. MKZ and Pietro, the Brains Trust, need to get in there and have a bit of a conversation about what to do now. They go down in these two maps that have been super, super close, it is going to be a painful loss for them. I mean, there's no doubt that they've contested Vitality to today, as have many teams, but at the end of the day, they still walk away with no points on the board. It's kind of the same result. We all sort of forget how close they would have been able to get it. It's just a 0-2 on the scoreboard once we get to the end of the season and we're looking back upon reflection, and we'll say, yeah, that kind of makes sense.
That we'll have to see, but at least for now, the timeout for unKnights is their Hail Mary for sure, right? Like, they've showed their best, Elfish, and that's the thing that I'm thinking about, right? Like, they've shown, hey, like, Famous is back to being dangerous, HDZ and Stocks are also doing their work, but even then, maybe Vitality are too impenetrable of a fortress here on port.
As is to be expected as well, really, isn't it? Like, this is kind of the go-to decider map, I want to say, for Vitality. They have a lot of reps on it, and particularly in high-stakes situations as well. So, not likely that you're going to be getting over the line on it easily as unKnights. But gonna have to give it a crack anyway. And even if you do, right, then we go to New Mexico as well after this, so it doesn't get any easier.
Can I just say, like, for once in my life, I'm really looking forward to TEC playing today against 3BL.
Right.
So I actually want this one to end up in a 2-0, because I'm gonna say, even at the level that Vitality has been playing New Mexico, which is probably one of their weaker maps, which is why they're putting in a lot of reps in on the West League here. They should still be win the series. They should still win the series either way. Right now, things are tied on the favored Global Risk side. As I was saying, right, like, my mind is really drifting at times to 3BL and TEC, but for now, though, this game has me fixated on the back of my seat, because things can definitely happen out of the ordinary. Slower round this time for unKnights. I love the change in pace, but the HEs don't net out that much. Up the stairs they go. Pick the side to pivot back into the A side if possible, but clearly they're just taking a bit of map control, trying to absorb more of the smokes from Vitality. They do that. One smoke put down, and they try to make it uncomfortable for Snake to play. So they're trying to isolate Slayer, but will they find success? That HE does a hell of a lot of damage on one, and Slayer is successful here initially. No peeks from Pietro. That is the part of the take that I thought could actually come to fruition, but Dawson has it held well.
Yeah, I mean, Slayer's not going to be missing a shot on a line like that one. That's just too easy for him. It's a routine, every day of the week kind of connection. And, the same can kind of be said for Totson. Out the back of the timeout, unKnights not really doing a whole lot to raise any concerns for Vitality in this one. We've already seen that equalizing round kind of come up for Vitality, and well, looks like they're going to be pulling ahead. Famous fighting alone on long. There is no cohesion in this round for unKnights at all. Kind of have that conversation, and I guess what it amounted to was hopefully we can win some duels, and that has not happened.
I mean, hopefully we can win some duels can happen against a lot of other teams. Like, I do see where it's coming from, but yeah, Vitality is an absolute team. Everyone got their piece, and Slayer doubling down for 2. So Snare is the only person that got involved with assists, but didn't find any kills in that round. Vitality now in the lead, and it seems like they are still really making unKnights work for every round. It's switching the pace. Slayer here, if he finds Pietro, if he finds any kills, dangerous. Go swinging, does find the one, but thankfully immediately traded from unKnights. That could have gone disaster if he found the double.
Didn't eventuate, so it's pretty even in this round still. A little bit of mid control being established by Vitality, with Horus kind of pushing his way forward, watching for that ladder push, but Snare falling is going to prompt the engagement from Horus, which turns out to be well covered in the end. And so Vitality letting this round slip, one thing kind of leading to another. You know, you have that cascade effect, the snowball effect, and It's back to square one. Snake having to try to recuperate things with that TIG. Thompson walks his way across as well, but he's in a bit of a one and done kind of position. So easy cleanup for unKnights. They get it back to 7-7.
I mean, the idea initially wasn't bad, but that stairs push would really let the round down for Vitality. Didn't know when to get their foot off the gas more than anything, and now they do that completely, right? A full-on passive take, no initial space taking, but they've shown a lot of success playing a bit passive.
Was a person behind the smoke, but a spam through, catches Pietro. Vitality aware that there's a setup outside warehouse. unKnights headed in another direction. Lucky spam from Snake as well. unKnights just not getting the chance to play this game, they feel like. It's a rough round. Sometimes that's just it, how it is.
Room. Yeah. To be fair, like, to give credit to Vitality, it's by design. They played passive for a moment, and then they held on to the crucial bits of space, but holding that B connector is everything for unKnights. It keeps this threat high. That's why you see 3 players that are away from Horus, away from that A site. We've seen Famous here before. Mixed degrees of success against Vitality on the A site. Now, Vitality's own trying to do that himself. A bit more of a distance from the IGL. Horus could be getting caught. Needs to be very careful about that. Time is an element, and the players on the B defense didn't really pull on the gas pedal that much to reclaim space while the A attack was going. So they have to posture defensively. HDZ holding con, and they could try to push bridge if they want to. Smox does that. Thompson needs to find more than one, and he's gonna find a double. Snake finishes off the round, and Vitality seemingly have held the reins on this map. They just need 2 more.
Yeah, too heavy of a 1-2 punch. And so Vitality claim the lead once again. You don't often have multiple players set up in mid to hold a play like that, and so too easy for Vitality. Slayer gets himself the opener there onto Pietro as well. They are homing in this victory now. They win this round, they give themselves 2 bites at that cherry, which frankly they might need. Vitality have not been clean about closing out these games, so I think they will need every opportunity that they can get themselves. For the double, very clean from him, and Snake getting some more work done as well. So, yeah, this is looking likely to be a series point for Vitality on offer in just a sec.
To remain to be kings, Vitality. Well, all eyes are on them, but they've been handling the pressure pretty well. Lovely stuff from Snare there, suffocating any options for LSY. Was already all alone on the round, spotted by Snake. That confirms their suspicions, and they're starting to creep on closer and closer. And LSY knew little of that flying Snake eventually gets that kill. Match point for Vitality. And, well, they were looking really good initially, but after that timeout, they have absolutely, I guess, everything shimmered away, right? Like, LSY is 1-4, HDZ is 1-3, Pietro's 0-4. It's been Famous and Snox just trying to drag the rest of the team through the finish line.
It's just not enough, is it? Power and Vitality a little bit too great. Slayer is having a fantastic second half here. Snake as well has really stepped up. He's been quite good this entire season. Probably the pick of the bunch. And it should, by the looks of things, be enough to get it over the line today against unKnights. But we'll see if there's another twist and another turn left for us in this series. Vitality have been nothing if not confusing this season. So they could continue to add to that with another couple of quick rounds lost here and another OT potentially on the cards for unKnights.
Might happen. Or as though the kill is everything. Suddenly, all the options in the A side dwindle. Snare and Horus playing together there. Famous decided not to pull the trigger on the trade, waiting for Pietro to be the support. And back towards the A side they go. Snake seemingly aware of their antics. An aggressive position from the IGL down by the boxes. And Snare finding that shot here on Famous could make or break that round. The A defense is everything. 55 seconds on the timer. They could still call a cancel, Elfish, but doesn't really seem to be so. It seems like HDZ is just going to try to buy as much time as possible. Snox is already down. Utility's raining in. Good flash in the face of Snare. And he's taking a lot of damage. Snake has got as well. 2 kills for unKnights, but Snare still holding strong. 2 for the sniper of unKnights, and they are going to eventually clean that kill. One more from a second OT of the day.
They never get it done easily, do they? It's just the nature of the beast this season for Vitality. We go again, we go one more. We see if we get ourselves a 10 and 8. Or if we are going to overtime. Standard setup really from Vitality. 2-2-1 split. Smokes up there. Slayer doesn't necessarily need a whole lot of assistance in holding Warehouse. He's actually been pretty prolific in finding picks through this smoke. I think if he's going to hold this close, I'd probably prefer him with a rifle in hand, but he's been getting it done regardless.
Dangerous as ever, of course, Vitality, but unKnights, I feel like they've just reverted back to the exact same setup four times, right? I eventually thought that something would be different. They tried one pop into that smoke that was on the B house, but they haven't done it again. Connector play it is. Meanwhile, Vitality expected a breaking of that conditioning. And logically speaking, I feel like that's the right call to make, but it's not the call made by unKnights. Eventually, though, up the stairs, and it seems like eventually they might think about the A side after all. 4 players up gives them the leverage to go on either or. But it remains to be one question. Does Vitality claim back space with that compact setup of unKnights? That doesn't seem to be the case. Another execute on the A side. A lot to be asked of. Only a single kill to be found. And Snare is not going to pass that test either. Thompson down early. Players, their sole kills. Snake comes in at the right time. And he is going to slither and close that game for Vitality.
Oh, a bit of a wry smile at the back end there from Stray. I think he was getting as concerned as we were that that round and that map was maybe going to start to slip away again from Vitality, but they do close it out 10-8, and again, it's off the shoulders of Snake. He is so reliable for this team at the moment. He seems like he's the only guy that is consistently getting those Vitality-esque moments out again and again and again. So, hey, I mean, it's another series that Vitality have won, but I don't think it necessarily changes the narrative for them at all this season. Every single game we see them play seems to be a real effort to get through. It doesn't matter they're playing one of the top-rated teams in the league or one of the bottom-rated teams in the league. They, at times, just don't seem to be able to get it together, but then they still kind of have enough X-factor to finish off all of these series. So they are still undefeated. But man, how close they have been to getting defeated in a few of these games is beyond a joke as far as I'm concerned in comparison to what it used to look like for Vitality. So, I don't know. I'm still not sold, but it is what it is. We'll see what the panel has to say about Vitality. So let's hand it back to them.
Thank you guys for all of that, and of course, thank you for holding that game around and watching how Vitality played. We got only one title, and I believe we all knew it already. Welcome to the circus. That's it. Like, I have no words. Like, at some points it feels like yes, they're making some plays, they're not running, gunning, they're not playing with like the impression that they gave you that they're just like trying to twist everything around and like just wanna hookah just play it out. And at some points they feel like that's a well-organized team, a team that actually can't just stomp anyone. They can give you the both sides of the game.
Well, yeah, definitely. In my opinion, Vitality is just trying the best right now. This is not like the bare minimum from Vitality, because at the bare minimum from Vitality, we would see it one map maybe or 2 per week when they want to be trying to stuff, or maybe just trying to play this map. However, this is Vitality. I believe that this is the same Vitality probably as the last season, maybe at the beginning, because but right now they have maybe more competition, or maybe the teams are more into random pushes or maybe random play style, because I've seen Vitality just doing the same exact things on board, especially for like 2 years now, and now they're struggling. So it's not about vitality, it's about the enemy team that is just playing with a way different play style right now. Like this round we've seen, I wanted to talk about it, they're pushing mid with sniper. No one has done this versus Vitality because we know that snipers are always late rotator from mid, but it was this round when Horus got LSY from AC. He was 1 HP, so he needed to switch with Snake. So Horus switched with Snake, and that was the mistake for them. When Snake switched, nobody just covered mid at this moment, and he got the double kill needed. As I mentioned, Vitality, they are trying their best. Yes, they do. I still think that they have some deficits showing in their play style. Yes, I think with their full stretches, but when did Vitality play with their full stretches on the regular season? Probably in 2024. I don't think they have ever done it after 2024 because, as I mentioned, teams showed no competition for them. So why burn everything we have when we can just casually win with our experience? But right now, just struggling a bit. However, they get the wins, the experience as well in the end. Just shapes it out, and they get the wins, they get the W on the board, and will probably walk away with undefeated run again.
Of course, a win is a win after all. You got the 2-0 versus unKnights. Yeah, you went for like the golden round on the first game, and of course the second game you went for the 10-8. It was super close to overtime, but Vitality finds a way to finish everything. And of course, as you can see the stats, it feels like for me sometimes Vitality are trying new strats mid-competitive games to see whether if it's gonna work out, or what's the downside of it once you're playing versus teams in the Western League, since that could be the norm for them. Like, I've seen them do that for a long time. And of course, for this second set, we have Todzin as the MVP. He got it figured out at the last, at least.
Yeah, finally we've seen Todzin just stepping up when it's needed the most to close the game, because the first map and second map we haven't seen Todzin that much, especially I guess. Sorry, first half and second half of Ankara. I haven't seen that much, especially at the overtime. I've seen Todzin fail 2 times, killing one guy on the retake when he was just taking his position on the post brand, and he was him. So he had some troubles getting these kills on Ankara. But right now he came back and he just stepped up at the perfect timing for his teammates. And as I mentioned, Vitality, that's the team that you always count to when it comes to such games. When it comes that you don't need to do a lot of strategies, maybe a lot of hard work or hard effort. You would see them just running casually, either winning solely, which is like they're stomping their enemy team, or they're struggling or that they are going into the overtime. There is no in between. Like you see them finishing 10-7, 10-6. It's just either 10-5, 10-4, or maybe they are gonna be going to the overtime. It's because these guys are going to the game just to run and play with the communication, play on adaptation, which is very, very, very good for the international tournaments. However, only playing with your full strategies, maybe sending everything on the playoffs cannot be the best for you, because some strategies you might do it, it might work, but the other time if you do it on the international stage it might not work. However, that's what their goal is, based on what Horus said yesterday, that they want to be doing something better on the international stage, and we would love them to see doing this.
I mean, hear me out, of going to full distance in games and trying to figure out some stuff, if it works or not, that will bring you a top 3 and EWC maybe, or a CFS, or at least got you to the quarterfinals, semifinals. I will take it, I will buy it. Like, man, I have no problem to watch Vitality Circus a lot, to see them trying to sneak in some of the stuff, trying to make a lot of the action on their side. That would be pretty important to watch them actually perform in the international stage. And also, to back up what you have just said about Team Vitality, they had some strats that it felt like they're missing pieces in the middle when it comes to execution. And of course, to talk more about those stuff, we should go to an interview, and for this interview I believe that we have a Snake on the line. Oh, okay, alright, that's not a Snake, that's...
Oh, he's fast.
Oh, okay, that's... Yeah, alright. How you doing, Snake? Like, congrats, of course, on the win.
Thank you. everything is good.
Yeah, right. So first of all, you had the long run today. You had like the overtime. You got to the golden round, and the second game, you had to push it further as a team to find a way to close it. Like we were this close to the overtime. So how does it feel going through all of that?
I don't know. It's something interesting. We just played we did a lot of mistakes this match. We didn't expect that. We should close the game more early because, as you saw before, we won the first half 7-2, and we did a lot of individual mistakes. We will watch it for and fix it for next week for sure. But yeah, everything was acceptable. But yeah, in the end, we won.
Of course, a win is a win, and that's pretty important, of course, for a team like you. So another thing, like going to the golden run, it's always like that. It feels like you're sitting on an ice path, like you don't even care about anything. You just perform, you play, and most of the times it pans out good. So, like as a team, how can you reach that statement or like that level of confidence versus like those tough situations?
Because we played with each other a lot of times, and we went to a lot of international land with each other a lot, so we have this experience and we have this confidence to do aggressive play style, and we are confident ourselves. That's all.
So Penguin, go ahead.
I want to ask you a simple question. Who called the A push on Ankara?
It's me.
The last round, golden round.
It's me.
You or
Because
Snare?
every time it's me. No, it's me. Because every time
Because
we are playing,
Snare had spawn.
no, we were preparing this push 3 or 4 rounds ago. Like from 5 rounds ago, Snare he don't have the spawn to
The spawn,
pick along with
yeah.
us. So we are not doing this play. So last round,
And he came on the golden round.
suddenly he have the spawn. So I said before we started the spawn, I said if Snare have spawn, let's go push along. So that's all.
Yeah,
And we won
exactly.
the round
Because
because every time we are
I
playing the golden round slow, and
Passively.
we are
yeah, exactly. Because I saw Snare having the spawn, and he instantly pushed to his side. So I said, "This guy said, just guys, I have spawn. I get you the round." So I have
we
another
won the
question
round
for
because
you.
of him.
Yeah, exactly. I know because the sniper had the spawn. I mentioned that if Snare is having the spawn and he goes and picks up the first kill, I knew. And you also sneaked behind the box very well without getting caught, which is I knew for a fact after this 100% that you have won the round. I have another question for you. It's another simple question. I would like to ask you, who do you think gonna be on top 4, especially that you guys already secured your first place?
To be honest,
it's a
for
tough
now
one.
I think Triple, as they are doing very good in the league now. They are very confident. So I think Triple gonna be. I'm not sure if they will reach top 2 or no, but they will be on top 4 for sure. I hope, because they are our friends and we trust in them, and they are good. They are good individual players. And for third, every time some teams struggle in the end of the season against TEC. So I think TEC will be in the playoffs too, and it will be Nemesis for sure. So it will be this top 4. That's my expectation for the playoffs.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
right. It looks solid. Oh. All right. He was just playing around on the background, and of course, man, like congrats on the win. Love to see you, man. Like, I really want to bring the old days, the ones who always got out of my room and see you staying on the couch and watching those games, doing all of those stuff. Of course, lovely to see you guys. Congrats, and hopefully,
Thank you.
we can see you in another day. Thank you, Snare.
Thank you. ماشي تمام.
Alaikum salam. Of course. Thank you, man. I love that guy. He's so cool and he's so chill.
Yup. And that's the most consistent guy on the Pawn Vitality. Honestly, Snake is doing crazy things right now. If you look at his performance throughout the entire season, yes, looking at this is the 3rd week probably. I believe that no IGL have made such performance, especially that his team is not performing. If his team is performing, I'll tell you he's just going with the flow and collecting the kill, but his team is not performing at all in a consistent level. He is doing his job, so I truly appreciate what this guy is doing, and it's all the hard work that he's been doing is paying off now.
course, I mean, that guy is just one of the best players that we have here in the Western League, but we just finished with Vitality Circus. We got into the chill guy that like brings the positive energy, of course. He is a snake, and then we are going now to one of the teams, or like two of them that they mentioned. They are gonna be on the top 4, of course. TEC versus 3BL. Well, that's gonna be the main event for us today, so we'll go to a small break and get back to you with the final game of tonight.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one, Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance, he's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swinging with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox thumbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely 3rd, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Done to the early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just gonna move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. We're diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Saved by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, Kane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. That's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attention. Stamp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it, gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it, and that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. We'll see.
Welcome back everyone to CF West League, and of course I'm gonna be your host for today, and by my side Mr. Penguin. And if you're just tuning in for tonight, we had two banger of a series. Of course we just had the Vitality win versus unKnights 2-0, and before that we had a really good first series for today, and of course we had the three mappers. But now we are heading to the main event, which is between 3BL Galaxy versus Titan Esports Gaming Club. So we'll be heading to a very interesting game, since 3BL has been that team that's getting closer and closer to the top 4, winning most of them, against most of them. Of course, we're not speaking about Vitality, and now they have a really tough challenge versus the old guard, the top dogs, of course. Actually, I would say the top two of the Western League. Man, Titan Esports, you're up to a big challenge.
Well, I believe after today's Anubis loss and also unKnights loss, already 3BL secured their top 4 spot. It's just a matter of placement. We're gonna be checking on that also on the next when we watch the standings, because 3BL, they only have one game left, which is versus Swamp Gaming. So if they be able to catch this game, or probably we'll put them on third, maybe fourth. If they got this win as well versus TC, we will definitely see them top 2. So honestly, the one we are looking at right now is TC. We need to see how these guys are going to perform after the huge downfall that we've seen them doing. We've seen them also having a lot of shaky performance, and versus teams that we didn't expect them to struggle versus them, especially versus Anubis. We expected them to have an easy spot for them. Also versus Vitality, they were doing okay. I want to say that it was a poor performance on the first map, and then they came back, and then still they lost it afterwards. So I still think that we are having two teams that haven't showed their full potential. It's Nemesis and TC. Of course, unKnights haven't shown anything yet, and as I said, the unKnights probably gonna be dropping to the contender group, because they lost into two teams used to be in the contender group. So one of them has to step in and replace them, and definitely is gonna be the guys in front of us. So TC, it's quite tough matchup. I don't want to say it's a revenge, because they already revenged their upper bracket to lose versus them 3-0 on the season 1. It's now time for 3BL Galaxy to revenge that, because 3BL Galaxy, they lost the last game that they played versus them, and it was very close, and before the reformation of the 3BL Galaxy that we've talked about.
Yeah, of course, 3BL Galaxy been facing a lot of troubles. Actually, not troubles, I'm sorry, not 3BL Galaxy. TEC been facing a lot of troubles lately, losing versus Anubis, losing versus Vitality, and of course, today they don't really want to lose versus 3BL, since both teams, they got their own strats, play style, and trust me, they are kinda similar when it comes to playing with double sniper setups. Both of those teams love to play on Eagle Eye, love to play on the longer maps that requires a skilled sniper on your team. And when you speak about skilled sniper, you have a lot of names to bring up to the table from 3BL or TEC. And for me, I would say that I will be looking to see what Hunt can actually bring to the table after what happened versus TEC at the last split. And now we have a head-to-head Kiko versus Sad. I don't know, quite frankly, you see a pretty, I won't say close stats between both of them, but it feels like Sad got a leg up a little bit versus Kiko.
Well, yeah, Sad has been doing very good, and I remember his first game he had like 3.33 KD. It was good game versus Nemesis. So now he's facing another top tier team, which is gonna be TEC. If he has to prove anything, then it needs to be now. And also, as I mentioned, 3BL, they kind of play with a style that TEC exactly plays the same. They both play very fast and aggressive. I believe that the games is going to be very fast, even though if you're going 3 maps, even though if you're going to overtime, the games will not be the same as how unKnights is usually taking their time while pushing, while preparing. Also, Anubis, sometimes they take their time as well. Imperium, lately, they're playing very fast and aggressive. Vitality is lately also taking their time because they used to play the aggressive, fast gameplay, and everybody just expected them to do the same of that. So, 3BL, they usually play on the picks that's picked by Hunt, picked by Sad, probably by Noxin, the same as well as TC. They check for Spoxy, they let Spoxy or Flex get the kills, and they play on it. Also, the flexibility and the reactions to the strike calling for both teams is extremely fast. I watch both teams and they instantly adapt versus the enemies, and this is the problem that usually 3BL falls off after that. And even Hunt mentioned that when they played versus Vitality, he couldn't match how fast they are doing, how fast they are moving.
Yeah, matching the energy, I will go with the same thing. Speaking of matching something, we have the same thing coming here for the prediction. You and Elfish, of course, are going for TEC, but me and Volt, we got other thoughts, and we're going with the underdog. We're going with 3BL Galaxy, and for me, I won't say that 3BL Galaxy been the underdog through the course of this entire season, adding up some new members, some new collection. Like they feel like they're a definitely new squad, better than the previous one that we had on the first split. And
yeah, definitely,
it's more synergetic with them. You have Lucia. I love to mention Lucia also being one of the new names that brings to the table, and being the MVP on his debut, being one of the most consistent players that we have in the league currently, and he is just a rookie. Just keep that in mind. He is a rookie that's stepping into
that's his first season.
CFWL, of course, that's his first season here, and he's doing those stuff. So, man, like, you gotta give that guy a shout out, and of course, the whole team, not only him. I believe they're facing a tough opponent. Like, of course, if you look at the numbers, the names, everything, TEC, they have the leg up on 3BL Galaxy. But through the course of this season, anything can happen.
Yeah, well, when you're talking about maybe the guys, the underdogs, definitely yes, it is 3BL for today's matchup. Not only for today's matchup, for all the games we're gonna be watching, it's gonna be the underdogs 3BL that you cannot exclude from any equation. You cannot just discount them from any equation. Even though if they are playing versus Vitality, you would still put them into consideration, and you would still have a chances that they can win versus Vitality, versus TEC. They already won versus Nemesis. They already won versus Anubis, unKnights, Imperium. They got the wins. They played very good, and they were consistent on the course of the game. However, I predicted TEC would be winning because TEC needs this win more than 3BL. Probably TEC will just go with more guns blazing in this series. And usually, I know for a fact that 3BL they struggle versus the teams who was playing very fast, just like Vitality, how they did versus them, and they couldn't match their play style. However, when they played versus unKnights and Anubis, it was very easy wins for them. And when they played versus Imperium, the team that's slightly playing fast, they almost lost and fall to them. So that's why I'm mentioning that TSC can come as a winners because of how fast they are playing and how good they are adapting to the holds of Flex. If TSC just decides to change anything from the entire course of maps that we are having right now, I think 3BL can just capitalize on that and get the wins.
Of course, I believe on that too, that they can probably get a couple of rounds. I wouldn't say. Actually, I'm gonna be realistic. Yeah, I believe that TEC can bring home some of the games. Probably Black Widow will be one of those maps, but at the same time, you can't disclude. You can't just discount 3BL and Black Widow, since it's one of their really good maps. Of course, they're not going with Eagle Eye, since I believe when it comes to Eagle Eye, I will say that the guys in 3BL, they got it all good and all done. But of course, we got the final boss of today. We have the main event, TEC versus 3BL Galaxy, and I don't want to make you hold a lot longer, so we'll head to our caster, Volt and Elfish. Take it away.
Well, let's say the final boss of today. That's a particularly scary prospect, potentially, given how the day has been going. But yeah, I think it's a pretty interesting matchup as well. I'm kind of echoing the sentiments that were brought up on the desk. 3BL have definitely been on the rise. They're a much better team. They're looking like a real contestant at the moment. Question is, have they done enough to really convince me to be a team that I would predict against TEC? Obviously, the answer is no. Although I definitely considered it. I really did think about, maybe 3BL on a bit of a run, TEC, a little bit of a slow season here and there. They've had some awkward games. They've lost a couple to Anubis and to Vitality, respectively. But I think smart money's kind of still on TEC. I can definitely understand why you would want to go for a prediction in the direction of 3BL. But for me, it is still kind of a little tough to go past a prediction in the direction of TEC because of all that experience. So that's why I've gone for them. But yeah. I know you're on the other side of the coin.
Hey, it makes a lot of sense, to be honest. You definitely make a lot of sense. And I'm going to say this was the closest prediction of the entire season. Probably will remain to be so. The way that the two teams are situated, the form that 3BL is on. Maybe not as much as the loss to Vitality, but the loss to Anubis. That could definitely put an asterisk on TEC's performance. But I'll definitely say, yes, smart money is on TEC. But I just decided to put the money in the dark horse for that prediction and see where it goes. A team that can be the most dangerous in the league. But speaking of danger, consistently one of the best snipers in the West, Boxy. Off to a flying start. We were talking about Losha and his impact on the lurks. Well, that is neutralized from round one.
Yeah, and it's going to be important, I think, for TEC to get on top of 3BL early here. 3BL are a very momentum-based team, in my opinion. When they're playing really well and when they have things going their way, they do play with a lot of confidence and they kind of steamroll over their opponents. But when things kind of start to go wrong, they go back on their shells a little bit, they start to overthink things. I think, again, that'll be where that extra experience comes into play for TEC. They'll just be a little bit of a fool ahead in the long term, and we'll see whether or not that actually ends up playing out at all, and a lot of that largely depends on whether or not 3BL actually get off to a good start here, which so far they have not. Dezane is on the push though, and Sad will make short work of him. Spoxy missing a shot, rips out the call, the next fight forward, and he will continue to try to batter down the door. He knows he can't back up. He knows he can't go towards short. That has been overlooked by TEC. Trade here, but Omega just, he threads the needle, finds the hole in the defense. Chico comes back to fight Nox, and this round has fallen apart for TEC. It's a poor defensive setup that 3BL have found the gap in and taken advantage of.
An impeccable work there from Lionclaw. That kill keeps him in the round after all. Deep in the B side, he goes to the box room to bridge. Long rotation, could go back up through short if he wants to. And the C4 yet to be planted. Time is running low. They're waiting for him to take a peek. They really thought that he's going to stop them. Not a big fan of that plant, but Noxon seems to have the right intuition towards long. The problem is he's not looking at it for now. Trying to look to the underpass. Nothing on that line. Lionclaw will have his head taken off. And 3BL off to a flying start.
Well, we're going to get a Tech pause for TEC.
Final
So I
boss,
wonder-
all right, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if that tech pause or that tech issue has any kind of an impact on how that round actually plays out. I don't think so. I think that was really large.
I think it was someone that's dead. Yeah, I think that
Yeah.
someone was dead from TEC.
Yeah, it's just a issue in terms of the setup really there for TEC. So I haven't really done themselves any favors, obviously, in that particular round. But you know, you got to do what you got to do, I suppose, and just head back into it. It's a bit too early, really, to have any kind of conversation about this matchup so far. So I guess we will just wait and see how long this tech pause takes, and then jump back into game.
Yeah, absolutely. Some beautiful work from that side, but let's see if there's gonna be much more of that rhythm from 3BL, because they did really well in the mid round, right? And that's one of the things that you would always put the experience of TEC and to tip the scale for. Man, that's why I say that they are the dark horse. That kind of firepower that 3BL has can take any team off guard, and they were able to do that here. Great work from Omega, but yeah, a little bit weary of where that one would actually end, because it didn't really look the best to build from TEC. Good work to start from Spoxy, but everyone else really just fell to the wayside.
Yeah. Looks like we have another tech issue in the server. Players are restarting again, so this will be a little while before we get back into game, I suspect. If you've got something you want to go and do, now's probably a good time. Get yourself some food, go to the bathroom, do what you need to do.
Luxuries that we don't have here.
Luxuries that we do not get, because we sit here and we wait. We lock in. Shouldn't be too long, hopefully.
I mean, that is the hope, right? Getting a confirmation that it should be a brief pause for now. But, of course, for me at least, the bit of information that we get from that round that Spoxy is on, right? A lot of questions to be asked at TEC whenever they do play. And I feel like the one question that we always ask, at least for this season, is where's the flex of the yesteryears, I guess? Where's the flex of the last season even? Like, his performance have dipped a little bit. Kiko has been a project, but I always say that when do you cut your losses with Kiko, right? He's still a great player, by the way. I think that if he goes back to an unKnights or if he goes to another team, he would definitely be a great addition to a team like Nemesis, to an unKnights, as I said. But with this TEC team, he really doesn't seem to fit in the system that we have here. And that for me is like my little bit of worry, right? It's like what the setup is going to be around Kiko. Lion Claw not doing too bad, but the firepower is always the concern for TEC at times, and against a team like 3BL, they're going to be ruthless when it comes to that point.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Because I always sort of thought TEC and in their various iterations of the past were one of the highest firepower teams that we actually had in the competition for the better part of maybe a couple of years. I think they've kind of fallen off in that regard a little bit. Obviously, a lot of that is sort of predicated on what you get from Spoxy, and I don't think you can necessarily rely on one guy to just sort of lead that kind of charge forever. But I think, you know, perhaps maybe 2 years ago, let's say, he might have been able to have a little bit more of an individual impact. Now you're looking at, some of these various riflers in the team to kind of set up and, back him up in that same sense. So maybe what you're saying is true. We'll see. Obviously, I think there's definitely still quite a lot of quality in this TEC lineup that they can use to get through a lot of these series. But if we kind of start to see these recurring seasons where either they don't make the final or they don't win the final, I think that's where you might start to get into conversations around, okay, well, do we want to make a roster change? Because at the moment, they're a good enough team to kind of qualify for everything, right? They'll qualify for EWC, they'll qualify for CFS, I should say.
I mean, will they?
Well, in theory, right? Like in theory, they should, would be my take. But if that doesn't happen, that's obviously where they're going to start to raise some concerns. I think as long as they are qualifying for these international events, they're going to go, okay, well, that's all good. We're happy with that for the moment.
Like, I mean, that's where my worry actually is, because I do feel like those two teams are in the race for that slot We're talking about how they were over the years, I guess the second best team, the best team, depending on how you view like when they were 3BL a couple of years ago, into Rock, into Vitality. Now they've definitely made their case as the clear top one, and TEC are falling a little bit further behind. And that is where things actually do start to get a little bit problematic. They didn't make it to the top 2 of Season 1. And sure, 3BL didn't go as deep as like lower semis or like a top 4 finish, but even in that 5th position in the finish, they can definitely do a lot of damage. And I just feel like from this year that I've been here, and from watching some of the international events last year as well, clearly Nemesis is the second best team in the league. Yes, I will agree, TEC do better internationally and do better in playoffs, but Nemesis have been the more consistent force, and I'm backing them to still do a lot of damage in playoffs again. Not the same thing that I can say about TEC. Again, like we've seen what 3BL are able to do this season. They're a much more improved team, and whether you're asking teams like TEC themselves, like unKnights, like Vitality, all of them hold that 3BL team of this season in particular in very high regard.
All right, well, enough chatter. We'll get back into game here. I'm sure that's what you guys are all here for. You don't want to hear us yapping about nothing. So,
Caster sliding, very true.
Honestly, if I had the chance, we would have started the game, believe me.
We would.
It wasn't. It's not up to me. Anyway, we're back into it, and we'll see how things kick off here with start from Sad. I mean, look, you know, the early signs are pretty good here in 3BL that they are going to be able to contest it in this series. I've no doubt that if they're all online, this is very, very winnable for them.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll be pretty intrigued in seeing what is going to happen, because everyone at the desk, and rightfully so, we're singing the praises of Hunt. If he has a good performance alongside Sad, then it just feels nearly impossible for TEC to handle the level of aggression of like Noxon and Omega, and then the two veterans stepping up to the platter. But right now, Hunt under a lot of pressure. Flex taking that lead. Hunt needs to find something, and he stays alive for now, but eventually will be taken down. And that prompts the take towards the box room. They take the side itself. Late rotation from Nightclaw, but Hunt is gone, as we've seen. And Lionclaw thinking about a peek, perhaps, but not going to make a commitment to it. Tries to go through the window. For now, denied, and renewal of the smoke there at the doors gives them a better chance at holding the line of sight, and Sad probably is going to be the insurance policy. Late play from Flex into that position, but the rest of TEC actually splitting into a 2-2. Not my favorite way of retaking. I think that 3-1 is a little bit smarter, but we'll see how it goes.
Beautiful stuff from Noxon, just 2 taps to the head of those retakers of TEC. I mean, it's unwinnable for Flex, even with the time he's got available. If he gets the kills, it's no time for defuse, so round over and done with. 3BL will take another a 2-0 lead already out of the gates against TEC. And they are certainly going to make them work for this, if it is indeed even going to be a TEC win, the way things are going right now. That's no doubts.
Beautiful stuff, to be honest. Like the kill from Sad was everything, right? Because it was Spoxy gone, a lot of the pressure on 3BL is alleviated. And speaking of the devil, shifted now into a more defensive posture, expecting 3BL to maybe switch up their attack, which from the couple of Black Widows we've seen this week, they've been very adamant on actually being aggressive down middle, but they haven't done that this much for this game, at least in those first 2 rounds. Even on the third, they're a bit more reserved on that line of sight, which is a great thing for me to say, right? I was always speaking of how 3BL are like diamonds in the rough, pretty much is the best wording to describe them, right? Like, they have a lot of raw potential, the talent is absolutely there, but it's always a matter of can they lead the team, and well, Hunt and Sad are doing great, guiding the youngsters, and I'm seeing a team, at least 4 players like Noxon, like Omega, like Losha, playing well above their years.
100%. I don't know, like I said, I've had this conversation, I think, on Friday maybe with Sekio. I don't really know what has come over 3BL. I don't know what it is that's been the defining characteristic and where they've kind of like turned this all around, but they have certainly gone from being a team that just looked like they were all over the place to a really, really serious contender here in CFWL, which has been kind of cool to see. It's been a while since we've seen them rise in this fashion. I'm just hoping that they can keep it up throughout the entire season. And I mean, with every passing game, I get more and more impressed. Omega, a double kill there to get them into the inside. So they don't throw this round away. Losha maybe gets a little bit greedy to take a more advanced position. So allows you to go back to 3-on-3, and that is a mistake that may prove fatal. If TEC can put this retake together, we'll have to wait and see whether or not that punishment does in the end actually come through or not. Time ticking away. TEC are not making the moves they need to make this retake possible. He'll come back with knocks in another one for him for this round, and Hunt gets the last couple that is required. Makes it look pretty easy in the end as well, and that's, I think, another beautiful aspect of the game of 3BL at the moment. They just kind of make a lot of these rounds look much easier than they really ought to.
Yeah, we're definitely talking about it, right? Like the ascendancy of a lot of the newer riflers that are coming up onto the scene. Omega is definitely one of them, but it's great to see a resurgence of Sad on the scene as well as Hunt. The two of them have really been the pillars to give the stability to the youngsters. And, you were talking about it, right? I'm just going to mention it. Like, it's a massive rebuild for this year if you consider the 2025 Season 2 to 2026 rosters of 3BL. They decided to go in for a bit of a bigger rebuild. Definitely took their time. Weren't looking the best in Phase 1 of Season 1. But come Phase 2, started to look a little bit more dangerous. And it was a 50-50 between them and for the damage. But you look at them now, they are a very damaging team, right? Slice, good ideas, and with shooters as dangerous as Noxer and Omega, very few can compete in terms of the firepower. And not just that, you look at their setup for the retake here. It's a very convincing one, right? 2 players on the bridge. Shouldn't be that easy for Foxy. Sad just needs to bunker down, not give anything silly for free. We've seen Losha do that the last round, and it almost got a bit competitive, but for the time being, nothing of the sorts. Hunt taking a good timing, making sure that the window room is clear, so now they can focus a little bit more on the door. Losha got the cross with Hunt, and a lot of the work got out for Foxy and Flex. It seems like they too will be cut out as well. Clean post. 4 rounds for 3BL, and definitely it needs to be a timeout immediately over these.
Yeah, I mean, how clean are 3BL making this look as well? This is kind of what I'm talking about. It's not just that they're like winning these games, it's that the rounds that they're winning are so comfortable in a lot of cases that you actually do kind of start to believe, and they're doing it against good teams too. They beat Vitality in a map. They're obviously putting TEC to the sword at the moment. They've been contesting pretty much every single series they've played. So they beat Nemesis. Like, all the teams that we would kind of have pegged as a team that should be above them in the standings, they've beaten. I mean, last season, Nemesis, Anubis, Vitality, and TEC all would have been rated higher above 3BL. Now, they've either beaten or come close to beating all of those teams, and obviously we'll see how they go today against TEC, but they're definitely doing a bit of a number on them. So overall, I mean, if you're getting close or beating all of these teams, then, no doubt you're in the conversation.
Definitely, that is a discussion to be had. But at least for now, there's definitely a discussion to also be had about what went wrong and what went right for TEC in those couple of rounds. I like the way that they started some of their posts, but the problem is they just lose too much anchoring some of those sites, and we haven't seen them being aggressive that much. It was Foxy in round 1 that got the first blood. He got punished in round 2. They haven't aggressed down bridge. They haven't really sent the numbers down barracks either. So those are the 2 options that they still have in terms of being proactive. Middle hasn't really been something that they fixated on, neither they nor 3BL. So a lot more to be had here in the remainder of the half. Definitely more turns to this tale. At least for now, if they keep playing that way, 3BL is just going to run them down.
Yep. Well, need that change up to come through. Getting back underway here, TEC. And, 3BL have typically been pretty good off the back of timeouts as well. So I'm sure that they've got something in the back pocket here for us.
see how things will go. We should be getting into the game pretty soon. 4-0 start on the Blacklist side, and with the kind of form that both Omega and Noxon are on, maybe that would be even a little bit more easy for TEC. Heavy stack on the B side. They're picking up the bridge fight that we were talking about, but for now, starting to get a little bit slow. A lot of pressure on Noxon. He needs to stay alive. He's able to get out of harm's way before anything untoward happens to him. Pressure on Spoxy. He can get a multi-kill, or he could be timed here. 50-50 and chose to be patient. Personal foul, needs to find a trade. They almost collided for Spoxy, but they trade 2 back. Excellent work from Sad to keep it around.
Quick response though from Dezane, so it might not just be enough for 3BL. Bit of a recovery happen here on the behalf of TEC. Dezane gets Noxon, so nothing in that round actually eventuating for 3BL. Finally, we have a response from TEC. I mean, it's still obviously pretty early days. But a 4-1 scoreline is something better than a 5-0. We can only hope that TEC will start to put together a little bit more than that.
Bridge fight's still on. Kiko inserted, but a kill traded. The nade doesn't really do that much. Losa knocks it up there on the angle. That's one for free. Enough time for Kiko to isolate the second goal, and 3BL looking much worse for wear. That aggression, something that they're not able to handle. That's where, like, you would always see a team like Nemesis or Vitality being able to adjust and recalibrate, something that takes 3BL a little bit more time. And that is the experience that we were talking about that you favor TEC for in full display.
Yeah, 100%. But, you know, I mean, I'm not sure that they've necessarily put it on display today as much as I would have liked them to have, but not over just yet. I think with the pedigree that they've got are afforded a little bit of extra time. Dezane will drop Sad. It's Hunt in a 1v4 now, so probably a little bit too much to ask of him. The track anyways. Actually, had a good kill there onto Spoxy, and with a minute and 10 on the clock, it's not impossible. Hunt's the type of guy, and especially in the type of form right now as he is, to get this one done. So let's not count our chickens before they hatch. It's gone from a 1v4 now to a 1v2, and this could start to get interesting if Hunt clutches this round out, because this game would really open wide up here.
Oh, but Kiko going to find a play. This is a 1v1 that's doable, and Hunt now finds it erupting. You can look at him in the cam how much this means for 3BL. Shutting TEC down. This was the round that was supposed to be there, but they just gave him an inkling of space, and he punished them for it.
Really can't be letting that happen. You are TEC. That's a 1v4. And this is kind of what I'm talking about. 3BL seems to be able to conjure these sorts of moments on a reasonably regular basis. Obviously, a lot of the time it is Hunt. Like I said, he's in great form. He's taking his shots. He's making the right decisions. In-game leading this roster as well. He's kind of hit for this team. And it's enough to get 3BL up to a 5-1 lead. I mean, even if he doesn't clutch that out, it doesn't really matter. You know, it's a good spot to be in for 3BL regardless. But it's just the extra icing on the cake that turns this team from being a decent team into, I mean, a really competitive team. And honestly, on form right now, I almost want to argue like they're the most informed team in the season. Yeah. Obviously, Vitality are undefeated. You know, you can't really go past them, but their form is still not as good as what it has been in the past. Whereas this is clearly the best 3BL we've ever seen.
3BL is a bit of a conditional team, right? You need like a couple of the players to be active at once. Thankfully, Hunt seems to take a lot of pressure off the youngsters. A missed shot there from Flex could do a lot more damage. You know that he's there by the hole! What is Doja supposed to do there? That is Flex showing up when it matters most, and TEC display their caliber. Everyone but Sad shut down. There's a flank from the back there. Long way around for the Zane. But he knows how those rounds play out. 45 seconds remain for Sad. TRG in hand. He was begging for that duel, but the Zane knows that much. Not giving him anything. They've done that to Hunt. Not going to let another veteran take the better of them this time.
I wouldn't count this as over and done with just yet. We'll see what Sad can do. Time is unfortunately starting to get a little bit tight. But if he could maybe find a way to get the C4 down, start to get the time working in his favor, then that would maybe make things interesting again. 10 seconds on the clock, though. Surely not going to be much of a chance there, especially with all three players on the side. He's kind of backed himself into a bit of a corner. So all said and done. Another round on the board for TEC. Not a lot to get excited about just yet. They need more for sure.
Yeah, some absolute magic. This game so far, 3BL never really feels that out of it, but TEC have definitely shown their fighting spirit for the past few. Top level performance from Flexen the last time around. Who is going to step up to the platter this time? 3BL looking dangerous and truly unobstructed. They just got mid for free, walked into the windows, and now splitting up the catwalk. Could find a lot of space if they want to. And Zane got little to no support on that side. Lion Claws entrenched all the way into long, and he's not going to really be able to help if they get close, but Flex maybe could be the key to that round. 2 players in B, and as long as he's there in mid, he really can be the backstab. They're going to try it again. Last time it was Flex, this time it's Foxy in the hole, just waiting to get any kind of hit.
Shot onto Omega, and Kiko peeking off of the contact. That's a really solid setup for TEC. Exactly how you'd be expecting it to go.
Double kill.
And so starting to restore a little bit of pride in how this map has been playing out. They definitely need to get to 4. It is their map pick, you know, so got to be showing us a bit of something. That's a little bit more like it. So nice to see a response through from TEC before it's just a little bit too little too late. And you do also, I think, kind of have to wonder if this ends up being a map that still ends up going the way of TEC. How big of a mental deficit is that going to be for 3BL? Because they've had a few big rounds in this half, and so you'd be thinking they've done what they needed to kind of find a map win and still lose those. So that will be weighing on their minds a little bit if they do end up losing this round. But we're a long way away from that at the moment. Conversation doesn't have to be had yet.
Possible. Another kill to be added. The brutality of Spoxy this time. Some really good work from the side of TEC, and 3BL really have been having a significant trouble in continuing their success on the B side. The sniper at the bit has been main, and again, they continue to take some of those fights, and maybe this time they would be a little bit more successful if they were able to take down Flex. So sitting in that smoke in the box room, and they're waiting to see if they can perhaps find any angle mid. Their eyes are set there. Foxy finds a kill untraded, and there's even the support Kiko to add a little bit more. That's the plan cancelled, and another time the TEC are one step ahead.
Flex just sending it into the box room, and Hunt is happy to take the double. One might look at that as being a bit of an unnecessary force from TEC. They were in a 5-on-3, and they try to take the fight to 3BL. Sure, they've got the map control. Sure, this is probably still a favorable round for them. It's very easy to throw away, particularly if the Zane goes down. Lion Claw as well in that engagement will fall. So I feel like TEC are doing a pretty good job of giving some chances over to 3EVL at the moment to pull off a 6th for this far.
Oh, almost. Hunt got tagged there by Spoxy. That makes the job a lot easier for the Zane. And Spoxy himself just taking a look there from a very deep angle, letting them cross into the side. That's Hunt gone, and now the young lurker who has been offline ever since the timeout of Cold, with 45 seconds to his name, can Losha somehow etch his own legacy? A sniper ready from Spoxy. Very few have ever been able to get him beat, and it's not going to be the case here. From one timeout to the other, 3BL look down and under. After that timeout came through, will theirs give them any kind of improvement?
I think we're swapping halves here, no? So I mean, that'll be a little bit of respite as well. But yeah, it's been a pretty hefty start to the game. You know, a bit for both teams, I think, to look at and say we're pretty happy with that. Had their moments for sure, some clutches in particular for 3BL. But if that is not going to be enough for 3BL to get through a map against TEC, then you know you're kind of still showing that maybe the quality isn't quite there, isn't quite enough there just yet.
Some crazy things that has been there. And well, I mean, if you're 3BL though, what are you supposed to do, right? Luck B has been your biggest success. It's been on and off in the A site, especially in the window room. Everything have really gone a little bit on or off. Now we'll see if things will change for that side. The pause elongates a little bit more. And at least that gives both teams a little bit more time to talk. But let's see if things do improve for 3BL. They've taken that time out to try to solve it. And really, there was a chance there that I thought, hey, Hunt is gonna stick to that angle towards that B window and just try to duel the other sniper, because I feel like that's one of the decisions that they'll need to make, right? It's like we go sniper for sniper, we try to beat Flex or Spoxy, whoever is holding that TRG of their own. And maybe that could be their ticket back into the B side. Right now, they're just trying to say, hey, we'll tank one loss and get the trades, and it's not really working in their way.
Well, the news of the moment is that this little delay is because Flex is restarting his PC in the halftime break. So it might take a little bit longer to get into the second half than what you would ordinarily be used to, but we are on the way. I can assure you of that. And yeah, I mean, I think at this point, still a very winnable map on both sides. Probably a little bit more impressed at the moment, just slightly by what we've got from 3BL, but it's not too far away for Titan either, especially with a good second half, a good start to this second half. We'll keep things very, very interesting, very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, not gonna take too long though, Alfish, to take us back. A lot more life out of the team, especially I feel like whenever TEC are in a position like that, it's always Flex and Zane that really step up a lot. He's been an important part of the rifling affairs of TEC, not really being beat. A lot of heavy investment here towards long. 3 out from TEC. Want to still get into barracks, but they are denied. 2, 3 from Omega. All the heads hit the floor. Now 417 have done the magic, and there goes another mid duel, this time to the favor of 3BL.
Yeah, and I think that's really going to give TEC a little bit to think about in terms of whether or not they should be bringing any fast rounds into play anymore. Probably also makes them consider whether or not it's going to be worth going towards the likes of A-Long at the start of rounds, because that is a real gauntlet thrown down from Omega. He has dealt with that hit really, really easily. So it's going to take the wind out of the sails a little bit of TEC, who were kind of starting to come back in this map, but now another round for 3BL pushes that lead back out to a couple of rounds.
Oh, maybe. I don't even know if TEC are going to try that again. Aggression apparently doesn't work against Omega. Instead, should be really entrenched for an easy frag. Tough line to play for Flex, a lot of angle to clear, and he made a wrong judgment call there. 3BL 2 rounds in the lead now, and TEC still running that exact same ringer, smoke deeper in this time around, and Kiko have taken the line first. 3BL are forced back, but they are able to win that duel in B, with a little bit of damage extracted on the other side too, so they leave the A side open as an option. But with Omega going deeper, perhaps towards Catwalk, I thought they'll try to reclaim some space, but no, they're happy to play and posture defensively here, turtling in the A site, because look at how far deep they are on B. They can just keep smoking that bridge line, and then there's very little space for TEC to maneuver through.
And what's the response going to be from TEC? 3BL, if they win this round, they're up 7-4. They're in a position to push to win the map, then go into their map choice, up 1-0. It's kind of hanging in the balance for TEC. I thought they were coming back into it in typical fashion, but now I'm starting to consider the alternative once again, which is not good news for TEC. They're going to try to push their way in, jumping down onto Omega. Hunt's also there to ensure the trade comes through. Sad on the site. How many times do I have to say this guy is so reliable at the moment with the TRG in hand? He seems to barely miss the shots that he really needs to hit. And so he gets another one pretty much secured for 3BL. Noxon doing Foxy, spinning away, eventually gets the job done. 7 for 3BL, and TEC are running out of steam on map 1.
And here our side, 3BL, very dangerous to boot. Deeper smoke towards the bridge, but they're not playing it aggressive. They forced a fair bit of util though, from the side of 3BL into the box room early. And that's another thing to look forward to, right? Like how TEC is early. The Lion's Claw should be spotted. This time it's low shot to find the work, and sad to support a player there in the underpass that will find a trade, but Zane is left to single digits, and Hunt finishing off that kill in style. Nothing working for TEC. Neither the B hit, neither the A hit, neither that mid play. Everything in the favor of 3BL. And with one more kill, they'll be 2 rounds away from closing TEC's map pick.
Yeah, they are getting absolutely rolled at the moment. And you know, I don't know if this is a hot take, but I feel like if TEC lose this game, 3BL has to be considered the number 2 team in this season of CFWL right now. In terms of like a power ranking. I don't know if that's crazy to say, but that's where it feels like to me. Obviously, no one's eclipsing Vitality at this current point in time, but Nemesis have had their issues. TEC have had their issues. They are having issues right now against 3BL. You know, I feel like Anubis have their issues. Certainly, unKnights have problems too. So, who else is there really? TEC going a long way to potentially proving that 3BL is one of the top teams in the region right now. And this round is not going very well for TEC either. They've tried to push their way out into barracks. Their way through.
Oh, much better though. Much better from Flex. Even if 3BL are proving they're a strong team, still a lot of quality in TEC that definitely feels like it does not age. Maybe it ages like fine wine, but at least for the set that we do have, 3BL severely in the lead, 3-on-3, and I like that line from Sad, right? He's denying any attempt at an escape. A smoke could secure the cross, but I'm just hoping that they don't over-push into it. Omega's already a little bit low on health. He's been known to think about taking a luxury or two, but a chance may be here for Sad to take a shot at the angle. Nobody's testing him yet. He's trying to get off the angle. Sad eventually will be forced off, and now it's all about Omega holding the line. A little bit under a minute remaining. And Spoxy could be as dangerous as ever, but could be timed out. So can Omega. Timing is everything here, and they've got loads of support.
Spoxy in the 1v2, kind of player that could get this one done. Omega, he doesn't want to take this fight alone. He might be forced to. As the push comes through from Spoxy, Sad now hold on. Gets a lot of damage done onto Spoxy, but still Spoxy can't get it done. Can't keep TEC in the conversation. 9-4, 3BL. Their run continues.
The switch. Sad and Hunt are again back to the top 4 level. Solid work from the rest of 3BL. Hunt again early on in the round. HE galore is gonna put Pico on the back pedal. Still got barracks, but they lost a player early on. 3 strong from 3BL towards the A site. They could think about aggressing And if they do, if Flex is ready, perhaps he can sneak a kill, but Dosha is in a great position right now. Just all about not over-aggressing into that one. Flex should have had that kill. It's not accurate enough to get that part that wasn't exposed by the wooden planks, and that probably keeps 3BL steadfast in their lead. Yes, they backed off a little bit, but with them claiming Kiko's life at A-Long, everything is gone for TEC. This is their last hurrah. Flex starting that line. Good shot from the TRG, but Hunt is there to answer. One to his name, leaving Flex and Zane, and the latter is trying his best to find a kill, eventually scraping the head of Hunt off that site. Sad and Lockton remains. One has been a hero for this GR half, the other has been a little bit more quiet, holding a sniper in his hands. The window room, a tough line of sight, and with two snipers, not really the easiest of retakes with them, but we know how dangerous the pistols can be at times.
Is Zane watching? I don't know if he's quite aware of Sad's position here. Sad could just pop up and drop the C4. Flex is also kind of floating around. This is a round of mere centimeters. Grenade will land on the head of Flex. Zane has at least been allowed passage towards the site, but at the cost of Flex's life, not sure that it's necessarily worth it. Sad still hanging around in the window. Noxon doing a good job of buying time and gets it done as well. 3BL 10-4 over TEC. And if that is not a confident victory, I don't know what is.
That is a statement, all right. On the map pick of TEC, no less. Team comes up, steps up tremendously. Excellent work from the entire 3BL. Of course, all the flowers in the world should be given to the youngsters, but especially at the start of the game, you gotta credit both Noxon and Omega. The two of them have really stifled a lot of the progress for the other team. But once they earned the respect from the players of TEC, that is when Sad and Hunt were able to capitalize the most.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, again, I continue to be impressed by 3BL. Time and time again, I kind of back them out, and then I see a win like that, and I go, hey, I remember why people are predicting for them, and there you go. Another win for 3BL on the board. Let's see what the desk has to say about it.
I mean, you got a lot to say. Speak about Noxon, speak about Omega, speak about Hunt, speak about the whole roster. They found a way to just pick TEC apart. Like, they know how to solve this puzzle, and like, yeah, I believe that a Penguin win the other side when it comes to prediction, but after the first game, that's TEC's map pick. So what's your take on that, Penguin?
Yeah, definitely. Well, 3BL, they played very good in the game. If you watched the game, the first round was a 3v5 in favor of 3v4 in favor of 3BL, and yet they win it. Second round was 1v1 for Omega, and he won it versus Flex, I believe. And then the third round, it was also a clutch, and they won it. And then Hunt went on. It was 4-0. They took a tactical pause, and then they won one round. And then after that, it's 4-1. Hunt 1v2 on the A-Long, and still yet he win it. And this reminds me of how TBL played on the playoffs when they won all the clutches versus TC, and it was a not in the game, not in the series, but in a best of 5 in the other bracket playoffs. It's exactly the same. Exactly at this round as well, I wanted to talk about. If you compare this round to Nemesis round, where Raffin he pushed alone, and then he died, and then he forced his teammate to push alone as well, and he died. That's completely the opposite right now, what we have seen from TBL, because everybody went in, guns blazing together from the windows, so the other guy from the pit, from the shadows, couldn't even get except one tag. That's how you shape the teamwork from Team 3BL. Also, I would love to highlight maybe I want to say that their insane mid round that they did, the mid push that they did was the on the flow utility that we handled while they're pushing mid. Just I so sad, just tossing the smoke in the wall, just isolating all the guys on B side, and then pushing instantly to A side, and Omega just finding the double kills and 2 kills on their long range just at last round from them. And also I've seen how good Hunt used his sniper to back himself up, because Sad was playing aggressive at the beginning of the game, and then suddenly I don't know what happened, but Sad started playing the guy he's passively looking for cat pushes, and Hunt is the guy going for a long. And in my opinion, it was the best play around from TBL.
I agreed with you on most of those points. Also, I want to add up that something. 3BL, once they were playing GR, they had their own way of like they have multiple ways of playing defensively. Once defending from like a closer target, or like taking the maximum land that they could ever pick, and they have also another super passive one which they give all the territory to TAC, and they play on the final pixels on their first courtyard from the side, of course. That when it comes to playing on the defensive side, on the other side, they were reading Flex, they were reading the whole squad, the Zane's Boxy's position, and they're taking them apart one after one. And of course, when it comes to the execution on their A side that they kept doing, they go with the A split, you have the smokes, you are making sure that you have someone pushing from the middle, of course, to go to the other tunnel, and at the same time having all of that together was the key target and the key focus for them to win multiple rounds. And at the same time they had a couple of B executions when they go through cat, and of course make those 3BL shenanigans that we always love to see. And man, after all of that, I would love to say that the whole team had their own moments. At some points you have seen Omega, at some points you have seen Hunt, at some points you have seen the whole squad stepping up. I would say that Lucia, yeah, exactly, I would say that Lucia was coming short in that department a lot. Like when you have 4 players making all of those stuff, you can be just exactly, you need the information that he provides. You don't need him.
He's a solo player.
Like, yeah, you need him.
He's the solo player in the team. He's the guy that he's playing solo. In every team, there's a player who's playing solo. So if the other 4 are playing, the solo player would not shine at all. That was the case for me when I played for like 6-7 years competitive. I used to be the solo player. If the team is having a very good game, I don't usually frag. If the team is having a very bad day, I don't also usually frag, because I would be they would leave me for like 1v4 or 1v3, 1v2s, and it's gonna be very tough for me. But if the team is maybe having a bit mid-early game pressure, that's when Lucia shines, and that's when he usually pops off, and that's exactly his role, and he's doing it perfectly. Also, I would love to highlight that their global side was perfectly good, because whenever TEC were moving very, very slow. I mentioned that one of the strength points of TEC is that they are always starting fast, they're always taking areas fast, they're always punching the enemy team fast. However, this was not the case what happened today with the 3BL in Black Widow, because we've seen them very, very slow, and then 3BL were the one fast. We've seen how when Flex tried to kill Sad on the mid ramp, so then Sad instantly knew that they are taking bridge control. He called for Omega just to peek ramp, and he instantly got kick call. So he traded the bridge area for the A-long area instantly. It was a perfect call coming out from them. That's how you shape and you play Black Widow. You need to trade for the spaces, and you need to go for the fights.
Of course, trading for the spaces and going for the fights was one of 3BL good points, and of course strong ones to get closer and closer with the stats. But on the other side, you gotta give some credit to Titan Esports. Yeah, they weren't like the normal Titan Esports performing like the normal performance that you'd be expecting out of them, but he had a lot of good moments from his Boxy. Of course, you have seen Flex coming out at some rounds, deleting 3 or 4 players from 3BL Galaxy to open an area, to give you the numbers advantage that you're looking for. But at some points, even after doing all of that, you will see a guy popping up from 3BL Galaxy to close everything out. And of course, I was just about to mention Hunt. That 1v4, he got it with the sniper, was unpickable. That guy, like, guys, I wouldn't say like you need to pick him up from 3BL Galaxy, but I would say that 3BL Galaxy roster need to see him more and more in international stages after what we're seeing out of them. And of course, can they do it? We don't know still, but this season would be a bit long for them, and if they can reach the EWC, if they can reach the CFS, that's gonna be a huge plus. You got the Vitality roster first, and now you're making new stars.
Well, he played very good in this map, yes. And actually, for me, Hunt is not the guy that we always want to see him fragging unless he's managing the team very well, which is happening, and I would love to see more from him.
Of course, and to get to know who's gonna catch this win, is it gonna be 3BL closing it out in a 2-0, or of course Team Flex can do that, so we'll see how it goes. And to catch up on that, we'll head to Volt and Elfish.
Indeed. I mean, I guess the question here is, can 3BL do it again? And I feel like they've constantly proven the ability to be able to do it again and again and again and again throughout this season, but they still have that lasting legacy of being one of the weaker teams in the competition that kind of hangs over their head, and you do sort of have to wonder whether or not, you know, is this just a good map from them, or a good few sort of games from them, and they're going to regress back to the mean. I think, again, they continue to prove the opposite, but am I fully sold just yet? I'm still in the back of my mind waiting for disappointment.
Wait, Elfish, I'm gonna ask you something. Do you know anything about like rap music?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say this to a lot of the people that may actually be a little bit more aware. This almost feels like the Baby Keem discussion, right? Of course, Baby Keem related to Kendrick Lamar.
Right.
He's his cousin, I think. So there's a lot of the, oh, like, it's nepotism, and then he gets like a big hit, and it's like, oh, it's he's gonna be a one-hit wonder, another one, a successful album, a second one. Eventually, he reached the point where people considered them legitimate, and I feel like that's the case with 3BL, right? Like, oh, phase 1 in season 1. Oh, you know, there's some danger, but that's just young players being young players. They just might fizzle back to mediocrity. Phase 2, even a little bit more threatening. And I mean, look at what they're doing this season, man. TEC does not look like one of the top teams in the region when they're playing against 3BL. They look neck and neck, and if anything, that speaks to the level of 3BL, because I don't think the TEC has been playing a bad series whatsoever.
No, well, yeah, I mean, that may be so, but certainly 3BL have been playing a better series. I think there's no doubt about that. Good start, of course, to this map as well with that opening pick onto Flex. And yeah, I mean, they're going a long way in proving that they are not just like a one-hit wonder, as you say. I think 3BL, they continue to impress me, like I say. They continue to do that here. Nixon with the 1-4-1 as we see shot in. Chance at maybe a second there as well, but just bought enough time anyway for the trade to come through. So all said and done, a good start to the map. It's just Spoxy left alive, and Spoxy in his peak might be the kind of player that you expect to be able to clutch this one out, but I don't think you're going to be able to do it today against 3BL. They are looking too clean, too fine. There's another example of another good round from 3BL. They just continue to stack them on top of one another.
Yeah, I mean, if they keep getting away with ridiculous stuff like spam through smoke and a lot of other success that they've also been finding, 3BL is a team that takes on those luxuries. Oh, that could have gone very wrong and still has the potential to do so. Noxon needs to be successful, and he is. 3BL relying on their individual prowess, and it got them into a 2-on-2, but they're starting to open the gates of hell, and TEC is a team that can set themselves up like no other. They really should have been set up for a 1-for-2. That was a sitter for Spoxy, and it might be a miss that they regret later, at least for now. Trying to work their way to the A side, but so does Hunt. If he thinks that timing, just needs to be careful not to be a casualty himself. And with that rotation door locked off, just have to be a little bit more patient here. Sad, I think spotted Spoxy. And he's gonna go over to the radio room. Actually, he goes down the stairs. Maybe a bit too ambitious. I feel like just holding that by the side and allowing a 2-on-2 is the better call, and he chooses to do so.
37 seconds ticking in the favor of TEC. This will be a tough one for Hunt and Sad, but they have been the two form players of the season so far. I think for 3BL, if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be them. Pop flash through that smoke does actually get them out towards the side. Away, but there's no kill to come. And in the end, TEC will claim their first round of the map. It was always going to be a tough retake, trying to push through that smoke. So, game on as far as TEC are concerned. 3BL still obviously pressuring them a little more than I dare say TEC would like, but this is what it is.
Oh, Spoxy is dangerous, man. He's on a tear right now, but the problem is if you're 3BL and you're stacking both of your snipers on the angle, like, yeah, sure, Spoxy can get one, but even in a 4-on-4, with how much control 3BL take in Woodroom and in servers when they do play aggressive, feels like there's very little room for the other teams to play. And you know what? I've been very critical of Omega playing the stairs. If he have a big game today, I'll definitely say, like, yeah, that's a team that could definitely be like semi-final material, even more. But for now, that is still the glaring weakness. Omega just struggles a lot on stairs. They don't give him enough support, and he doesn't really navigate it like the top players do. And we are yet to see how TEC are gonna do on Global Risk. But at least on this Blacklist slide, they are giving 3BL their due respect.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I have to say, I think 3BL are looking like grand final material, if I'm being honest, but maybe that's a bit of a stretch too far. I don't know. Bit of a slower approach this time around for TEC. 1 minute left on the clock. I'll try to wait that timer out a bit more. Does look like they are going to be going into this A setup. Omega potentially going to be caught in transition here. You do have Sad that's also kind of floating between two different positions. A lot of this resting on the shoulders of Omega. He takes a perfectly timed peek to get rid of Flying Claw. But tough now that his position is going to be noted. Sad being picked up in the meanwhile, obviously throws another spanner in the works for 3BL, and TEC working their way through this map pretty okay right now on the BL side. Just Noxon and Losha to try to save the day in this round for 3BL, but they weren't able to retake the site 2v2 last round. I don't know if we could expect them to pull it off 2v this time around. Flex goes down early on in the piece, but Losha can't get anything done. Dumping down the stairs. Round for TEC. Back-to-back rounds now for them.
A great couple of rounds from the Zane. 5 kills to his name in those 3. A slower game from Lion's Claw, but Spotsy still bringing in the heat. Trying to make the angle, but he should really be dead. But yeah, he still gets the 1. That's actually a little bit more than I thought that he would. He's fully blinded hitting Lion's Claw, and Flex is taking his chances. I'd usually pick Omega all along, but it seems like he's like not doing well on sub base. It's his kryptonite. And 3BL choose to play that map. They could have fixed something else right now. Attack timeout to their name. And not the same team that we've seen on Black Widow.
Yeah, it's a pretty early attack timeout to be calling. I feel like down 2-1, you could certainly afford to wait a little bit longer than to go for the timeout here. But obviously feeling as though this first half is important, and I suppose the start is important. The start of this map is important for them. So we'll see what they end up coming up with off the back of this. Bit preemptive as far as I'm concerned. I would like to see them try to figure it out on their own first, but not to be.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I'm thinking of 3BL. I like the aggression, actually. I don't hate it at all. But they just need to be... They need to have a clear-cut success somewhere. They either need to get the picks cleanly in wood, which they're not getting there through those double doors. They're not putting their riflers there either with support of either Sad or Hunt. They're playing both snipers on that angle, and the one time that they tried to put a sniper in the line of sight, it immediately got destroyed by Spoxy. So that is really the big question mark. Can they slow Spoxy down and help Omega lock down the A side? Because he's not playing that bad, but again, like some positions, I feel like Omega just struggles on in some maps. And sub-base is the big question mark. If he's able to get over that line, by the way, I think that he'll probably be one of the best rookies that we've ever seen in the West League. But right now, some glaring weaknesses that some teams are able to exploit. And we've seen other teams really, I guess, bang on that nail. TEC are doing just that here.
We also need to see a little bit more of that clutching prowess come back for 3BL here. They have won a lot of their maps as a result of that throughout this season. Big clutches from individuals, not yet being able to see it here in sub-base, but 3-1 the score. We go back in. 3BL will look to just put, I mean, I'd say at least a couple of rounds on the board here more. Get to 3 on the GR side. 4 would be certainly better, but 3 I think is manageable. You have a good BL side on this map, which you're expected to, particularly if it's your map pick. So that's kind of what we're looking for here from 3BL. It's definitely not dire straits just yet, but it is time to kind of kick into gear for the map.
Well, trying to do just that. Again, the door is a problem. Omega left in a tough line of sight, and with the players being pressed from the vent and con, it's not an easy place to be at. Flex on the line! That is a crucial duel to be won. Alleviates a lot of press on the other side, and finally Omega got some help! Sad is taking this round himself. Everyone gone down. And Omega's gunning for the last man standing. Good kill from Kiko. Spoxy's nowhere near, and there's a flying coming through from Sad. That should be the seal. One from Sad, one from Hunt. The vets put 3BL across the finish line, and they get a second round.
Yeah, a little bit more like it, getting themselves back involved in the game. Pretty quick response to the lead that TEC found themselves now 3-2. It's being pressured a little bit more. Like I said, if they can get to 3 or 4, 3BL should be pretty happy with that. It's going to be a faster play from TEC right here. Noxon's in the perfect spot to shut them down. They don't check him up on the rafters, and he's still able to dance around in that position. He's got the backup of extra players over towards B. Doesn't necessarily need to be looking back towards jail. Just want to focus in on what's coming from the locker room. And right here, I think should be another round in the favor of 3BL. Noxon is just doing God's work from on rafters, and helped out well by Sad and Hunt in this round. 3-3 the scoreline, equalized easily off the back of the timer. That has worked to perfection.
Yeah, so now see how that will work for 3BL until it continues. That was a concise round, really. Just the exact stuff that I was talking about that we want to see from 3BL. They're able to shut down the round from that line, but Spoxy still remains to be a threat. They're dedicating a lot of resources to try to slow Spoxy down. And with a single smoke, it's put 3 players out of commission. They could have been caught in transition here with that timing on that take of the servers, but so far, TEC are taking a methodical route. Eventually the utility is going to run out on the doors, but they're rerouting closer to the A site. Omega uses his own smoke with a minute 40 remaining. I feel like that's a little bit too early. He could have used his players as a reason to delay that smoke until they got that first contact. But now, Moxon himself is the one under threat. The spray down doesn't really pan out for much, and Flex can remain there in the vents and be as much of a nuisance as possible.
Patience, a virtue now again. As things slow down around the map. Omega ready to receive. Slows things down pretty nicely. It's the 1-for-1, but the real problem is going to be the info room. Flex in from the vent. Double kill for Sad. Oh, triple. Okay, once again, Sad steps up in a big way for 3BL. TEC, they had the right idea. They pushed together, but a bit of brilliance from Sad is going to get 3BL. You'd think another round here, unless Spoxy again pulls out one of those Spoxy-esque rounds, but just can't really expect it off in these days anymore. Doesn't possess that X factor that he used to. And 3BL are now up to 4, and it's no longer a conversation about, oh, let's just get to 3, let's get to 4 for 3BL. It's a case of how far can we actually push this hard.
Oh, absolutely. That was some dominant stuff from Sad. 8-0 on the sniper right now. Really been a saving grace of 3BL in a couple of those rounds, but would probably not stand a test of Spoxy at that time. He said he doesn't have the X factor. Maybe, yeah, he cannot win some of those impossible rounds anymore, but he definitely can still be one of the most lethal snipers in the whole league. Lions Claw with a good trade. Omega now off the stairs, and he's able to find some magic elsewhere. Exactly his element, unleashed. And he is unavowed. Spoxy and Kiko remain. Not a lot of map control given to them, but they are able to work their way into the A site again. No Sad this time, but Omega and Losha are still there, and the latter have a full kit of utility to play for. They got the A site, and Spoxy's taking a bit of a risk here, going up the stairs. Tough angle for 3BL if they want to go in and clear. They could try for the backstab through the stairs themselves with Losha and Omega in the vents, but not going for it as of yet, waiting to see if Hunt can be there for support.
Spoxy, Omega can't quite find the immediate trade, but does get the better of Spoxy in the end, chases him down. Kiko has to try to clutch this one out. for his team, and space is already being taken. This is 3BL again, just running it back. The confidence, they don't second guess themselves, they don't doubt themselves, they just run over TEC. 5 on the board now, looking for a 6th on the GR side of their map pick. They are storming towards a victory at the moment, and maybe TEC doesn't have the answer. What a great nade to start this round off as well, by the way, from Noxon, who just spams through the wood doors onto Spoxy. More chip damage as well onto Flex. Nothing going right for TEC. They are really just even battling for any inch of space on the map.
Like, at this point, though, can't we just agree that if you put Omega there and Connector next to one of the snipers, it will be a lot better for the team? Like, I feel like that's fairly obvious, right? Like, he's very much able to come in as the second man off the contact and do a lot of amazing work. So why put him in a position that is gonna get no resources and really no help? I don't know, Elfish. Like, why though? Like, that's my question, is why? Because you look at how good the rest of the team are. Is it do you blame Omega for that, or do you think that like he should step up individually, or should they just change the makeup of their defense?
Really, case by case basis. Only able to get himself the one here in locker room. Rest of the string didn't quite yet come through for TEC though. They want to pivot back and give Flex a little bit more time to work these picks. Omega dropping. It's going to start to become a bit more of a question mark here for 3BL as we're now into a 3-on-3 hunt with a big responsibility ahead. Through the smoke, he spots out to Zane. Can't escape back into safety, but at least gets the early info that this might end up being a B hit. Noxon's out deep onto the side. In fact, he's jumped all the way forward to take the fight to Kiko, drops him, and with that the C4 goes down. They are aware of where Flex is, pre-fire in that direction from Noxon, but Flex not interested anymore. Looks like Noxon's got the read, and Flex is going to walk right into him. This is a rifle paradise as Noxon will finish it 6-3. It's like they know everything. Another win, and it's 6-3 at the end of the half. I mean, 3BL are doing phenomenally today.
Anything other than the last time that we've seen them on sub base is this one, right? All of that is confident, especially after the attack timeout. They look like they knew all the answers, as you've said, and you can tell smiles all across their face, at least everyone but Noxon. He's put his full game face on, and really, the job is not finished. Yes, 6-3 is a good score on the GR side, but TEC, they're not going to be a easy passenger either. We've seen how dangerous Spoxy can be in creating openers, and that is going to even put more problems for 3BL once they move over to GR, and Spoxy can get that advantage from the other side of that double door trade.
It's not quite a done deal just yet for 3BL, but it feels like it should really be within their grasp. One half to get, 4 rounds in. Moving over onto the BL side is favourable on sub base for them to close out. Have to have every faith that they are going to be able to get this one done.
Well, they start on GR, and as you can tell, they really wanted Spoxy to get an advantage. Half health he is already, but that kind of setup makes the B side really difficult to approach. Nobody on the right side of the box. Oh, that smoke is a problem though. Now they don't really have, but they are still going to use a second smoke. People jump on the right side. Great intuition by Omega, and he's able to close that one cleanly. Lion Claw in the same angle that Hunt was a little while ago. Could find a pick on stairs. Oh, his timing is off. They might catch off guard, or I even go for more. He's behind all 4 of them. TEC know all the idea. One for him, a second as well, but Noxon and Loshar are trying to save the round. Very low on HP. And the Zane and Flex are healthy. They're going to close that one out. 4 for TEC. Just a single player, letting them all pass, playing the round masterfully.
It was a heart-stopping moment, though, for a second there when TEC see a couple of kills go the way of 3BL on that entry, but enough done by the flank to make for a comfortable round for TEC. So run it back to 3BL, have to try that again. outside the doors. Oxen needs to keep his head down. Will do so wisely. It's a bit too greedy for a fight. Lockers. So, once again, TEC with the advantage. GR side looking to be the stronger one on this map at the moment.
Able to recoup that number's loss. Stairs is the line. Zane on half health. Not a lot of utility is being sent, but Noxon almost got the job done himself. And they're thinking about scaling back into connector. Lion's Claw got that first line of sight. Flex closer into Con. They're trying to peek through the doors. Lion's Claw playing off that contact. They get one for free, but not ready for the retrade. Foxy holding that line. That is a perfect zigzag from the side of TEC. Losha left alone on the flank, does find his, but with the loss and a 5-on-4 that they played to start, TEC did their best on those trades. And while there's still enough time for Losha to pose a threat with all three players wounded to some extent, this really feels unwinnable. He steals one. Lion's Claw's pretty low himself, so if he had an HE, that could have been a second kill, but he doesn't have it. 40 seconds on the timer. C4 is on the opposite part. Now Flex strengthening that defense. Lion's Claw close. He's gonna go down. Flex is next on the chopping block. Low HP for himself. 10 HP for Losha, but it doesn't matter. Then Yukin on the block humbles the Titans.
You just can't be losing these rounds. Like LCK, this is like the second or third time in the series now where they've lost an incredibly egregious 1v. There was the 1v4 from Hunt on map 1, and now 1v3 from Again, the response is pretty swift from Spoxy, but that allows 3PL up to 7. So have them pretty bouncy, pretty excited. TEC just letting themselves down in a lot of these rounds. Recovery seems to be coming through pretty quickly here. Sad is out there as well, finished off. 7-5. I don't know if it's 3BL that have got the clutch gene or if it's TEC that are making just egregious mistakes over and over again.
I mean, it's 3BL that are really putting themselves in position of loss, right? We're talking about that. Those trades, they're the problem. Flex gone, but Spoxy will still have more of an imprint on that round. He has been their bane. And they've already taken their time out on the global risk side. They don't really have another one to play for here. And if there is the clutch gene, maybe it is the time to use it. Omega and Losha, 2 on the rifles, but Hunt might be the point man here. It's been a quiet evening from Kiko, but he's not going to be put to rest just yet. Lion's Claw on a good angle and a smoke that might force them up top. At least that's the plan for TEC. Good timing here from Omega. Put a monkey wrench on that plan, at least for that contact, because there's a player that needs to look both at the vent and that connector position at the same time.
Do you want to see what Omega's going to get up to here? He's just tucking for the moment. I get the feeling what you say is true, that his timing is going to be a big factor. Everyone worked their way back over to B for the most part here, TEC, so they're going to play for the retake on A. There's honestly a chance that 3BL could just walk in and get the plan on A for free. Dezane's not even really hard watching it.
Well, Spoxy has got an intuition of what could be happening. I thought that he would be a little bit closer than this. Hunt knows that there has to be someone off radio. But with Omega making a distraction, all he needs to do is just stay alive as long as possible. The C4 is not carried. 45 seconds on that time. They're letting Losha play very late. He needs to be active now. Omega's under a world of harm. If he gets any kills, the round is a little bit feasible. Hunt is there on the other line. They're playing full on for the backstab. They've ignored the C4. A chance, maybe for something. Kiko is taking care of the flank, and it's all about Hunt. 1v2. Bomb is still back at the double doors, and Hunt is trying to take his timing. Lucky enough not to die the first time, but the second time of asking will be a lot easier than anticipated. Losha was a non-factor. TEC definitely has the lead on 3BL.
Yeah, I think 3BL might have to slow some of these rounds down. They are really losing a lot in the early rounds, and you know, again, we see aggression out from TEC. I kind of like the fact that 3BL are expecting it this time around. It's very easy for them to charging into Machine Room and lose all of their players, but Sad just kind of like wrangles his fishing rod out there and gets eaten by the shark. Even despite the fact that you've shown that restraint as 3BL, you've given up a player advantage to TEC once again, and of course they've got that map positioning now as well. Needs to spin and check, and does. Lionclaw has to fall here for an opposite. If not, round over. Surely Hunt can't get himself another 1vx for the hands of Lionclaw, and the scoreline equalizing now at 7 apiece.
Massive round from Lionclaw. Getting the trade, staying alive. That multi-kill on that reclaim was everything. And now, might have to test Spoxy again. It's always a difficult test. Later down in the first half, they were able to shut down Spoxy, but for now, it seems like 3BL have gotten no answers. Just pushed off all of the angles initially. A little bit of chip onto Hunt. And they'll take that space. Really been their one solace. Hunt and Moxon on that line. Spoxy still there. And he's keeping a lot of pressure on. Maybe. That is the recalibration that 3BL needed, but with Hunt going down, things are starting to get a little bit messy. All of them are tanking a ton of damage. Look at the HP bars for 3BL. Yes, they got the kill. And yes, it's a 4-on-4. But any inkling of damage, whether it's the HEs, spray from the M14, or even the 417s, really anything, can swing the round immediately in the favor of TEC here. But thankfully, though, they're not putting the trigger yet. Minute 10, or 15 rather, on the timer. And it seems like 3BL are going to corral together and try to send a final challenge here towards the A site.
I mean, they've got the numbers, they just don't have the health. The thing is going to be, if they can get a plant down in a 4v4 post plant and hit their first couple of shots, that's going to be the win con. But if they get harassed on their way through, then that's going to make life very difficult. I'd like to honestly just see them contact their way out into A. It looks like they're going to get a timing because Dezane, again, is not really hard watching the A site. It's a flash tossed across, kind of gives the game away, but they do get into the site. They do have that 4-on-4 post plant, but you need to get up to some kind of trickery here. I want to see it be something a little non-standard, unless maybe that opening pick goes the way of 3BL. They are just kind of holding relatively standard post-plant positions here. No one trying to push anything. No one trying to get around behind. No one trying to take some cheeky space. So I think it should be routine for TEC, but if 3BL hit their shots, maybe it won't be. First one, though, and the second also going the way of 3BL. They just get overwhelmed. They don't have the HP to contest in a round like that one. TEC make it look easy.
Honestly speaking, too, like, the first kill and the third are great, but Sadu just got slacking. He really thought that they're not going to see him, but rookie error from a player that otherwise is super experienced, but yeah, there's a lot of pressure on both him and Hunt as really Foxy staring the two of them apart. And with that angle being locked now, no other option but try to sprint towards B. A little bit of damage, but Foxy still is able to find his skills, and the protocol is falling apart. Two from Hunt and Sad. Enough space for Low Shot to maybe do something. A couple of kills coming through, but it's Sad left all alone in the end. One-on-one, lower on HP, and the C4 is out in the middle of nowhere. He has to move, but the repositioning space allowed for the Zane puts him in a tough spot. 417 in the hand, elects to use the USP. Not a bad spot to be in, but Sad has got a full util kit himself, can definitely help him a little bit. Albeit, Sad is really waiting to see if Dezane is going to make an error here.
Yeah, I'm not sure you want to be using any util, though, to be fair. Obviously, that'll give away your position. Sad, was he spotted by Dezane? No, he wasn't. The shot comes through. And Sad keeps the dream alive for 3BL. It's a really big round to win. Scoreline match now at 8 apiece. I have to say, TEC have been looking far and away the better team in the second half, but the question is whether or not 3BL can just hold on.
Well, let's see. They can hold on for a little bit more. honestly speaking, Elfish, overtime seems to be the most likely result. We haven't seen 3BL full send it on stairs in a while. Last time around, Zane was a lot more passive. Because a lot earlier in the round, TC can still hold that line. Lion's Claws away, Spoxy's actually holding towards B. They've done well. They force the pressure away from the stairs, away from the A side, and Zane now wants to be answered for, but Omega gets a clean entry on that line of sight. Nobody's close by. That's a C4 down, and a chance for 3BL to get match point.
Have to hold off against one of these retakes again, but this time the situation's a bit different. They're a lot healthier. I was going to say they had the player advantage as well, which they don't, but Loshard picks up a big double, and then Omega knocking him down the other side as he finds a double of his own. 3BL are on series point. TEC need this one round to force the OT and keep themselves alive in the series. Otherwise, 3BL, I mean, they're going to complete another really big win for themselves. Noxon is so low. Gets back out to safety for now. A lot of damage done early, though. TEC, and Flex in an advanced position is going to be a thorn in the side of 3BL.
You know what, for 3BL, there's been a lot of scrutiny to the start of their half. There's been a lot of scrutiny to Omega on the GR side. But they've improved a lot in the last couple of rounds, really off the back of that one clutch that they got. Now, both facets, right, like the team's read on TEC and Omega individually, have improved significantly here.
Call to go B would be a real risk. You got 4 players set up there. I can't see that working out cleanly for 3BL. TEC are afforded that luxury by the forward position that Zane has got. Minute and 20 seconds on the clock. 3BL don't need to make that call just yet. I don't think you can just dry hit a site right now. You've got no info, you've got no map control, you're not putting any pressure on TEC anywhere. You have to take some space first. I hope that's what 3BL are going to look for. Noxon solo at Loftus. He should not push any further. He should let the rest of the team try to work wood first.
He's just feigning presence, right? They got the earlier smoke that was through the vent, and that's going to push Zane to be a bit more defensive. A perfect read from their side, but they'll need to scale up a little bit quicker, because the longer they take, the easier it will be for TEC to guess that this is a fake. Yes, they know the damage is done to Noxon, but they don't see enough util, they don't hear enough footsteps, and now a lot of pressure is going to be on Spoxy. A tough line for him and Zane, but TEC are beginning to call the bluff. Zane is going to play for the complete post. 3BL get that one for free. Last time around, they were able to get the job done, but it was Omega and Losha to be the heroes. Ooh. This time, a missed shot on Spoxy can open all the gates of hell onto 3BL.
This is a huge risk from Noxon, but it might just pay off. You are not expecting a player right here. He's low. Anything he can do is better than nothing. And the fact that he's at least bought a little bit of time is really big news. 3BL, they just have to hold this stairs position. They've got 3 players in the right spot for that. Fun as well. Player. You've still got numbers. Hunt trying to play time, trying to survive, and he has not quite done enough. Defuse is going to come through for Spoxy. Oh, 9-9. We go overtime. TEC keep themselves in the fight. 3BL, I think they just got blasted with util. They had 2 players set up underneath the stairs. Probably needed to have a little bit more space for those guys. I think a couple of them were just completely blinded.
I just have to say, why not leave it, right? You know that they're coming from stairs. Noxon gave you that information. You can just put one guy there. Yes, he's going to be left to the wolves, but the other couple of players could have been playing by stairs, a deeper position by the other side of the site. Like, not really the way that I think I'll posture my defense, knowing that the other team has got a lot of util, but that's how the cookie crumbles for them. OT it is, Elfish.
Indeed.
But unlike sometimes from the regulation, this really feels like it's truly anyone's game now.
Yeah, I would say momentum was minorly shifted back in the direction of 3BL, but it did feel at one point like TEC was going to close this map out and probably do it comfortably as well. So I think you'd probably still have that as the expectation now that we are into the OT. Both teams lacking a little bit on their attacking half, which is surprising. Typically, You're expected to get a bit of work done on the attack of sub-base, but that's not been the case. And so now we get another pause, obviously, as we get ourselves set up for that overtime.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, for now, though, we get to have a reset. Everybody gets to calm down. That little bit of time, I would say, definitely a bit more of a benefit to the younger team. Yes, TEC, of course, can anti-strat a little bit better, but I feel like for a team like 3BL, like as passionate as players like Contentsat are, that could probably get the better of them at times. So that bit of calm is gonna be impeccable to them. As we now go back to our juncture. At Crossroads, teams tied 9-9, and 3BL have been amazing at times, clutch at other, and disappointing at even a little bit more. But the thing that have remained consistent all throughout today has been that man. Foxy still really unanswered, as no one in the server knows how to handle them.
Yeah, so far, Foxy has kind of started to run it back a little bit on this map, which can only be good news for TEC. They want to pick the pace up towards home. We do have Hunt coming in, but according to transition here, he's finding awkward. It will be an easy site take for TEC. The only one that can really do anything about it now is probably Noxon, which is still making his rotation. Noxon just going to elect to try and take a fight here, see if he can pull back the numbers somehow. Not having any success, not being given anything by TEC, who are looking lucky to try close this map out. Push down the stairs. Probably one kill, but you're walking into the lines, Dan. It's easy to clean up for TEC. First team to double digits.
I'm just gonna say it again, man. Why are we still doing this? Why are we still putting the setup is not really given much to Omega. Not a lot has been done on that side. Like it really breaks my heart, right? Because I feel like Omega has played such a good game on Blacklist, but he's just such a liability on that kind of defense. A lot of resources devoted to that side, and not to even mention like Hunt and Sad are trying all they can to shut down Foxy, but just his mere presence keeps this double doors position unattainable for 3BL. So their switch up is that they are the ones that are going to try to aggress up through the vents.
Takes them a while to get that done, but they do now have a player in the vent. In the form of Sad. Appreciate how quickly TEC are able to take map control right now on this BL side.
Well, the round slowed down a lot. About 1 more minute remains on the timer, Alfish. And TEC heavily lenient towards that B side. Those two players in Con have a big test ahead of them. They were able to take care of Flex early. It would really free them to help the B defenders. Now, here's a man that we haven't talked about in a little bit, but he has been their catalyst, the reason that we're able to bring the game that close. Now tested from multiple fronts. Losha needs to be a hero. Starts off fresh. An immediate opener for Losha, but Kiko trades and Lion's Claw finds the perfect timing. 3-on-4 it is. The site is theirs, and even the rotations cut down aggressively. TEC does not want 3BL to even have a chance of a post, but they'll force the issue themselves. Maybe not ready for the Zane. Should be an easy kill for him. Opens up the space for Omega. He needs to find that kill, but this Zane leaving them all dizzy. And maybe just like the namesake, a sad attempt here for the captain. And 3BL knocked out. It's a 1-2 punch on the first half of OT. 11-9. And if 3BL does not find a round, it just might be all but over.
Yeah, starting to feel that way. And I mean, to be fair, we're starting to feel that way in the second half of regulation as well. 3BL kind of hung on there, but I feel as though their grip is loose. And that is some really good damage. Finally, 3BL recognizing that TEC liking to take that space in wood very quickly, so they dump some grenades in there and soften their targets up. It will make for a bit of an easier time going forward, but no kill, so no significant advantage just yet.
Well, the round slows down. Good work from 3BL down the damage, as we've said, but again, just those doubles continues to be the bane of 3BL because they really cannot match it. Everything else feels like a difficult task. Omega got some help. Hunt is literally playing a 1-2 on the A site, never the position that you would expect to see two players in because they have been that thoroughly punished. Things are not going well their way, and especially if you have a two-player setup here on the A site, you'd expect him to be aggressive. Low shot. Do not move. If he moves, Spoxy gets the kill. Timing now of the element. Spots it. Deals with it. Great work from Spoxy. The round is open for TEC. The push from behind is not going to net them that much. 1-for-1 trade. Yes, the Zane is low in HP, but Noxon cannot find a damn thing. 2 kills for 2. That leaves a 2 players for 3 position in the end. Spoxy crosses back to safety. The Zane really close up. The flash is everything if it finds value here. But sad, cannot really make a move. Important one for Hunt. Still Spoxy and Kiko. The most new addition to the team. And the captain can probably lead them back to victory. Now all just on Spoxy. We've hailed him as a folklore hero, but this time Sad is going to find his chance. Thankfully, he's had more than enough time to find the bomb and to stick the defuse. The 10th round it is. Still, their work cut out for them in the second half.
Yeah, 100%. And it looked so tentative from 3BL, didn't it? Spoxy's really woken up. The Zane's definitely here as well. Getting good impact through from Flex, Kiko, and Lionclaw respectively as well. 3BL having to really put in the hard yards here. Moving over to the BL side as well, which was pretty poor from them in regulation. So he definitely can't, at this point, I think, back 3BL to close the series out here. In my mind, Titan gonna push this through to a third.
Said it before, Spoxy's a problem this time with the HGs. Hunt takes a step too soon. He got cooked there. Fragmentation a bit too much for him to handle. What are 3BL supposed to do? They slide around. Still 2 more minutes to play. Down the man. Do you just try to fish for anything to bring you back to even footings? Or do you try to slow down the pace a little bit? Looks like it's going for more of the former. Fastening their pace. Forces a respawn smoke and an HE from the side of TEC. Not much value from those two. Well, that kill again. Proving that the problem is the exact same thing. 3BL waiting for TEC to present them a fight, but I love that from Lionclaw and Kiko, right? They want to be aggressive, they want to take the duel head on, but not really do the same way that they would give away any city duels to the team that is down a player.
Well, this contact play that we've seen from them towards the A side in regulation probably doesn't work this time because Spoxy is watching. It's a change up in the setup from TEC. Typically, they had Zane playing for the retake. This time, TEC got Spoxy dead at the hands of Sad. So maybe that's even worse. And Noxon set up in the vent waiting as well. So it's layers upon layers. There's a lot of differences in this round. Want to see what this hole ends up looking like as well.
No, why are we doing this again, Elfish? Why?
Well, I mean, I guess the only difference is this time you've got Noxon in the vent, and even if these players at stairs get taken down, you at least have the insurance. They might not caught on the cross. That's a better hold anyway. Omega 3 and Lionclaw. I don't know how he got that deep, but he's dead anyway. Scores 11-11, and again, game on.
Okay, guys, I take it all back. That was a crazy round from Omega. The round to really bring 3BL back into the fold. Hunt died early. And he had everything to play for. Good read on the mechanics, good read on the macro. Now Flex is trying to get himself in the lead, but Hunt, revenge on the man that killed him last round with the HG and Omega. Now on the blacklist slide, fully unleashed. That kid might really have a future as one of the best in the world. They're really hyping up the heroes of the yesteryears of TAC. But it looks like the future might just be now. 5 kills for Omega in those 2 rounds of BL overtime. And all they need to do is get over 3 more GR players. They know where one of them is, at least. I think that they suspect of Lion's Claw's positioning. So it's really smart from Hunt to remain here. Yes, he's got very little support from his side, but there's a player by the vent that can be the support necessary. Cutting downstairs at one line, and the smoke fading in favor of Hunt to give him yet another kill. This might be it. Match point is just around the corner, aware of where Spoxy could be. Which fight do you take? Clearly Hunt want to take the side itself. Clean shot off with the pistol, and Spoxy is all that remain. That man was the raid boss in the last time standing. They brought him down, and he pulls off that round. Him still alive. Yes, low HP from the HE, and Omega will be the one to spearhead the attack for 3BL. The Vanguard have finally crossed the defensive lines, and TEC are on their last legs.
I wouldn't count on it. I would not count on it. There might still be another couple of rounds left in this map. TEC are not going to go down without a fight, and they will not want to be going down 2-0 in this game. I can assure you of that. They would think themselves better than that, but maybe 3BL can prove to be the difference makers again this time around. Standard passive approach from 3BL to start the round off. They don't have any wood control, which has been pretty pivotal for them. I think that's going to have to be the first port of call. Given a bit of space by that smoke and then starting to push their way forward. You do have Flex and Dezane to hold on to the stairs at the moment. The pivot coming back across from 3BL. They're putting pressure now into middle. Deep smoke as well. Draws Lion Claw forward for a moment. They're trying to pull rotates off of B. I actually kind of like the way this round is coming together for 3BL at the moment. There's a lot of presence being shown by Hunt, and meanwhile 3BL starting to push their way out long as they're going to go past. This is normally what works for them. Omega looking for Kiko, finds him on the right. The first piece of the puzzle, needs some more trading here. Meanwhile Hunt cutting off the rotates. He got only the one. That's enough. Dezane pushes into jail alone. Flex is solo. A 1v3 required to save the game. That plant needs to get put down. 3BL are so worried about where Flex is. Finally, he's been spotted out now by Lusha at jail. And time limited. Flex at this point, as it ticks against him. The push is through. 3BL, they want to end it now, and they will. 13-11. Finishing it off with the 2-0. And securing themselves one of the top spots in CFWL. As we speak, this continues to get better and better for 3BL. I think at the moment, I have to say they're a top 2 team in the league, in my opinion. But we'll see what the desk has to say about that before we get too far ahead of ourselves. But Volt, really solid win again for 3BL. The only team that they're really dropping series to at this point is Vitality. I think they're looking great.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous stuff there in the end. And you gotta give it to Spoxy, though. He really was the bane of that team. It wouldn't have been that close if Spoxy wasn't having such a good game, by the way. Like, imagine how many rounds. Like, it was a 5-on-4, then he got another kill. The difference in that very final round was that they were able to navigate Spoxy and make him miss a shot. And then they were able to explode on the site. And to give credit where it's due, the main man was Omega. For me, he is the MVP of that game. But let's see what the stats and the desk have to say about that one.
For me, of course, the main man was Omega, but of course, the main guys for today were Volt and Elfish. Thank you guys for this incredible run over today's matchups. We had 3 wonderful best of 3s, but the final one was, of course, like the best out of them. Speaking of the game itself, you have seen Spoxy being the backbone of TNC, the guy who put everything together, but at the same time, he forgot about the new blood, the guys that fight for their place. And they asked for freedom, they got it. 3BL just got another win in their bucket.
Well, yeah, it was an important win for TBL to secure the second place if they get the win over Swarm Gaming, which on paper should be the easiest game among all the past games that we've seen 3BL playing. However, last time we've seen 3BL playing versus Swarm Gaming, when it was an easy game, as we mentioned, they lost. But we don't want to just go ahead and talk about Swarm Gaming. We'd love to talk about this. This game was important for them to secure the playoffs. Yes, now 100% 3BL are on the playoffs. It's the matter of third place, fourth place, second place or third place based on their performance next week and the other team's performance. They played very good. I still think that 3BL are lacking a lot of things on the Blacklist side, on sub-base. Although they had the win because they had a convenient win on the Blacklist side. I actually like the tactical push that they took because it was things were going out of hand. When we see TEC starting to play aggressive, that's things when they are going out of hand. That's why it is needed to take this pause and talk about it and to stop such aggression. And we've seen the pipe, let's call it the pipe setup that 3BL did to stop such aggression onto machine, and they were able to played by the boys. Also on the let's talk about the overtime. He did very good, not only the overtime, even though on the overtime, which is just the last round, he also did a very good spacing for his teammates. We've seen how he's entering the side, he's checking every single corner, and this is a thing you would never see in any other players than him and Horus. He's checking every single corner. For you, if you're watching any entry fraggers, he just maybe checks first and second corner, and that's it. The space and trading, but only there's not the case. He's playing with high sense, so he checked every single corner, got the first block, and also did the damage for the
Of course, yeah, they had like a very back and forth game, especially at the second half, after a really good and intriguing first half and first part coming from 3BL Galaxy. They had TEC like by the red hand, like they made them not being able to think, they stopped them by their place, but at the end, like at the second half, it felt like 3BL with no tech pause, with no other room or anything to help them to improve or improvise in the game itself. It felt like they went a bit tight. They had to have this other thought, and that brings me to the fact that I really want to thank their coach. It's been a heck of a day for him. Of course, you need to I believe that Lanner, that's his name, or that's the
no, Lanner is the substitute. Yes.
Oh, of course. You really need to give him a round of applause, being in the back, like being like the guy on the corner to watch everything, to analyze all and everything that's happening in the game itself, to help them find a way, find a puzzle to solve it, find the Rubik cube to just make it look perfect in less than 90 seconds. He's a really good coach, and the players are adapting with him, so they're making a really good combination out of this organization.
Yeah, it was good coaching from him. Also, would love to give Hunt some applause, because this guy, he continued the struggle, and maybe let's call it he was suffering alone without the tactical pause. That's why you usually don't see the coaches taking the tactical pause on the first half, because that means that your team would suffer without you on the second half. But imagine if you have IGL like Snake, if you have IGL like Petro, if you have IGL like Beck, any other like Noor. These guys been IGLing for years, so if you don't have a tactical pause on the second half, that wouldn't be a problem for them, because they still have something in their heads. However, Hunt is his first or maybe second season IGLing, and then he suffered alone throughout the entire Blacklist side, which I've seen 3BL showing a lot of weaknesses on the Blacklist side, in my opinion, especially the post plan. The guys were surprised. Oh, they are throwing double flash on us when they are retaking the side. Guys, this is a 2009 strategy. I remember when it was very old sub base. When you are retaking from woods, you usually double flash, because the first flash is usually get dodged, and every single time 3BL are going into a side, They're doing the post plan. They are staying anti-flash. After the first flash, everybody peeks, so they eat the second flash and they die. And that's how they went into the overtime, which was actually very weird in my opinion, because these guys should already know that TEC will throw double flash and maybe even triple flash. So first flash is not even counted on the board. Maybe you would let someone, after the first flash, only one guy peek. He checks if they're pushing. If not, he will. The other guys should be continuing to be anti-flash. It's just a simple mistakes, but probably these guys will learn.
And of course, those simple mistakes will give them their time to reconsider it, to read about it, to wait for the coach's approach on it, to find a way to solve all of those stuff. But of course, that's a guy who solved the puzzle, who found the missing pieces in TNC's game. Of course, that's Omega 1.06 KD, but like, don't look at the KD only. Like, that KD came with pain and suffer, and it ended up with them getting everything together. And I believe if I'm gonna be calling for a guy to be the match MVP, it's either gonna be Omega or Hunt, since both of them been pretty consistent and they were the money maker for 3BL Galaxy.
He played very good, especially as I mentioned. Omega is a guy that if you know how Crossfire is being played, or if you just played Crossfire, or if you watch a lot of Crossfire, you will know how this guy is impactful and how he's the core element player for 3BL because of his entries and the spacing that he makes for his teammates is just insane. I guess if you look at him, how he's pushing the sides, you usually would see his teammates behind him, and it's a big gap between both of them, and he's not stopping, and he's also fragging while he's entering. That's why I mentioned sometimes you will have an entry, he will give you a space, he will check corners for you, but he will not check everything, and he will not make the space the first for you. Imagine if you have an entry and then he's killing. I remember when I used to get coached by Stray, and he was coaching Horus, and he told him 50% of your job is just to get the first maybe step in the side before dying. Second, the other 50% is to get on the spot. I mean, on the planting spot. Other than that, you don't need to do anything else. If you got one kill, that's 150% of your goal in the side. So imagine Omega, he's doing all of this and getting you double kills, maybe sometimes triple kills. That means he's doing 200 and 250% of his main role. So well played by Omega. Well deserved to be match MVP. And as I mentioned, also in my opinion, it is also with Hunt, because Hunt had to suffer the whole second half alone without any tactical timeout, and still he managed to get the win on such a tough and rough blacklist side that we've watched from TBL.
Second half only? Talk me through the overtime, talk me through the entire game. That guy and his teammates, of course.
I mean, 3BL, they suffered only on the second half on the blacklist.
Yeah,
side,
of course, they did.
In the overtime, it was piece of cake for them. They only lost one round, and then maybe only 2 rounds, and they didn't lose any rounds on the blacklist side. But on the blacklist side, second half, they were just losing rounds after rounds after rounds. The clutches they were losing, so it was very tough for them.
That's true, but hear me out.
Yeah,
of course. The second part was pretty important. The thing that I'm adding up is on the overtime they lost the first 2 rounds on the side that they actually dominated on early on the game, so that's why
it's blacklist. It's blacklist from some base. It's
exactly.
Actually, I said even though if TEC goes 12-9, still 3BL have a chance to get it 12-12 at least. It's because of the blacklist side. The blacklist side is so unbalanced in this map, honestly. So that's why I said the first half it was a very perfect tactical post timeout call from Yesk.
Of course, that's pretty important. And another thing that's pretty important is we have Hunt on the disc with us, so I believe that he is here now. Hello Hunt, how are you doing, man?
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing? Of course, first of all, I would love to give you guys all a round of applause. You guys did really great in your match today. Guys in the chat, always we're looking at 3BL as like a one-time wonder, a team that just caught one win like after another, and now they're putting targets over your heads. You guys been doing really great job, and it's always lovely to watch young and new talents improvise and get into that new level.
Thank you actually, and thanks for the fans who cheering for us. Yeah, and we're just working and trying our best to win, you know.
Of course. First question, how was the second part of the final map? It felt like, as we were discussing, me and Penguin, being alone with no tag pools, it put you in a very rough situation that you all needed to improvise, and you don't have any support that coming out from your coach. How did you manage to call it out, or to close it to overtime?
For me, I see that actually the pause at the start of the game was useful, because if we didn't manage to get this couple of rounds in the CT, because our CT seemed kind of shaky at the start of the rounds, so this brings us back to the game. If we couldn't get the 6-3, maybe we could have lost already the map in the TR. So I see that the pause was actually useful. About the second half,
Of course.
they were playing out of the ordinary, the TSE. So, and this is not a way to play a map against any team. You have this is a specific way to play against 3BL only. So, and we managed to know how they are playing. We managed to know they're playing always 2A top and 3B. So that's what made us at least win in the OT.
Right, that's
Well,
pretty
yeah,
wonderful.
we've seen you guys trying harder in the second half. Honestly, I've seen TC, as you mentioned, playing way better on the second half, and it was quite worrying for us watching. Then, if you guys want to win and you're playing on the blacklist side, so after such a great performance, how do you feel about facing Swamp Gaming next game? Because I guess if you get the win and get your win over Swamp Gaming, you will be placed as a second on phase 1, which guarantees you of course the elite group and also good placement for you to start on phase 2.
We have a full week to prepare for Swamp Gaming. We have only one team, so we're gonna prepare very well. We never underestimate a team, so you never know what can happen.
Of course, winning or playing versus Swamp Gaming, it will be pretty important for you to secure the second place. And of course, you had only one game that you have lost, guys, versus Vitality, but you guys took it to the third map. You did everything that you can do, and guys, you're making us all proud of the team, the progress that you're reaching. And I would love to ask you, how does it feel with all of that pressure that's put in on your shoulders after the results that you're managing to make?
Actually, it's not that big of a pressure. We really, 5 of us, we really love the game. We don't just play the game for the money, so we really love the game, and we really love to learn and play and win and go globally, and that's why.
Man, I love it. He's going for the heart. He loves the game. He loves everything.
enjoying the
he loves
game,
the vibes. Exactly.
That's the secret.
That's important.
Yeah, that's the secret. If you're enjoying the game, you're not gonna get stressed. You're not gonna get pressured. You're not gonna get mad. Sometimes, of course, you're gonna get this, but it's not normally. You're gonna get this. You're gonna get depressed as well, and you will improve definitely because you're still enjoying winning, losing. You're still enjoying the game.
Yes.
That's it for us. And of course, Hunt, would love to hear a lot from you. Any last things you would love to say to Abal والصحبة fans or 3BL fans on the broadcast for today?
Thank you guys for the cheering, and we will try always to win and do our best.
Of course, and say hi to the guys in the background. Thank you guys, and of course, congratulations, Hunt, for this win. Looking forward to see you next week.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Congrats, man. Bye.
See ya. Whew.
What a game.
You love to see Hunt.
Yeah, it was. He mentioned that I liked exactly. That was the focal point that I'm talking about. The pose that they took early is just a game changer, because other than that, they would have just steamrolled the game. TSC steamrolled the game, and they just snowballed it versus 3BL, and they couldn't come back because I knew for a fact that they are struggling on the blacklist side since they played versus Vitality, and TSC is playing the same way as Vitality playing, especially on the global side, because they both used to be a top tier teams. We've seen TSC before when they used to be named LCK, I believe, and they won versus All Gamers, the world champions back then. On sub base, so they used to be one of the best in the world on sub base, so they definitely know how to handle such gameplays. So the tactical pose, they stopped the snowballing of this game and made 3BL came back alive, and they got 2-3 rounds after that, and having a hope for them all the time.
Of course, and that brings us to the first half. Of course, the attack balls that you have mentioned, it changed all the elements in the game itself. It felt like 3BL are reborn again. They got new skin, they're getting ready, and they're finding a really good angles, a really good tactics to go with. And of course, that's the boys with the help of the coach.
Yeah,
For me, I was satisfied. For the casters, they were hyping, and you saw how those guys actually managed to close it. It was just like critical to watch how 3BL done it. Of course, our caster done it. So for you, Pingu, I would love, I love to say to tell you, Pingu, like we have another name, but we can't mention it on the broadcast. So
Yeah, keep it Pingu, man. It's good. It's good. It's better.
I will keep it Pingu. So
Yeah.
Pingu. So yeah, that question goes to TNC. Like those guys have been top of the top, always running for the second place, first place, either third place. But now they are crumbling a little bit and they're falling apart. How do you see there is a chance for them to change some of the outcomes? Especially, we see them actually doing really good job, but sometimes when it comes to the execution, the final execution, they fumble it.
Well, I believe that TSC they're having hard times, but normally we had to see TSC, LCK, or whatever you used to call before. We used to see them having some hard times, but then suddenly, out of nowhere, second season they are just popping off and winning everything. But right now, I don't see it happening till now. And as we can see, the standings, they're on top. Definitely Vitality, which already secured the place. Also, 3BL Galaxy D also secured their place after the win today. Then Nemesis, Anubis, TC, and unKnights, they're gonna be fighting, of course, Imperium. Okay, unKnights are on the 7th place, and we still have some hard games to be played next week. That's a big thing.
Yeah, that's a shocker. Seeing unKnights in this spot, they have 3 losses, and man, they don't have definitely some easy targets on their back. Looking at unKnights, they still got TEC, they still got Anubis, they still got Nemesis, so definitely hard games to be facing off, or of course to be playing for unKnights. Of course, Imperium, they have the same seeding as unKnights. We will say the difference only in the rounds. But on the top side, you'll see that Vitality, 3BL, Nemesis, they're all neck and neck fighting for the glory. And Nemesis, they still also got a lot of stuff to be figuring out. They still got Anubis, Vitality, TEC, and unKnights. So next week will be a banger.
Yeah, and unKnights moving down, as we mentioned. Probably this is all the same as we've seen, except for unKnights. And yeah, as you can see right now, Nemesis is gonna play versus Vitality, which is a banger game, as you mentioned. Also TEC versus unKnights. That's for me a fight for the what do we call it? How we say it? 2 teams wanna fight back their positions. unKnights, that's not quite an easy game for them, and also for TEC, because TEC are not performing as well. Good. Anubis and the Imperium. That's the game that an upset can happen. That's the game that Imperium can show. And if Imperium managed to get this win, I assure you that Imperium gonna be on the contender group going for the playoffs, not only just going for the contender group to play the relegations. I would love to see such upsets. I would love to see such surprises. I'm bored of having first team, second team, third team every single time. We've seen the same. We need new blood just to hype up and to push the other guys to improve as well.
Of course, it's always about those chalkers that you see, like especially that Imperium, the one that they brought back yesterday. It was pretty important. And of course, guys, today we had 3 chalkers. We had Anubis versus Nemesis that ended up, of course, in a really, yeah, of course, going for Nemesis in a really good way. We had unKnights playing versus Vitality, 2-0 in Vitality. I would say the circus fashion.
They struggled a bit. The
circus fashion, like.
Because if you say Vitality wins 2-0 and someone just hopped into the stream, okay, casual. No, Vitality struggled. They went to overtime and they went golden round again.
The 5th time this season to go in a golden round, and of course the final one, the cherry on top of the cake. It went between 3BL and TEC, and of course 3BL, they had to work for it, but they closed TEC in a 2-0 fashion. And of course, guys, this is gonna be the end of the second week of CFWL. Of course, I was your host for today. By my side, I had Penguin. Any last words?
Oh, it was good games. I love to see it. I love to, as you mentioned, the upsets. I would love to see the next week games, because the next week games we're gonna be knowing who's gonna be on top 4. Now we only know that 2 teams are on top 4. Maybe unKnights gets back on top 4. Maybe Nemesis drops. Maybe TC is back. That's what I wanna see next week.
Of course, that's it for the games. That's it for us. The final thing I really want to say, I really want to thank everybody that was part of the stream for today. TNC team, they are all fighting their demons. Currently, it's 4-ish a.m. for them,
It's
and
like
of course,
5 a.m. I
we
guess.
had Elfish. Yeah, actually, we're closer to 5 a.m. right now, and of course, we had Elfish that's playing in the same area. He's around 6 a.m. So we had
He's probably
a
sleeping
really
now.
good. Yeah, he's asleep. He's already asleep. Like, trust me, he's not even with us now. So yeah, that's it with us. Of course, thank you for watching, and I hope that we were really good hosts for you guys. And yeah, see you next week.